Championship. But that's not the only good match we've got tonight. We've got 6 matches. And let's go through the cards, and then we can jump over into the chat. So, I mean, the ladder match. Where else do we start? The ladder match. Sol Ruca, Lash Legend, Fallon Henley, Jaida Parker, Michin, Kelani Jordynne, all in the same match in a ladder match to crown the first ever NXT North American Women's Champion. This is going to be really good. I mean, imagine a soul snatcher from the top of the ladder from Sol Ruca. I mean, God only knows what we're going to see in that. Kelani Jordynne is just going to go crazy in that match. I think what I like about it is you've got all these different styles. Like, Kelani Jordynne is a former gymnast, so you're going to be seeing a lot of aerial stuff, a lot of gymnastics. Sol Ruca, we know, is someone that is very innovative. Then you've got people like Lash Legends, who's a bit more of a brawler, someone that's going to be just throwing big shots, big power moves, using the ladder as weapons. You've got Fallon Henley, that's got a lot of experience. Don't know quite what she's going to bring to this. She's going to, I think, bring a bit of a balance, a bit of a blend. And then Jaida Parker, who's relatively new, but a lot of excitement around her. Again, I see her in that kind of Lash Legends style, kind of using the ladder as a weapon, grabbing other bits from under the ring. I'm sure that we'll be seeing chairs, commentary table spots, multiple ladder spots. This match could bang, man. It could absolutely bang. And to just kind of put over a little bit more about how great this match is, we don't know who's going to win. Any of those women could come out as the winner. So I'm probably leaning Lash Legends just because of her relationship with Trick Williams. I think having both of them as champions would be quite an interesting dynamic. Lash has been around a long time as well, so you sort of feel like her time is now. Whereas Jaida Parker, you can wait a while. Kelani Jordynne, you can wait a while. Michin, I don't know if she's just down there to add a bit of star power. Fallon Henley, definitely feel like she should be someone that's in the mix, but I'm leaning Lash Legend, but it could be any of them. It could be any of them. Then we got Oba Femi against Wesley against Joe Coffey. I reckon Oba Femi retains. Of all the matches tonight, that's probably the one I'm least excited for, just because I think Oba Femi is so dominant. I just don't see him losing that match. And I don't mind Wesley. I kind of like him, but I haven't seen him in a while. And I don't know. Wesley, for me, is someone that he wears his heart on his sleeve. I like him, but I just find myself leaning to others more and enjoying others more. So Wesley is the one that you're meant to be rooting for here. Oba Femi's a bit of a heel. Joe Coffey's a heel. So you're meant to be rooting for Wesley, but I don't know. I don't know. I like him. I ain't got nothing against him. But, I can't say that I'm rooting for him quite like I'm be rooting for Trick Williams, or Ilya Dragunov, So that match out of all of them is probably the one that I'm least excited for. But we'll still be good. I don't doubt for a second it's going to bang, right? I think Oba retains. Then we've got Shayna Baszler against Lola Vice. NXT Underground match should be good. I mean, NXT Underground match is normally pretty hard-hitting. Obviously, we've seen the women competing in an NXT Underground match before. Now we've got them doing it again at the Apex. Because this is a premium live event, they're going to have to make sure they go for this. They really do, not hold back here. So I'm hoping this is going to be, the most savage NXT Underground match that we've seen so far. I hope so, anyway. I don't mind who wins this. I think they go Lola, but I do like Shayna Baszler. I mean, I love the fact that she's as highly trained as what she is. She's had training in MMA. She's had training with Billy Robinson. She's been over in Japan. She's done so much work. I kind of feel like we don't book her correctly. I feel like she should be so much more dominant than how she's presented. She should walk this match against someone like Lola Vice. She should absolutely walk this. But I got a feeling she won't. And she might even end up losing. But I'm interested to see how they present that. Then we got Roxanne taking on Jordynne Grace. I'm going to keep this nice and simple. I'm really excited for it. I love Jordynne Grace. I do think we're going to work with TNA, and I do think there's more coming. I don't know that it's now. Like, I don't know that Jordynne wins this and then takes the title to TNA. It could happen. It absolutely could happen. But because this is the first time that we're doing anything in NXT, I'm wondering if this is a bit of a, let's do this. Let's see how the fans react, and then we'll take it from there type situation. Because if I was booking, that's what I would do. I would go, let's try and work with TNA. Let's see how the fans react, if they like it, if they don't like it. You know, is Jordynne just getting booed out the building? Is it a case that the NXT crowd don't want to work with TNA? They just want to, you know, focus on their own? Or are they excited about working with another promotion? So it could be that it's a bit of a trial, and then we take the data, and then that'll help us decide what we do in the future. So for me, for that reason, I think that Roxanne retains. I think that this has been a big success, and I think we definitely work with TNA in the future. I think the NXT fans and the fan base has made it very clear they want to work with TNA. They're excited to work with TNA. A lot of dream matches have been proposed. The only question is it now? Are we doing it now? Or will there be a little bit of a break, and then we'll kind of do something else in, say, a few weeks' time, a month's time, so on, so on. I am going to go that Roxanne retains. Roxanne retains. And I think that the working relationship with TNA does arrive. We just got to wait that little bit longer after this. Could be wrong, though. I mean, it could be that they haven't gone that way, and that there is an agreement, and that Jordynne Grace wins, takes the title back to TNA, and we're just in it. You know, it's just happening. And they just knew the fans would love it. That could absolutely be happening. But if I've got to pick a side, I'm going to go that way. Nathan Frazer and Axiom defending against the OC. This is probably the second lowest match I'm excited for. I like Axiom. I like Nathan Frazer. They're very good in the ring, but I don't know. I sort of feel like Gallows and Anderson have just not been booked correctly. I just sort of feel like they should be a dominant force. I mean, they had so much success in Japan, and now they've come over, and they're just jobbers, really. Don't really do a great deal. I just don't think we've booked them well. I mean, it's hard. You can't book everyone well. But I would like to see them pick up the victory, to be honest. But I don't think they will. I think the champs... I don't know. I'm so torn on this. I think this might be the one where I said we might get new champs, because I think all the champs retain. And I'm looking at this and I'm like, oh. Now that they're back with AJ as well on the main roster, I'm even less confident that they win the NXT titles, because now they're doing something again on the main roster. So... God, it's so hard. This card's so hard to call. If I've got to say that a title's changing hands, it's probably this one. So let's go OC, but I'm even less confident now that they're back working with AJ Styles. And then we got our main event. This is pretty good, isn't it? Trick Williams, Ethan Page. Ethan Page now fully signed up member of NXT. Could win this. Don't think he will. He's kind of come out of nowhere, and I think we probably needed to just build him a little bit more. I know that many of you have been watching him for years. I haven't, and I think a lot of others haven't. And so you can bring him in and give him the shock victory and have him become the NXT champion and make a statement. But it's probably more likely they've brought him in as a name to be an opponent for Trick and to actually, you know, make this card a bigger card. I could see it being a case that Metaphor might cost him, because apparently Oro Mensah attacked him earlier today. So that means that Metaphor are gunning for him. They're looking for blood. Because don't forget, he attacked Noam Dar. He attacked Oro Mensah in the weeks leading up to his debut. So they have not forgotten that. They're not happy about that. They attacked him earlier today. They could get involved in this match as well. Trick Williams retaining, maybe thanks to a bit of outside interference that he never asked for. And so that way you protect Ethan, Trick keeps the title, we move on. So I'm thinking something along those lines. But it's a really good card, man. It's a really good card. Of the 6 matches, 4 I'm really pumped for. 2 I can sort of take or leave. But really good. Should be a really, really solid show. Danny said, what are your thoughts on Ricochet? It's funny, isn't it? Because we spoke about a few people whose contracts were coming up. And Ricochet was the one that we were like, I'm just not sure. The thing, like, I don't know if he resigns because we can all agree that he's been booked horribly. We were talking about Chad, and I said, I think Chad resigns because not only do I think they're about to give him the IC title at some point, but there's a plan in the future for him. We've seen him talking to the Creeds, so we know that they're going to put him in a group with the Creeds. And that's exciting. I think an Intercontinental title run and future plans. If I'm Chad Gable, I'm pretty excited about that. So I think that there's a good chance that Chad Gable resigns. But Ricochet is different because Ricochet has not been used well for a long, long time. He's not really involved in anything at the moment other than Speed. But Speed has just died, hasn't it? I mean, I know people tune in and give it a watch, but no one talks about it. Right? That really, I think the way that is presented is wrong. Like, we all kind of watch it at different times. I think that for me is a bit of a problem with Speeds, is we're not kind of sitting down together like we are now to watch this show. We're all just getting to the Speed thing at different points. So, like, you can share your thoughts on it, but there's not really that kind of live conversation, if you will. Yeah, I suppose you could tune in when it goes live, but I don't even know when that is, to be honest. I don't even know when it drops, when it goes live, and it's only one match. So why would you really go out of your way to just watch one? I think it needs to be a show. I really do. I think they need to make it at least 10 minutes long, if not longer, have a couple of matches, and make it just a little show. Then you might actually get people like going to it, wanting to watch it, you know, rather than it just being a one-off match. But that's by the by. That's all Ricochet's been doing. And so we said the other day about Ricochet, I don't know if he'll stay for Samantha Irvin. I don't know. I don't know if that's going to be enough for him to stay. I mean, that it's different with Becky and Seth because they've got a kid. And people were asking about Becky, and I was like, I think Becky stays because she's got a kid. It's going to be really hard to have that kid go into AEW when Seth's not going to be around. And you've kind of got to factor that in. And that kid needs to see her mom and her dad. And of course, the kid will, but that's a big thing, that is, to be signed with AEW and going over to wherever they are. You've got all the travel. You've got to do the show. You've got to get back. And then, of course, that means that Seth is going to go other weekends. So Becky would be working on a Wednesday for Dynamite. And Seth, of course, will be doing house shows of the weekend. And, you know, they're going to be a little bit like ships in the night. And you've got to factor that in. There's some things in this world that are more important than money. And your kids is one of them. So I do look at that situation and think I just don't see Becky leaving, because I think that is a big factor. They don't have kids, Ricochet and Samantha. So again, the only thing that I can see him staying, well, 2 things. One, his brand is going to be bigger, but he's not being used if he stays with WWE. Two, Samantha Irvin. You know, does he want to be backstage with her, on the road with her? You know, like that's a difficult one. But if he has looked at his career and he's gone, right, I'm at the back end of my career now. It's like literally now or never. I'm either going to take that last gamble on myself and go to AEW, or I'm going to stay here and I'm going to just keep being used the way that I'm being used. I think he's looked at it and he's gone, I'm going to take that gamble on myself. If Samantha loves me, she's going to understand, isn't she? Right? It might be that we have to go through 5 years or so of a bit of a ships in the night type situation, but if we're meant to be, we're meant to be. And I took a little gamble on himself there. So I can't say I'm massively surprised. I wasn't sure which way this one was going to go. I think if I was a betting man, I might have said he would stay with WWE because of her, but only her. But I mean, I don't know his situation, obviously. I don't know what's going on in his mind. I don't know him as a person. I'm only an outsider looking in, but I think with a lot of these things, just like how I've done my predictions there, quick predictions, you always put yourself in the situation. So I always try and think from if I was booking this match, if I was booking this show, what would I do and why would I do it? That's kind of how I think. That's how I work. So I was putting myself in the situation of Becky, and I'm like, right, what's important to me? Well, money's important to me, but my kid's really important to me. And again, you know, that's a factor, but that's not a factor with Ricochet and Samantha. And I do think if I'm Ricochet, I'm looking at Samantha and I'm like, look, we're two grown adults. There's plenty of wrestlers whose partners are not in the business. And so it's not, you know, unfathomable that he will go and work in a different place to her. Because, you know, look at Randy Orton, for example. His partner, his wife is not in the business. So, like, he could go off somewhere. She's doing that. They'll see each other at home. And, you know, if it's meant to be, it'll work, won't it? They'll find a way. So I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure which way it was going to go, but it seems like he's handed in his notice and he's ready to take a gamble on himself. So listen, whatever he does, I wish him all the best. I really do. I really like Ricochet. I think that he is someone that's been underutilized in WWE. I think we can all agree that. I think the problem was his gimmick. I think he needed something a bit more interesting. Rather than just being called Ricochet and just coming out and being himself, I think there needed to be an extra layer there. I think there needed to be a stronger gimmick there, because I don't think there was much of a connection with Ricochet the person. I don't really know much about Ricochet the person. So I feel like he needed a character, a backstory. He needed some creative support, and he never got it, and I don't know why. I don't know why. I don't know. If you spoke to Triple H, I wonder if it would be a case of, like, I just never got to it. I wonder if it's like Rock, Cody, Bloodline, Judgment Day, Rhea, Bianca, Damage Control. I wonder if there's only so many hours in the day. I wonder if it's just a case that those were the focuses and we never just quite got to Ricochet. I wonder if it's that. I wonder if it's a case that Ricochet is always someone that we liked, always someone we appreciated, but we just never could get to him because there was always something that needed Triple H's attention further up the card. You know, and then you're looking at like the NXT talent that's like, oh, I like Bron Breakker, I like Elia. What are we doing with Sammy? What are we doing with Gunther? Who's going to be the women's tag champs? Who's, you know, what are we doing with the tag title? Are we going to split the men's tag belts? What are we doing with Logan Paul? We've got to make sure that Logan's okay because he brings in a lot of eyes on social media. And when you actually think about it and you think about how many hours in the day there are, how many conversations Triple H must have, where the focus has been, you sort of quickly realize that if you're Apollo Crews, if you're Ricochet, if you're Cedric Alexander, if you're Elias, right? If you're one of those guys that's like bottom of the cards, fighting to even get into the mid-cards, you can sort of see why Triple H is struggling to get to you, because his focus is clearly higher up the cards. It should be the whole card, but there's only so many hours in the day, isn't there? So I just think that Ricochet just never worked. I don't know that we ever quite got back to fixing it, and he's just bobbed along. So yeah, I wish him all the best. I really do. I really hope that it works out for him wherever he goes. Kim's Trains, Ian Houston, Monster Jimmy, Mosey the Wrestling God, The Real Demon Kitten. Just incredible. Shout out to all of you guys firing in a membership. It's greatly appreciated, my friends, and I hope you're going to enjoy the show tonight. Liam Mansell said, Days, I'm enjoying the content. Shout out to you, buds. And Meat4CFC said, Days, do we think we'll get a QR code tonight? I'm going to lean towards no, but there is a chance. The reason why I'm going to go no is because we've only ever had one QR code on NXT, and that was the Go Home NXT for, I think it was Backlash. So there's not like a history really there with the QR codes in NXT, apart from one thing. I mean, it's a bit like saying, do you think we'll get something on WhatsApp this week? Because we had some on WhatsApp once before. So will we get some on WhatsApp this week? You'd probably go, unlikely. It's a bit like saying, do you think we'll get some on Raw Talk this week? Because we did have some at last week's. Like, yeah, probably not. Well, I think they just did that as a one-off, to be honest. And I sort of feel that way about NXT. The only thing here is that this is a premium live event. So if they're looking to try and grab attention, if they're looking in this final week now to really try and get the message across that you need to be watching Clash and you need to be watching like Raw, then, you know, this is an opportunity. So there's a chance, because it is an opportunity, there is a chance that they could do something. But I think I'm going to lean towards no. I'm going to lean towards unlikely. I think that you probably go with Raw, maybe NXT. There's maybe a good chance you do some on NXT. And then you could do some Wednesday, Thursday, obviously SmackDown. Word on the street is Bo and Nikki are on their way to Clash, but we just don't know if they're actually going to show and actually going to do anything there. That was obviously in the last Nightbird video that we put out. Apparently Nikki is in Scotland right now, and Bo is expected to travel to Clash. But again, that does not mean that we're going to see them, right? It could just be final touches, final conversations, meetings with Triple H. You know, it could all just be stuff like that. It does seem strange for Bo to be flying to Clash if that information is correct. That does seem strange, but we'll have to wait and see, won't we? I can't sit here and say that we're definitely going to get something at Clash, but I can't sit here and say that we're not either. So there's a good chance that we get like something that just teases the full reveal on the Monday. But Monday the 17th is the date, isn't it? That's the one that they've been shouting about. That's the one that they've constantly been going on about. So that's the one that we're all focused on. And we'll have to see what happens at Clash. In regards to tonight, I'm going to lean towards no, but it would not shock me if they did do a QR code tonight, because we have had one before, and this is a big show. But I'm going in with no expectation of that. Let's put it that way. That I'm not going to be disappointed if we don't get it. I think that, you know, I think if anyone watches this show tonight thinking we're definitely going to get a QR code, and then we don't get one, and then you're disappointed, I think you've done tonight wrong. Right? I think you should be focused on the matches, focused on the show. It's going to be an amazing show, and then take it from there. I do want to just say as well a big thank you to everyone that did that whole follow train situation, right? Because the response to that was incredible. We spoke about it on Friday. I put the message up, and I was expecting probably a couple of hundred people, if that, to do it, right? We ended up getting over 1,000 people, and I showed you in, I think it was the review video that went on the second channel. I showed you what I had done. I'd gone down the whole comments list, and I followed everyone, and I liked every message, right? And I must have followed hundreds and hundreds of people. And now it's broken my Twitter. Like, now I've actually got a message. They've said that they think that there's potential automated activity. So they're basically saying, we think you potentially are a robot. We think you're a bot, right? You've followed that many people and you've liked that many posts that we think this is automated activity. And so as a result, they've restricted what I can do on there for 3 days. So I don't know if that's Saturday, Sunday, Monday. I'm guessing it is. So it means that I just can't do much on there at the moment. I just can't do much. Like, if I flip over, I'll show you my thing. I'll flip over here. I haven't changed this. I should change this one. This is my notifications. Let me just change this because I don't like the SmackDown background. That's better. Yeah, if I go down, if I like the color reds, leave a like on that. Leave a like on that. There's 2, 3. Do you think we'll get a QR code tonight? 4, 5. Leave a like there. I've liked that one. I'm just randomly liking now, by the way. 6. Oh, it's actually letting me do more. It would only let me do about 5 last time. I'm up to 6 now. 7. 8. So hello. This is going well. Can I follow that person? Leave a like. Ooh. I wonder if it's fixed. Normally I get a message going, your activity has been limited, blah, blah, blah. Ooh. Well, of course it's going to work now, isn't it? Now that we're live. Can I try and follow that person? I do. There it is. This request looks like it might be automated. To protect our users from spam and other malicious activity, we can't complete this action right now. Please try again later. That probably got me to what? 10 likes? 10 likes and a couple of follows. And then, so now I get that. So we've broken my Twitter. That's what we've managed to do. I can like about 10 posts. It was only 5 earlier, but I can like it. I can't even like that now. I can't like anything now. So if I was to just keep going down and like that, this looks like might be automated to protect blah, blah, blah. Do I follow that person? Try and leave a like, blah, 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 blah. Do I follow that person? Unfollow them. Did that follow? Like? Okay, so it won't let me like. Is it going to let me do any follows? I know this is boring, but I just want to show people what I'm battling at the moment. And this is going to affect stuff, right? Because this means I can't do... It's the same for folders. So, unseens and Nightbird videos. Yeah. You're unable to follow more people at this time. I mean, I've followed next to nobody today. So, yeah. It's broke. You broke it. You broke it. It's all because of this. It's all because of the response we had to this. This post, which is... I'll follow everyone that leaves a comment below. 1,000 comments. And I went to 59,000 views this got. I mean, I thought I'd get a couple of 100 comments. So I went down and I liked... all these likes. I liked... and tried to follow back all these people, but apparently you can only do so much within a period of time, and now it's locked my flipping account. Well, it's not locked it, it's they say it's been limited. They've limited it. So yeah, it's broke basically. My Twitter account is now broken. So my plan is, here's my plan. My plan is I'm going to try and go back to that comment, and I'm going to try and catch up with anyone I've not followed, because I said I'll follow everyone. I'm going to try and follow everyone, right? It's going to take me a while to do that because obviously it's all restricted, but hopefully those restrictions get lifted on like Monday or Tuesday. If I'm quiet on Twitter, this is why, okay? This is why. It's not because I'm, you know, off on a jolly. It's because at the moment my account's been limited. Unseen is just not going to happen for a few days as a result. Nightbird videos, I could do them because what I can do is I can just talk through, but the actual showing, you know, people's theories, I can't, because I can't use bookmarks, which is what we'd use. I bookmark things, put them in folders, don't I? You know that. You've seen the videos. But likes, follows, bookmarks, it's all restricted. So I don't regret doing it, right? Because I have had people going, oh man, I've got so many new followers. Thank you so much. This has been so good. I've had loads of them comments, right? So for me, it's definitely benefited people. Maybe not everyone. I don't know. But I know it's benefited people. So I know that it's been a positive thing, right? So good, no problem. But I think it's lesson learned. I don't think we can do it again. Or if we do it again, we're going to have to find a different way of doing it, you know? Maybe it's going to be like, leave a comment, follow 2 people, or something like that. Follow 5 people, follow 10 people. Leave a comment, follow 10 people. And maybe you just commit to something like that, and then hopefully everyone still picks up some extra follows. But oh, yeah, lesson learned, man. It seems like our ambition and our ideas are bigger than what X is currently allowing us to do. So, lesson learned. So, yeah, I'm on the naughty step. It's true. I'm on the naughty step. And we'll get back on it as soon as we can. All right, let's go down. It's a teachable moment. It's a teachable moment indeed, yes. Days you see you soon unseen. Yeah, it is one of those. So, you know, I just want people to be aware of what's actually going on, because I know that people are leaving comments and I can't follow back, and it's not for the want of trying. I mean, I did hundreds and hundreds and hundreds on Friday night, but I probably should have just pasted it. If I'd have maybe done a few hundred a day, I think I would have been fine. But I wasn't expecting 1,000 people to leave a comment. So, yeah, you killed it. So, as I said, I hope people benefited. I hope you benefited. But we're going to feel the effects for a few days now. Right, Macarice said, Days, my prediction for tonight is Roxanne wins, and after the match, Julia will show up, and it will set their match at the next pay-per-view unless she's still injured and can't compete. So they could go with Grace tonight, said Macarice. You've never left the naughty step, said Miska, and that's true. It might as well be known as the day step right now. Metal Mama said, have you got the premium one, the cheap one? If we donate that amount, I think it's $9, would you utilize it? I've got it, but I've got it. I don't know quite what I get for it. I think I get to post longer messages, but it's not stopped me from being slapped on the wrist. What does it do? I'm just having a look, seeing if I can find what the premium plans are. Where is it? I don't know where it even lives. Grok Premium, there it is. So you get... I don't know. They haven't really got it listed out very well. If you click on Premium, it's like upgrade to Premium Plus. But what's Premium Plus? What's that do? X Pro, bookmark folder. Oh, yeah. I think you get more like bookmark folders, stuff like that, which is what I pay for. Longer messages, which is what I pay for. but I don't know where it tells you the difference between premium and like premium plus. I don't know what premium plus does. I don't know. If there was, I mean, like, it's bad, but if it was like pay £5 and we'll take the limits off your account, I would do. Of course, I would do that. But I don't think it really works that way. I think even if you've got premium plus, they would do what they did to me, because I think they, you know, Elon Musk says he's all for free speech and all that kind of stuff, right? So I don't think that's the issue. I think it's more they have got a big problem with bots. A big problem, and so they're really trying to crack down on things that look like they're bots just running commands. So they've seen me liking and following hundreds of accounts all within, like, you know, 4-hour periods, and that has flagged that it looks like bot activity, and so, you know, I've been slapped on the wrist basically. But I don't know. I mean, I was thinking of trying to get in touch with them and seeing if they would fix it for me. But, you know, it's one of them, innit? I was out yesterday. I ended up going to Blackpool, which was not planned. But I ended up going there and doing a toy hunt. That went on the channel earlier. So I wasn't around yesterday. And today is all about this show. So I've got it, but I've got it. Might have been triggered as one for liking so many. Yeah. It was, I don't know if the likes killed me. I mean, I thought my plan was really good. My plan was go down I was quite happy to sit here. Honestly, I loved it. I sat here with a coffee and I was like, right, next couple of hours, I'm just going to go down every comment and I'm going to follow it and like it. Follow, like. And I was so happy. I had little TV show on in the background, drink, follow, like, and I was leaving likes so that I knew at a glance, I've already looked at that. I've already done that one. I've already followed that one. And I'll just bang, 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 just working my way through. Followed hundreds of accounts. And I followed them all. I did them all. But then when I went into my notifications, there was a load in there that hadn't shown. It was really weird. It said, like, I don't know, 500 comments. I must have liked about 200, 150, 200. So where was the other 300? Why wasn't that showing? They never showed. They showed in my notifications, but they didn't show if you click on the comment, right? It didn't show it. I don't know if it's limited to like 200 comments or something. Perhaps it doesn't matter. Perhaps you could have 20,000 comments on a post and it will still only show 150, 200. I genuinely don't know. But I know that I had about 500 comments on that thing, and it weren't showing 500. It weren't showing 500. I had to go back hours and hours and hours in my notifications to then find people's comments that didn't show underneath. X, I don't know if X is limited, right? I don't know if it's an X problem or if they're limiting it for some reason, you know? I don't know. It's like, clearly everyone's got the ability to like and follow unlimited amounts of accounts. I can't see why there's an issue with that. But they put the restrictions in to try and prevent bots, which I get. I understand. I do get why they do that. But that's a restriction that they've applied, you know? So, without boring people on it, that's the situation with that. It's basically crashed my Twitter. That's what we've managed to do. We've managed to crash my Twitter temporarily. So it's just going to be a bit off for you know, the next couple of days, and we'll do the best that we can. Lesson learned. I hope people benefited. We're obviously not going to run it again. If we do, it'll be different. But yeah, lesson learned. It's one of those, isn't it? Right, blame Elon. I do. I very much do. Metal Mama 1987, shout out to you, my friend. Really appreciate the support, and I appreciate everyone here that's joining us as we're working our way towards the start of NXT Battleground. We got about an hour and 20 minutes till the kickoff show starts. Then we'll go through the kickoff show. Then obviously we're into the main show. Main show's not going to be that long tonight. NXT pretty notorious for keeping their shows at a nice length. this ain't going to go... it might not even hit 3 hours, to be honest. We might be clocking in at like 2:45 to 3 hours. It's a lovely, perfect amount of time. It's going to be such an easy watch. I'm really looking forward to this show. I think the card looks so good. And I agree that there's going to be surprises. I think there's a chance we get some TNA talent in the crowd. Definitely going to be getting some UFC talent in the crowd. And as we said, you know, some great looking matches, some big championship matches. Could Jordynne Grace do it? We did ask the question of what you lot think. And the response at the moment, nearly 500 votes. 55% of you have gone with Roxanne. 45% of you have gone with Jordynne Grace. So very, very close at the moment in regards to who's going to leave as the NXT Women's Champion. The Ring General, shout out to you, my friends, said, what title is most likely to change hands tonight? Have a great day. Your Tube General days. The Ring General, shout out to you, my friends. I think the most likely belt to change hands is the Women's North American title, because at the moment it's in WWE's hands because no one's won it yet, and someone will win it tonight. Other than that, I will go the tag titles. I don't think Ethan Page is beating Trick Williams, because what do you do with Trick Williams unless they're going to just call him up? But I don't think we need to do that yet. And I also think he could probably do with just having a bit longer of a run. I mean, when I saw him at the house show at the end of April, he was not champ. So he must have picked it up like early May. So he's probably been champ for about a month. So again, it would feel a bit soon to be taking that belt off him. I mean, obviously he could lose the belt, try and win it back. But I think that that's unlikely. There's a chance that Jordynne gets it. I think there's a good chance she gets it, but I don't think she will. And I just think the tag belts. I'm looking at the tag belts because Axiom and Nathan have had those belts a little while now. Good Brothers are a very credible team. But they are back with AJ now, so I do wonder, does that mean that they're back on the main roster? So if they're back with AJ, then that probably decreases the chances of them being NXT champs, doesn't it? If the plan going forward is going to be that they're going to work with AJ on the main roster, then we're probably not going to be keeping them around in NXT. So I look at that situation, I'm like, I kind of thought that would change hands because I can't see any other belts changing hands. I don't see Oba Femi losing. I really don't see Oba Femi losing. I don't think Trick loses, and I don't think Roxanne loses. So it's got to be the tag belts. If anyone's losing, it's got to be the tag belts. But now that they're back with AJ on the main roster, I'm not convinced they're going to win now. So maybe no belt changes hands. I do think there's a chance for Jordynne Grace. I think it's more likely Jordynne wins than Ethan wins. If I was a bookmakers, I would definitely have Jordynne's odds closer than Ethan's odds. But as I said, I think we know that the plan was to do the Julia match. I don't know that Julia's going to be ready. And so, but the plan was that we were going to do Roxanne versus Julia. So that for the title. So that must mean that Roxanne was like penciled in to retain at this show, because the plan was she then goes forwards to faces Julia. Well, it's only like a week or so ago Julia picked up an injury, and now that's, you know, obviously put the plans in doubt. So of course plans can change. They've changed throughout the history of wrestling, but I don't know, everything seems to be pointing more towards Roxanne retaining than Jordynne winning. The only thing that points towards Jordynne winning is potentially a TNA partnership, but there's lots of ways that you can use that TNA partnership. You don't have to have Jordynne winning to, you know, explore the partnership with TNA. So there's not really anything specifically pointing at Jordynne winning. But in regards to Roxanne, I can point to the fact of, do NXT want their women's champion to lose to the TNA women's champion? I don't think that's something that's not really a message you want to send if you're NXT. And also, we know she was going to go on to face Julia, so she was going to retain the championship. We don't know now. Obviously, there's a bit of doubt now, but I can point to that as another reason why I think Roxanne retains. You know, so there's just a bit more for Roxanne retaining than Jordynne winning, in my opinion. But honestly, plans change, things evolve. You know, we could be in a different situation now than where we were last week. So we're going to have to wait and see. We're going to have to wait and see. But I like that question. What's more likely to change hands? I'm probably still leaning the tag belts, but I don't feel very good about them now that, as we said, they're back with AJ. Delwyn Jones, shout out to you, my friends. Hope you're well. Delwyn said, Days, the NXT TNA partnership seems to be heating up in a good way. So many match cards, so stacked. The most excited I've been for an NXT PLE in a long time. And we're in the Apex. Smart move. I agree. I think this match card is one of the best looking for a long time. I think that they have got some really good talent in NXT at the moment. And I think they've added in, obviously, the big signing of Ethan Page, which came out of nowhere. That was not spoiled, which really helped. That not being spoiled was big, right? So not only did we obviously get that, but we also got the TNA Jordynne Grace situation. So now people are obviously tuning in. There's intrigue. I mean, one of the most powerful things in wrestling is mystery and intrigue, because people tune in because they don't want to miss out. FOMO, fear of missing out. They don't want to miss out on something big that could go down. And I think this show has sort of got that, in the sense of, we don't know what's going to happen with TNA. TNA absolutely could invade this show. It could be flipping carnage, right? It could be that Roxanne retains, but there's like a bit of anger from the TNA stars in the crowd. They jump the barrier and this thing kicks off, right? That could absolutely happen. It just depends where we are with the agreement and the relationship and the partnership. And that could trigger a massive NXT TNA summer, right, where they're just going at each other. So you've sort of got that around as well. And of course, you know, there's people wondering about the QR code. That's already been asked. Meet for CFC asking, will we get one tonight? I don't think we do, but it's certainly not out the realms of possibility, because we have had one on NXT before. So, and this is a premium live event less than a week before Clash at the Castle. So we absolutely could get something. I'm not expecting it, but we could get something. So, you know, you've got that as intrigue. You've got TNA as intrigue. You got the Apex as intrigue. People want to know, what's it going to look like? What's it going to feel like? This is a venue that we could run every year. I mean, it is a venue that TKO own. It is the UFC Performance Center. So, you know, we could go every year to Las Vegas, and once a year, if not more, we could go to the Apex to do a show, because it costs nothing to rent this building. We're just running this show there, so cost wise, it's next to nothing. So there's a lot of intrigue as to how it's going to look, how it's going to feel, if that's going to work. And if it does, that could trigger us going back year after year after year. So there's a lot of things that we are interested in looking at for this show. And obviously the matchups, the match card looks really good. We're crowning brand new champion. There's a lovely blend as well. You got the NXT Underground match, you've got the ladder match, you've got championship matches. You know, you've got a few different things going on within the card as well. It's not all just singles matches, tag matches. You know, there's the ladder match, multi-person match. There's the NXT Underground match, which is obviously quite unique. So, you know, that's quite interesting as well. So, yeah, it's a good card. I think if I was to say that it's missing something, it's probably just missing that big name main roster star. Like, you know, if we were doing Trick Williams versus Finn Balor, or we were doing Trick Williams versus Karrion Kross, you know, if we had someone from the main roster go in for that NXT title, that big name that could maybe just bring in some more of those main roster fans, we might just be missing that. We do have Michin, and we do have Shayna Baszler, so you could sort of say that box is ticked, but I don't know. I don't think anyone would say that they're quite the level of, say, Finn Balor, you know? So, but other than that, it's stacked in it. It's stacked. It's going to be a great night. So, Delwyn, shout out to you, my friends. Do you think that we could get another invasion angle, said Anthony, between NXT and AEW? No. No. WWE and AEW hate each other, right? They hate each other. WWE have never, like, worked with TNA, other than, I remember Mickie James coming in, but there was a story that did the rounds where Vince wanted Mickie James for the Rumble, and she was working for TNA, and they managed to get Mickie James, but part of the agreement was the TNA belt had to be shown on TV. And apparently just before Mickie James was about to go out, Vince was like, she can't take that belt out. I don't want that being shown. And they had to say to Vince, it's kind of part of the agreement. He wanted her. He had no interest in, like, promoting TNA. And so she went out with the belt. She had to. It was part of the agreement. There was nothing that he could do, right? But I don't think he was best pleased about it. And then fast forward, you've got the Jordynne Grace thing this year. And obviously Vince isn't in charge anymore. So, you know, WWE are now open to partnerships, but I don't think they're stupid, right? They're open to partnerships that are going to benefit them and are not going to hurt them in any way. Working with TNA is a benefit because you're bringing in this fresh talent. You can send talent to them. You can boost their ratings a little bit, but you're not doing it for that reason, right? If you're WWE, you don't give a flip about TNA's ratings, right? You're doing it because of how it benefits you. And how it benefits you is you create a bit of excitement. You send stars over there. They send stars to you. And more importantly, that means that you're working with them. And you can say to TNA, you work exclusively with us. You don't work with AEW, right? If you want to keep working with us, you work with us. You don't work with AEW, right? I totally believe that's been said. Totally, right? Because we want their stars. We want Jordynne Grace. We don't want Jordynne Grace going to AEW. We don't want Hammerstone going to AEW. Yeah, we don't want whoever else is good going to AEW. We want them coming to NXT, coming to WWE. So working with AEW is different. AEW are the second biggest promotion in the world. They're the second biggest promotion in North America. They are around that kind of 800,000 viewership range, whereas Raw is about, what, 1.4, 1.5. So there's about 6, 7, 800,000 difference, right? At the moment, you would say, lovely, we're a country mile ahead. But you know how quickly these things can change. I mean, it was not that long ago that AEW was hitting 1 million once in a while, and that Raw had dropped down to like 1.2, 1.3. It might be 700,000-800,000 gap now. Wasn't long ago where it was like a 300,000 gap, yeah? So we know that the gap between the companies at the moment is quite wide, but it doesn't always have to be that way, right? WWE have no interest in working with AEW, right? Because why would you want to promote your closest competitor? It's a bit like Coca-Cola going, well, do you know what? We'll work with Walmart's own brand cola. Yeah, we'll work with those guys because their market share is so small. It's like 0.5% of the market. Yeah, it's nothing. We'll work with those guys because we can get something from that. We'll get Coke put on the side of the bottle or something in partnership with Coke. So if you do buy that, then it's promoting us for free kind of a thing, right? We'll do that. But we ain't working with Pepsi. We ain't going to go and work with Pepsi, right? We're not going to jump into bed with those guys because they're our closest competitor. And we don't want to help them in any way. Just like how WWE don't want to help AEW in any way. Doesn't make any business sense to do that. You know, you don't want to legitimize them. You don't want to make it seem like WWE are saying, yeah, these guys are good, they're cool, we like these guys. That's not the message that WWE want to send. So I keep saying it. I don't have a problem with AEW, right? I'm just telling you from a business point of view why it does not make sense for WWE to work with AEW. From a business perspective, it's because it's their closest rivals. It would be like WWE working with WCW during the Monday Night War, right? Never happened, was never going to happen. It would be like WWE working with TNA when they were kind of at odds back in the early, like 20 years ago, right? Go back 19, 20 years ago when TNA first started. It would be like those two companies where it didn't happen, right? We're in a very different situation with TNA now where they are firmly settled into that kind of, I don't know, I don't even know what their views are, to be honest. A couple of 100,000, something like that, I don't know. My impression of TNA has changed, right? My impression of TNA has evolved, and I put that down to the community because I always saw that company as a joke, right? They always got a bad rep. They always were the butt of the joke. They were always seen as like this company that you saw clips of what they were doing, and it was just, I mean, Jeff Hardy at Victory Road, you know, stuff like that. Or the Dudley Boys in that cage match where they were pretending to be electrocuted and they had this awful sound. I mean, that's the kind of thing WWE would have done in the early 90s. Not like 12, 13, 14 years later. So, you know, I always saw clips like that and people always poked fun online at TNA. And I think, to be honest with you, part of it was because TNA was a little bit like the threat. If you as a WWE fan, well, there's this new company that's come along now, you can either check them out and get on board with them, or I think what I was seeing was a lot of people that were making fun of them, putting them down, making them seem small, so that WWE was still seen as the, you know, as the big company. This is what you should be watching, not that. This is what you should be watching. And it's kind of funny because we fast forward now and we're in the exact same situation where you've got WWE fans having a go at AEW for their ratings, having a go at AEW for their attendance, putting out pictures of next to no one being in the building. And it's like history repeating itself. We went through this with TNA. Now we're going through it again with AEW. And how Tony Khan is a clown and all that kind of stuff. It's just really funny how history just repeats itself. We went through this. We've been through this. We went through this with TNA. In fairness, we sort of went through it with WCW, but not quite the same, because with TNA, at least social media was kind of around and the internet was kind of around. Wasn't quite where we are now, but it was still, you know, there was more ways of communicating than what we'd had in the 90s. So, you know, I got to see a lot more and a lot of clips and a lot of things that kind of put me off TNA and gave me a bad impression of TNA. And to be honest with you, never made me want to watch TNA, right? And that was what it was designed to do. And guess what? That's what all of this stuff is designed to do about AEW as well. All this stuff that like AEW botches put out and all these other accounts put out putting down AEW, they're doing it because they're trying to show that this company is a joke and you should be watching WWE. Don't bother with them. They're a joke. Look at the attendance. No one watches. What are you watching for? No one cares. They're a joke. Watch WWE. And it worked when it was people doing that against TNA. And who knows? Maybe it's worked for AEW. I mean, look at their ratings. Their ratings have gone down. They're seen as a, you know, I think the general consensus certainly from my feeds and what I see is that they're a joke at the moment. They can't put it together. They brought in Mercedes Moné for that Boston show, and the ratings crashed to like 700 and something thousand. People make fun of them not getting to 1 million. I think they've stopped doing that now. They can't even get to like 850. It's a red letter day if they get to 800,000. And that's not me having a go at them. I'm just telling you what I see on my feed, right? On my home screen when I'm looking online. That's what I see. So I think like there's a hatred between the fan bases. There's a hatred between the companies. I think from a business point of view, it doesn't make sense for WWE to want to do it. I think it's a very interesting conversation. It's one that keeps popping up every now and again as people are like, oh, imagine if we did this match against this match and this match against this match. But it's not going to happen, is it? It's not going to happen. Not whilst they're still a viable competition. Maybe if they continue to decline and they get to the level that TNA are at. If they kind of get down to that 200,000 range of views and they're so far away that WWE are just like, might as well work with them, because even if we work with them, it ain't going to bring them back to where they were. You know, I think honestly, if WWE thought working with TNA would mean that TNA are going to be a challenge to Raw, they wouldn't do it, would they? If they thought working with TNA was going to be this big thing that was going to bring down, like it was going to bring in a new competitor into the market, they wouldn't do it. WWE are, fighting for TV deals. They're fighting to get cities to bid for WrestleMania. The last thing WWE want is another big wrestling company that can disrupt their business. That's the last thing they want. So anything that's going to result in that, they ain't going to partake in it. So a bit of a lengthy conversation, but one that I think really is worth kind of digging into, Miss Dow Jr. said, did you watch UFC? What UFC YouTubers do you watch? I didn't, unfortunately. I was out. So I knew that there was no massive shows yesterday. So there was actually a toy fair that was on. So, but it was in Manchester. So in order to get there, so what I did was I finished the SmackDown stream. I then spent hours doing the follow thing. And then I had a shower and I was in a car. So I didn't go to bed. I was in a car and I was off to Manchester. So I went to Manchester and I went to this toy fair. And the plan was, hopefully it was going to be big and might be able to get a video out of it. And I got there, and it was awful. There must have been about 40 stalls, right? Still a couple of interesting bits that I saw. There was like a whole box of old wrestling magazines. That was kind of fun to have a little look through. There was a Goldberg thing that when you pushed his head down, he spoke. It was just the top part of his body, and it was from 1999. And you just tap the head and his like comes out with a catchphrase. I'd never seen that before. The guy wanted like 25 quid for it. I was like, nah, you're all right. I wouldn't even give you £2 for anything that's Goldberg, but I've never seen this before. But there was only 40 stalls. So we were done in like an hour, if that, 40 minutes to an hour, we were done. Because some of the stalls just sold, old train sets. So you don't spend any time at those stalls. Other stalls are selling like Japanese anime stuff, and you go, yeah, okay. Another stall was just selling Action Men and G.I. Joe, stuff like that. And you're like, okay, yeah, not for me. And so, yeah, we were done really quick. So we got there early. We got there about 8:30. We were done by about 9:30, 9:45. We were done. So at that point, I could have come home, or we decided that we would go to a couple of collectible stores. So there was another one in Manchester, and then there was another one in Blackpool. Blackpool was about an hour away from Manchester. So we went to both of them. And so that's how I ended up in Blackpool. So whilst I was in Blackpool, I also went to Smith's, which is what the video came from, and just popped to a few other little places. By this point, I'm a good couple of hours away from home. So I think we ended up leaving Blackpool about 5. So I got back about 7. So at that point, I haven't been to bed. I still had not slept. So I'd been up for about 24 hours at that point. So at that point, I went to bed. So there was no way I was going to be streaming like UFC just a couple of hours after that. I mean, I would have been dead. I would have been dead. I do, guys. You know, it would not have made for a good stream. So I'd kind of written it off, to be honest. So no, I was asleep. I didn't get a chance to watch it. UFC YouTubers, I don't watch, to be honest. I like to go to like the fighters. I like watching Bisping. I think Bisping's a good breakdown. Dan Hardy gives a good breakdown. I do enjoy watching like those guys. No, I didn't engage in anything yesterday. I don't even know what the situation is with Conor, if there's been an update. I mean, word on the street was it looked like that fight was going to be postponed, but I haven't seen anything about it. But they haven't done the press conference yet, have they? So I don't know what the latest is on that front. MCMG are going to show up in AEW, just don't know when. I guess when the Bucks finally defend their belts, says A. Jobson. Sounds like Days is sickly, says K-pop lover. I have got a bit of a block nose, to be honest, yeah. I think also I'm a little bit run down because I stayed up 24 hours. I have slept, obviously, and I got a good amount of sleep, but it's one of those where, you know, when you're kind of playing a little bit of catch-up. I think I'm playing a bit of catch-up at the moment. I'm trying to catch back up with sleep that I've lost. So I've got a bit of a blocked nose. I am not running on empty, but I'm certainly not running on full. And so, yeah. I'm really pumped for this show, though. I really, really am. I mean, this is no problem, no chore. I'm really looking forward to it. But, yeah, I've probably felt a little bit better than I do right now. But self-inflicted. I didn't have to go and do a toy hunt. But I wanted to get one on the channel. JP said, what do you think of Eddie Thorpe? He's my favourite wrestler. We just don't see him. I wish we saw more of him. I mean, he's been away for a long time. So it'd be good to get him back and see what he's... see what he's up to in this day and age. I think they've sort of teased the return. I don't know if he's been doing some NXT level up stuff, but it'd be good to get him back. And yeah, I think he's someone that's got great potential. He's very good in the ring. Very, very good. The only thing I'd say is that he's very, shall we say, passionate on his Twitter. I've seen him get into some massive arguments with people, right? His heritage seems to come up quite a bit online, and he's very passionate about that, and I respect that. I don't have anything bad to say about that. I have nothing but respect for that. But it's one of those things where I haven't really seen much else from him apart from some good matches on TV. Haven't seen him in a long time, and then I saw him getting into some big heated arguments with people online. And so there's not really much of an opinion that I can form, if you know what I mean, in the sense of I don't think he was wrong about the stuff he was saying online. I'm certainly not having a go at him or anything. I suppose what I'm saying is I wish he was on TV more. I wish that there was some stories I could talk about, like storyline, creative. I wish there were some promos I could talk about. I wish there were some recent matches I could talk about. I wish there was some character development I can talk about, but I can't. We haven't seen him. So let's get him back. Let's get going. There is a real talent there. Tribalism is like zombies on the Walking Dead TV series, said Elizabeth. I think there's lots of reasons for it as well, you know. I'm not just having to go at like WWE fans. It might seem like I was having to go at WWE fans and the tribalism and everything. I mean, it is worth remembering that AEW have fired shots at WWE, and so WWE fans obviously are going to stand up for WWE, right? Vice versa, though. You know, WWE has fired shots at AEW, and that's obviously fueled this tribalism. I mean, it was stupid of Edge to go to AEW and say there is no war and all that. It's like, mate, there is. There really is. I mean, just have a look online. There clearly is, right? So I think trying to make out there isn't tribalism, trying to make out there isn't a wrestling war is silly, right? When there clearly is. But, you know, we could make and take steps towards turning the temperature down. There's definitely things we can do to lower the temperature. I mean, it wouldn't hurt someone to throw a compliment in about the other side, you know? If Tony Khan was to start coming out going, I really respect what WWE have done, they're the blueprint. You know, they've been there, they've done it. I grew up watching them. I've got nothing but respect for them. I think their fans, you know, we're just trying to provide an alternative. They can come out with that sort of messaging. I think it would probably fall flat now because there's probably too much water under the bridge. But that could have been the approach from the beginning. And I think the temperature would have been much lower if that had been the approach. But there's just been these little shots that have been fired back and forth that's just fired up the fan bases. I don't think it's helped as well that AEW have said one thing and then at times done another. I mean, I think, wasn't it the Bucks that said they're going to allow people to share their content and their footage? Because AEW was meant to be like the wrestlers and the fans kind of all in it together. This was going to be a different company. This was, you know, this was Kenny, this was Cody, this was the Bucks. This was everyone in it together. And it was going to be sports-based, and it was going to be share what you want online. And, you know, that's just not true. I mean, people have been getting copyright strikes probably more from AEW than they have from WWE, right? And takedown requests and stuff like that. I think as soon as it started to turn a bit sour and a bit negative, that's when they were looking at things going, yeah, nah, we can't allow this. We can't allow them to be posting these botches. We need that to be taken down. That's going to hurt our reputation. So then they started to, you know, change their strategy. And it just sort of went against what they said at the start. And so, of course, then fans have jumped on that. So that's kind of fueled negativity within, like, you know, I would say more amongst, like, content creators. I've seen content creators speak out against that. Which then that means their fan bases are going to be upset. And, you know, people that have been told one thing and then are seeing something else, they're going to be upset. So I think those kind of things don't help. So, I mean, look, this isn't about bashing AEW, right? Because as I've said, I wish them all the best. This is about exploring and talking about why tribalism exists, what could have been done to change that, why like it wouldn't work, WWE and AEW working together, why that ship has sailed, and it's a conversation where we're touching on those things, and it means being honest about what's happened, what's still happening, and kind of, you know, where we're kind of heading with all of this stuff. So as I said, it's not a case of knocking them and saying they're rubbish and all that kind of stuff. I don't feel that way, to be honest with you. I don't. I really don't. I could quite easily sit here and tell you that I think they suck and that they're rubbish and I wish that the company would just die. No difference to me to say that to you right now, right? Doesn't make any difference to me. I don't watch them. I don't care about them. So I could say that. But I don't feel that way. I don't feel that way because there's people that are working there that deserve a job in wrestling. Toni Storm is awesome. I wish she was in WWE. I wish she had never gone. I wish she was doing the gimmick she's doing now in WWE. I think House of Black have got potential. I'm not a fan of Julia Hart, but I think House of Black have got potential. I look at Malachi Black, I think he's great. Buddy Matthews has always been good in the ring. He was great when he was in 205 Live. Cruiserweight Championship and all of that. And Brody King, I think, has been quite good. I think that group has got real potential. Imagine House of Black in WWE. Toni Storm in WWE. Swerve. Swerve's been great. I like Swerve. I wasn't a fan of Prince Nana at first, but he did grow on me. So, you know, I look at Swerve and I'm like, yeah, there's definitely something there. And they've gone and put the belt on him. So they believe there's something there. MJF, I mean, who can say that MJF doesn't belong to have a job in wrestling? Of course he does. Of course he does. So, you know, you look at the talent they've got. Jamie Hayter. And that's without saying Ospreay or Okada or Bryan Danielson or Samoa Joe, right? Their roster's stacked. They've got a great roster. And to be honest with you, they've got more people than I think WWE could have. They've got more people than I think WWE would be able to accommodate for. So without that company, maybe some of them names would have ended up going to TNA. Perhaps TNA is ultimately the loser here, because maybe some of those great names that didn't want to go to WWE, where else would they have gone? Maybe they would have gone to TNA. Maybe TNA would be a bit bigger now as a result. TNA, I think, has definitely been squeezed by AEW's existence. But, yeah, I think that there's a place for AEW. And I wish them all the best. I would love to see, you know, them around and their shows keep improving and their fan base grow. And I don't want to see them become bigger than WWE. I mean, I'm a WWE fan. I've watched it my whole life. So I don't want to see AEW become a bigger promotion, because we all know what's going to happen if that happens. All the AEW fans are then going to be all over the WWE fans. The tribalism is going to be horrific. I mean, it's horrific anyway, but it would get, like, you know, even worse. I mean, it's bad now, and the two companies are quite far apart. Imagine what it's like if it got closer. Imagine if AEW got to be as big as WWE. Imagine what that would be like. It would be like flipping World War III. I mean, it would be unavoidable. If those two companies were the same size, it would be horrific. But I would say at the moment, you know, it's sort of at a manageable level, you know. It's just one of those things. Tribalism in wrestling is just going to always be there. It's going to always be there. Because I suppose in a way, if you watch WWE, that's your team. It's like tribalism in sport, innit? You know, if you're a WWE fan, you can watch other promotions, just like how you can watch other teams and you can watch other games. But for a lot of people, they only tend to watch one, because there's not like enough hours in the week really to be watching all these different promotions. I know there's people out there like James that does, but that's not the norm. That's not what the masses are doing. So I think for a lot of people, they just watch WWE. Maybe there's room to watch one more, but most people will just watch WWE. And yeah, that obviously fuels loyalty, and you know, has helped us get to where we've got to. Metal Mama said, I'm so jealous. We don't have toy stores in the US. I feel like Toys R Us needs to come back. It was a nice Toy Story Becky reference. Metal Mama, shout out to you. Yeah, I think there was a bit of a lesson that I have learnt with the toy hunts as time's gone by. I think going to America made me appreciate what I take for granted in the UK. Not in a way you might think, actually, but in the UK we do have Smiths, and I know you don't have that in America, but what you do have in America is you have lots of Walmarts, lots of Targets. You have the odd figure that's like the odd collectible store as well, and your collectible stores are better than our collectible stores. You've got, like, obviously eBay, which is bigger than our eBay. We've got ebay.co.uk, and that's an eBay for people selling stuff in the UK, right? You've got ebay.com, which is people selling stuff in America. And, you know, England is about the same size as Florida, right? We ain't that big. So you've got a lot of stuff we do not have, right? You've got access to everything, right? There's a lot of things, like I watch a lot of YouTubers talk about, say, technology, right? They might talk about a new, I don't know, handheld video game device, right? And they're like, guys, this is on sale now. It's only like $200, and it'll play everything all the way up to like the PS3, and it's $200. I'll look on Amazon and we won't have it. Or I'll look on eBay and we'll have it, but it's been shipped over from America, so it's like £50 more or £100 more, right? So there's a lot of benefits to being in America, right? But one of the things that we have that seemingly you don't at the moment, and that may change, of course, is Smith's and a good toy shop. I mean, it is a very good toy shop, and it's very good for wrestling action figures as well. So I suppose I do take that for granted. I suppose the other thing I take for granted is that if you're in America and you've never been to the UK, I mean, you know what the UK looks like. You will have seen it in programs. You will have seen it in films. You know what the UK is like. But to actually see what it's like to, what's the outside of the shop look like? If I walk through the door, what am I greeted with? How busy is it? There's just little things that you don't really... You focus on showing the figures. I don't think you focus so much on showing the overall experience of... Here's the outside of the shop. This is what it looks like. This is, do you know what I mean? Like, it's a lovely day. Let's go and walk through the door. Here's the barriers. Here's, you know, the what you see. This is the figure section. Let's go down here. Here's the pop vinyls. You can see some of the other ranges of toys. So it's not just about starting the video in the WWE toy section. It's about that whole experience of walking into the shop and looking at a few other bits and bobs. And of course, the predominant part of the video is going to be the wrestling section. But there's definitely scope and room to show some other things. And I think I forget that sometimes because I'm so used to walking into a Smith's. I know what it looks like. But there's obviously many of you around the world that don't have a Smith's and don't have the ability to go into a Smith's and so don't get that overall experience. I think what I like about today's toy hunt is that I really had that in mind when I did it. I mean, I think the moment I get out the car to the moment that I actually get to the wrestling section, I don't think there's an edit in there. I don't think there's I think it's literally one whole non-stop which is a nothing thing, really, when you think about it. It's nothing. But it kind of dawned on me a bit more that that's the kind of thing I think should be in the video so that you can see the whole process of walking into the shop, going to the section. I think we also try and look at, like, as many different figures as possible. It's not like we're just after one and we look at that one. Like, have you seen this one? Have you seen this one? Look at this. This is the basics. Have you seen these packs? There's the War Games thing. Here's the battle packs. Have you seen this? Like, again, trying to show off what they've got. And then, as we said, having a bit of fun with some other stuff as well. And trying to get it all done within, like, a good amount of time. I mean, I think the video today clicked in about 7 minutes, which I was really pleased with. It's short. It's sweet. Watch it on a lunch break. Watch it on the way to work. Watch it whenever. I think it's interesting. I think it'll show you what going to a toy shop in the UK looks like. I mean, I'm not trying to promote it, but I'm just saying, yeah, definitely think that putting that one together, I was thinking a little differently than what I have in previous toy hunts. So I hope people that did watch it enjoy it. I really had a good time filming it and thinking more about what it is I think people would like to see from the toy hunts. What can I offer that maybe is not being offered, you know, certainly in America? Well, Smith's, and showing you the Smith's experience, if you will. So, I don't know. Maybe I can do it a bit different next time. Not sure. I've still got tons of American ones to upload, though, so I got to get back to doing the American ones. Right, I brought 2K24 for the PS5. Did you? Amalthea? Well, I hope you enjoy it, my friends. I think it's still at quite a high price point. I know the AEW one's gone down. I think that was like £20 in Smiths, but I think 2K24 is still really expensive. So hopefully that'll come down soon. Metal Mummy said, I love that. I do get distracted to go to the toy section in other stores, and I do appreciate that. Yeah, I think, though, in America, you just got to remember that you are lucky with eBay and Amazon. I mean, I know it might not seem as cool, but, you know, there definitely is something which I'm jealous of. Because there's so much that, I mean, like, office chairs, I mean, silly things, right? You've got some... Obviously, I sit a lot, so I need a good chair. And if I go onto YouTube and search the top 50 office chairs, there's a good chance the vast majority of the top 10 I can't get. in the UK. I won't be able to get them because they won't ship them. They don't sell them here, or they won't ship them here. And I might be able to get one sent, but then you're going to pay how much in shipping and customs? And a lot of companies are like US only. So, I mean, like, I have to just go with what's available here in the UK. And we've got some really good office chairs. I mean, it's not that we don't have office chairs, but it's if you're looking for specific things. Like, if I want the best chair that's available, chances are it might not be available in the UK. So I have to go with the best office chair that's available in the UK. And, you know, as a result, we might have a different office chair than what you've got. But, yeah, it is crazy. There is a lot of that, actually. There is a lot of that where there's specific things that you might not think about that, you know, there's figure lines that are exclusive to Walmart and Target we can't get. I'd have to get them sent over from America. So that would mean ordering them from America and then paying the shipping and the customs. And obviously that inflates the cost, and it means you have to wait ages, and you run the risk of it getting quite battered in transit. So, you know, your eBay, your Amazon, I think it's worth its weight in gold. I would take your eBay and Amazon over Smith's every day of the week. Every day of the week. You've got a lot of, you've got access to a lot of really good stuff we don't, unfortunately, have access to. eBay banned me about 5 years ago because of blind bags. I was searching for my daughter. Long story short, I got into it with another person that didn't like the way it was handled. So I've never had beef. I've only ever had one issue which didn't get resolved, and you do have to be careful. I bought some signed wrestling cards, which was about £100, and they never arrived. And I went to get a refund, and for some reason, it was not eBay protected. So you need to make sure when you buy stuff that it's got that sort of eBay protection. I just thought eBay protection was on everything. I thought eBay just naturally blanket protected everything. This is going back a few years now, so it may have changed. But when I bought something a few years ago, there was not that blanket eBay protection. I think when you go to buy something on eBay, it's kind of got a little sentence under like the buy now. It says this is protected by eBay or whatever. And when I went back, the thing I'd bought, it didn't have that sentence. eBay scam. Which is quite an easy one to fall for, I think, because I didn't even know not everything was eBay protected. I didn't even really think twice before just buying on there. You kind of think that you're protected, but sadly not. That's the only thing that I've ever had issue with on eBay. I'm not aware of anything else. Days, the war with AEW, it does extend beyond the two companies, but also the TV networks. WWE wasn't in the fight alone. USA Network doesn't want a competitor like TNT doing similar ratings and paying a fraction. That's true, but how does that show itself? So we're talking about tribalism and seeing that tribalism playing out with online. And through other content creators and, you know, blah, blah, blah. But how... I don't know that tribalism... I don't know. I mean, it's true that the TV networks are in competition with each other and that they are going to want to get bigger ratings, but that's true for everything. You know, USA Network are going to want the biggest ratings for every time slot they've got. But... you know, I don't know quite how that shows itself in the tribalism side of things with the TV companies. That's a competition thing, isn't it? I don't think USA Network have been contributing so much to the online discourse. So I would say that, yeah, it's part of it, but I don't know that that's part of the tribalism. HPN said the main roster has been boring lately. No interest in stories or surprises. It's predictable. Thank God NXT has taken some risks and chances. I don't know. I kind of see that it's not as exciting as it was just before WrestleMania. I do agree with you with that. I would say Nightbird's different. I mean, we had it once before with White Rabbit, but this is definitely bigger. So So, and we know that that's going to lead to the arrival of this group. This group is divided opinion. There is, I think, a healthy consensus. It's not going to be as strong as when Bray was leading it, right? So, but I think that's been engaging. Maybe not for everyone, but for a lot of people. I think King and Queen of the Ring was universally very well received. I think that's one of the best tournaments WWE has run in a long time. Match quality was excellent. And I think that was good. Was it risk-taking? No, probably not. Probably not. I think having Lyra get to the final was surprising. But probably not risk-taking. But I don't know if risk-taking is something we necessarily need to be doing at the moment. I kind of feel like we're in a period where we're building to SummerSlam and we're sort of getting pieces in place. I feel like SummerSlam is kind of what we're on the road towards. So I think you'll see once we get past Clash and once we're around Money in the Bank, that's when we might see a few more risks being taken as we start the build to SummerSlam. And hopefully the build to SummerSlam is going to be juicy and not flat. Hopefully we'll see some risks. We'll see some surprises. We'll see some shocks as we build towards the second biggest show of the year. But yeah, I don't know. It's difficult, isn't it? I mean, I think the Cody situation is probably a big problem in the sense of risk-taking, because I just think everyone knows Cody's going to retain. Everyone knows that Cody's the champ, is going to stay the champ. So how do you take risks with Cody? I mean, he's going to be the champ. He's going to be the champ going into SummerSlam, surely. So how do you surprise? They tried doing that fake retirement thing, which I don't know if some people fell for, or I don't know. I don't know if some people were surprised by how that played out, but you could understand them running that to try and surprise people. I mean, not everyone will have seen that Mark Henry thing. Everyone might claim they did, right? But we know there's a lot of fans that have got into wrestling in the past few years. A lot of kids, families and whatever, that won't have seen that Mark Henry moment. I think for those of us that have and were aware of it, we were like, yeah, we know how this is going. But that will have, I think, caught a few people off guard. I think it's difficult. I think this time of year is always difficult because you're never going to be able to follow up WrestleMania. You're never going to be able to match what you had in the build for WrestleMania, and certainly not with the injuries we've got. I mean, we've had Drew out with injury for a bit. We've had Punk's obviously been out this year. I mean, Punk, other than the Rumble, we haven't seen him compete in 5 months. He hasn't had a match. Other than the Rumble, since he came in at Survivor Series, I don't think he's had a match. So, you know, you've got Punk, you got Seth injured. You got Drew injured. You got The Rock going off doing films. You got Roman going off doing films. I mean, you're ripping out a lot of your top end after WrestleMania. So I think they knew it was going to happen. And as we've said, they've done the draft. They've called some people up. They did King and Queen of the Ring. Cody obviously has had his title run. So, you know, we've been trying to focus on a few other areas, and we've been doing a bit of housekeeping, a bit of admin work. So that's never going to be the most exciting. We're kind of rebuilding the bloodline, and again, that's not going to be the most exciting. So I think it's about just trying to take the dubs where we can get them at the moment, just trying to keep the momentum going as best we can, head towards Money in the Bank. And more than that, head towards SummerSlam, where hopefully things do get exciting again. But I'll tell you now, as soon as we get past SummerSlam, it'll dip again. It's that, and it's peaks and troughs. WWE doesn't operate with kind of that non-stop operating up here. It's build to the show, come back down, build to the next show, come back. It's that. It's how WWE works. So I think that Backlash in France was good because of the crowds, but there was maybe not much drama, if you will. Maybe it was a case of like we just didn't really have any kind of big stories, or we didn't really have anything that was that juicy. Certainly Cody didn't feel like he was losing the title. But I think Nightbird has done a lot of the heavy lifting for people. I think that's done a lot of heavy lifting. But I'm really optimistic for where we are, where we're going. I mean, maybe this new era hasn't lived up to what people were hoping it was going to be before WrestleMania, because before WrestleMania was mental. But for me, we're in a much better place than we have been, and I'll take that. I'll take that. WWE right now is not the same as it was a couple of years ago. It's not the same as it was 3-4 years ago. I mean, you know, we went through 2019. That was awful. We went through the pandemic. That was awful. We went through the Thunderdome. That was awful. We went through 2022, which was better. But, you know, where we are right now is better than where we've been. And that's good enough for me. I'll take that. As we build towards Survivor Series and the other big shows coming later in the year. Days, if we get AJ Styles against Josh Alexander out of this crossover, then that will be fire, says James. Yeah, I heard a rumor that AJ Styles may want to go back to TNA to finish his career. So I don't think we're going to get TNA working with the main roster because, again, I think WWE aren't looking to really promote TNA. I think they're looking to work with them and send some people over and get some talent over. And I think all that is going to be at the NXT level. I think that's at the NXT level. So I think that it's hard to see main roster stars going over to TNA like AJ Styles and the Wyatts and Roman Reigns and, do you know what I mean? All of that. I'm struggling to see that. Whether we build to that and we eventually get to that, I'm not sure. But as of now, it's hard to see that. But AJ's a real interesting one because I heard that it might be that he is looking to wind things down and he might be looking to go back specifically to TNA because it was such an important part in his career that he might actually be someone that specifically wants to go there. So it's not so much to do with WWE sending him because they want to send a main roster star and they want to work with TNA at like this high level. It might just be more because AJ wants to go back and, you know, make sure that he thanks them fans one last time, you know. So that would not be a shock, you know, to see AJ go in there. Whether he goes there permanently and he like leaves WWE, I'm not sure. Or whether he just pops over and we do a one-off match or whatever, I'm not sure. But AJ would be the exception to the rule when it comes to the main roster. Because I have heard that he's interested in going back before he calls it a day. A. Jobson said, the weird thing is that Def Rebel made Bron Breakker's original cool NXT theme, but now they make his WWE theme and it sounds like generic rock music. Yeah, a lot of people not fans of Def Rebel, and you can sort of see why. Lord Invocatus said they could do something revolutionary, like build new stars. I think they are, to be honest. I think they've just pushed Lyra into the final of Queen of the Ring. Bron Breakker apparently is going to be a massive deal when it comes to the Netflix era next year, but they're already kind of pushing him quite heavily. So I think if you look at Bron Breakker and if you look at Lyra Valkyria and look at Gunther, I mean, Gunther's been around a couple of years now, but the way that they've built him throughout the system, you know, I was there in Blackpool when he made his first ever WWE appearance. That was a NXT takeover, NXT UK takeover. And as I said, that's probably going back to, God, I don't even know now, 2017, 2018. He's gone through that developmental system, got called up around 21, 22. He's been on the main roster a couple of years, but obviously within that time, he's become the longest reigning Intercontinental Champion. And now he's ready to become like a world champion. So you sort of look like what they're doing with Gunther, what I'm sure they'll do with Ilya, what they're doing with Lyra, what they're doing with Bron Breakker. Where are we going to get to with Carmelo Hayes? You know, he's someone that there's a lot of excitement around. I think they are building stars. But, you know, it's difficult because you can only really have so many at the very, very top. And that's been dominated by Roman for so long. And obviously Brock has been up there for a long time. We have got Cody up there, of course. But you can't really call Cody a new star. So I think people are waiting for some of that talent to really break into the very top. Some of that new talent to become like, you know, the face of the company. And yeah, we're not quite at that stage yet. That's all right. We got Cody around. Roman will be back. Rock will be around. Like CM Punk's around. Drew's around. Seth's around. We're pretty stacked, to be honest. It's pretty crowded up there. So it is hard to kind of get new talent into that mix. But I think Gunther is going to be there or thereabouts, isn't he? Tiffany's great, says Zoom Station. Yeah, Tiffany's great. William, hello. Gringo said WWE is building more stars now than they have. All examples they cited are correct, said Gringo. Well, I agree with Tiffany. I think Tiffany's someone that's got herself massively over as well. I think Tiffany's doing a really good job. I think it's one of those where you can look at it, as I said, and go, yeah, but they're not the face of the company, you know? They're not in Cody's position. It's like, well, that's true, but equally it takes time. You don't just put someone in that position. You know, Gunther is getting closer to that. And I've no doubt he'll be a world champion. But you don't just put the world championship on someone. You have to build them. You have to make people interested and invested. And there is a journey to it. So Gunther, I would class as a new star. Because he's only been around a couple of years. He's not Randy Orton. He's not The Rock. He's not Roman Reigns, who arrived at the end of 2012. You know, he's been on the main roster a couple of years, and we've been building him throughout that time. Building him, you know, longest reigning Intercontinental champ. Building, and now he's going to get to the point where he'll be a world champion. So, you know, Bron Breakker will get there, but it'll probably take him a year or two before he's in that conversation. Same with Ilya. Lyra, it'll be quicker, of course, because the women's division is not as big. So it's not going to take her quite as long to kind of get through the pack as it will, say, a Bron Breakker or an Ilya Dragunov. But even so, you know, I think WWE has set itself up for a bright future. I think there's a lovely blend at the moment of old and new, legends and rookies, and it's quite interesting. Lots of different personalities and characters as well. Days, the Scots want house show prices. SmackDown is shocking, and so is Clash, says Matthew. Well, I don't think they want house show prices. They just want affordable prices. I mean, I think, like, tickets on the floor are like $800 to $1,000. Tickets just to get in the room are like a couple of hundreds. Someone told me that just a ticket, like, on the side was like £300 odd. It's like, that's insane. That's insane. And I will never defend that. I will never sit and say that that's acceptable, because to me, wrestling has always been a working man's night out. You know, you go to work and you work hard all week, and on a Saturday, you should be able to afford a ticket to go to the wrestling. And that's, you know, wrestling's roots are in that. You know, you should be able to take the family out to go and watch the wrestling, and it should be affordable. Now, I know the world has changed, and I know that WWE is the premium brand. It's the top of the top, right? It's the biggest names. It's the biggest stars. Like, you can still go to wrestling, local wrestling, and you'll still get a dirt cheap ticket, right? But it's very hard to sit here and say that tickets should be that much. And that ticket prices going to that level are in some way a good thing or an acceptable thing. I mean, there has to be a balance. And if the fans are turning around going, nah, this is too much, then WWE are going to have to listen, right? Going to have to listen. So it is a concern. I mean, it's not just a concern with wrestling. It's a concern with most things. I mean, you know, football prices going up. I'm sure basketball prices going up. Prices for these events seem to be going up quicker than the cost of, like, you know, how much people are being paid. So, you know, wages aren't going up at the same level as these tickets seem to be going up. I mean, concerts and stuff like that. I mean, you want to go and see, like, Taylor Swift or someone, it's going to cost you hundreds and hundreds. It's crazy. Like, now it's like you really have to think about saving up for these things, you know? So I do feel for Scotland. I do feel for the people that just cannot afford to go, that would absolutely love to go. It's you know, you don't want to see this become a sport for the rich. You don't want to see just rich people being able to go and, like, the working class not being able to afford a ticket. That's not good. That's not good. And how else are you going to see WWE? How do you get an affordable ticket to WWE? Or has that ship just sailed now and you just can't? That's it. Forget it. Don't bother. Like, you know, Clash at the Castle's maybe a different beast, I agree, in the sense of you probably have to expect those tickets are going to be more than a SmackDown. And I think fans would expect that. But it's hard to sit here and say that the prices they're charging are acceptable when so many people... I mean, WWE is so loved in the UK. So loved. And you know that. I mean, we did flipping Clash at the Castle at the stadium. Boom, sold out. If they did Wembley, boom, it would sell out. But they're struggling to sell out an 11,000 arena in Scotland. And it's not for lack of passion, right? It's not for a lack of passion. It's because times are hard, man. Times are hard. People are really struggling. There's people going to food banks and stuff like that to have to get their food. There's people that have got money and they're having to decide, do I get food or do I put the heating on? You know? And it's like, that's what's happening in the world. So it's for ticket prices to be as high as they are, you're just pricing so many people out. You got to charge summer, and it's going to be higher than SmackDown. But the question is this the right level? Is this an acceptable amount? And you know what? If they don't sell out, that would say to me, you got it wrong. That would say to me, you went too high. People can't afford it. Simple as that. So I hope there's lessons that are being learned here. And you know, I'm sorry to say, I don't think the wrestlers think or care about this problem, because everyone's asking for more, aren't they? You know, everyone's bragging about, like, Mercedes getting the biggest women's contract and all this kind of stuff. And you know that's going to have a knock-on effect in WWE. You know, everyone's looking for these multi-million-dollar deals now in wrestling. I don't begrudge wrestlers getting paid well, but I said this the other day. Where do you reckon that money's coming from? Where do you who ultimately is going to be paying for that at the end of the day? It's going to be us. Ultimately is where you're going to see ticket prices going up. They're already bragging about how WrestleMania was the highest grossing WrestleMania, and Money in the Bank in London was the highest grossing arena show. Basically what they're saying is we're getting more money out of you through ticket sales than we ever have before. They might as well change that to we're charging more for tickets now than we ever have before, and people are paying it. So it's a difficult one. I love WWE. I want to see them succeed, but there has to be a balance where you don't forget the fans and you don't leave the fans behind, because none of us want to sit here and see just a load of rich kids in the crowd. There's nothing more annoying than rich kids. So I think they've got the balance wrong, to be honest. Big Time said no one knows NXT ratings on CW, but it will be in 30 million more homes than AEW. Imagine the discourse that AEW is losing to developmental. World War III this October, maybe. 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 I don't know. I think at the moment it feels to me like there is still clearly tribalism, but it does seem to have settled a little bit. I don't think it's quite what it was, because I don't think that AEW, there's not really much there's not really much for the AEW fans to kind of shout about at the moment. So they're just sort of, you know, watching the show. There's obviously WWE fans when the ratings come out that throw a bit of grief in their direction. But, you know, God, I don't even think people bother bragging about the fact that AEW hasn't hit 1 million now. It hasn't hit 1 million in I don't know how long. Now it's like, can you hit 800,000? You know? And like, I think as a result of AEW kind of falling away, it feels to me, just looking online, like the temperature has just lowered a little bit. It's hard to have a war when one side's not really in it, you know? When one side's not really fighting a war. It's hard to have a war. So if it kind of gets back to being closer, then I think it kicks off. Then I think it kicks off again. But I'm not looking for it. That's not something I want. I don't find that interesting. I don't find that enjoyable. I don't get pleasure out of that. That tribalism stuff's just petty to me. And I think part of it is because I was watching both, and so I wasn't really picking a side in that regard because I was watching both, and there was things I liked about both. Now I watch WWE only. I don't watch AEW anymore, but that means I also don't interact with AEW anymore. Like I don't interact with their fans that are still watching. I don't get into conversations about their products other than when it gets brought up like now. So I don't understand it, to be honest. I don't understand those people that necessarily want to spend their time engaging in the tribalism. Like, is there not better uses of their time? Is there not something more constructive that those people could be doing with their time? Like, you know, could they not be, I don't know, learning something? Could they not be creating something? Could they not be doing something more useful than just throwing shots at like an AEW fan and then that AEW fan wasting their time trying to throw shots back, arguing over something that is so incredibly petty? I get the tribalism and I get why it exists, but I don't get why people are interested in engaging in it, right? That's the bit I don't get, unless it's that some of these people just really, and I don't want to lay into these people, right, because I'm sure they're lovely, but have they just not got anything else? And if they don't, then I would say to them, get something else. You can bring that change around. You can find yourself something better to be doing rather than engaging in like whatever this is that you're engaging in. Maybe, I don't know, maybe these people go to work and they finish work and then this is how they blow off steam, maybe. Perhaps it's just a case of like, I'm gonna, you know, get involved in this as a way of unwinding or something. I don't know. I genuinely don't know. I can't answer that because of this whole thing. That's the bit that makes the least amount of sense to me. I get why the tribalism exists, and I get what has happened that has led to it, and I get, like, you know, why WWE working with AEW is not on the cards, and how it's not in business sense, and all that kind of stuff. The bit that I struggle the most with is why fans would even bother engaging in it. And how is there not something better for people to be doing? But there's lots of things about the world that don't really make much sense. So, I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. But, as I said, not something I'm interested in. I'm just interested in getting my Twitter account back, so that I can flip in do unseens and Nightbird videos. That's what I'm interested in. Right, we got 5 minutes to go. 5 minutes to go. If there wasn't blind distaste for individuals based on choices of viewing, we could all have dialogue, said Puff Dutch. Here is the thing, says, do you like the name change to Chechnya? I've heard non-Czechs pronounce it Chechnya like ch in the English word pinch. Oh, you're talking to Czech NHL. I wondered where that had come from. I think it's a bit of a strange name change, to be honest with you. I mean, you know, fair play, let them do what they want, but Chechnya. I feel like, I don't know. Is that how you pronounce it? I don't even know that's how you pronounce it. Czechia? Is it Czechia? I don't think there's an N. See, I don't even know how you pronounce it. They could have made it easier for us all, couldn't they? Why didn't they just call it like Sealand or something like that? Days for me here in Cardiff, my Clash 22 ticket was about 90 to 100, and I was sitting in the heavens. I don't want to know what it was like sitting at ringside, said Niall. Well, the good thing about a stadium show is that they can actually lower the prices because they're obviously getting volume. So that means that they can get more people in the building and make more money, and they don't have to charge as much. I think a big problem with the Clash at the Castle in Scotland is that venue is so small. If you have got a target of, say, $4 million gate, if that's your target, if you've got a 20,000 arena, then you can charge X amount for the tickets. But if you've only got an 11,000 arena, you're going to have to double X, aren't you? You're going to have X is going to have to be ×2 near enough. So I do think that the arena is a problem because it's small, and as a result, that's going to inflate the ticket prices. But I don't know. I mean, they chose that arena. That's the arena that they've decided to go with. I don't know why. I mean, I'm sure they could have gone to the O2 or Wembley Arena. But then, you know, you go, well, is it fair that Scotland miss out then? I mean, there might even be another arena in Scotland. I don't know. I don't know if Scotland's got a 20,000 arena, to be honest with you. But if they have, why haven't we run it there? Why have we gone with this one, which I think is like an 11,000? It's not a massive arena, this place that we're doing the show, and I think that has really affected ticket prices. Days, it reminds me of that Triple H promo. If I don't get what I want, then I'm going to go on Twitter and voice my displeasure. I can understand that, though. I think we've all watched something that's frustrated us and gone, oh, and had a rant. But it's this never-ending, ongoing battle. You know, it's the constant waiting for ratings and all that kind of stuff. That I don't really get that bit. But like, if something goes down tonight and you're like, what have they done that? You can understand in the moment. Because really, what else can you do? What else can you do to voice your displeasure? It's the only tool we've got, really. So, but yeah, you're right. He did say that, and that clip gets used quite a bit, doesn't it? GIF. It's a GIF I see quite often being used. So, I wonder if he regrets saying that. I wonder if he. Oh, probably not. But Elizabeth said Elon Musk should lose ownership of Twitter. He's doing a horrible job. Well, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what the. I'm quite happy to take some blame, to be honest. I mean, I did like and follow a lot of accounts, and I probably should have thought about there being a limit. But to be honest with you, every time I've hit a limit before, it's just gone, you've hit your limit for the day, right? So I was doing it sort of thinking like, well, I'll hit that, won't I? Well, this was a weird one though, where I don't know if you've ever had that white screen and then it's got like text and it's like you have to click to continue. I got that. It wasn't just a little bar at the bottom like I showed you earlier. It was a white screen and it was like an official, your account has been limited kind of a statement. We believe that this has potential to be automated activity, blah, blah, blah. So I was like, Jesus, never seen this before. I've had those white screens before. That's normally when you get suspended, stuff like that. So I've had accounts suspended because I share links to these streams, and sometimes Twitter or X thinks these are links to the actual shows. Even if I put no copyright content at the top, right, and the words watch along, it still detects as being a link to the actual show. So this is the 4th Twitter account that I've had, which is why, you know, the YouTube channel's on like a couple of 100,000 followers, but my Twitter account's on 8,000 followers because I've started 4 times this flipping Twitter account. And one of my accounts got to about 20-odd thousand, and that was like 5 years ago. So, I mean, I feel like that would have, if I'd have kept that, been at a different, like, you know, a decent place now. But I just keep getting slapped on the wrist by Twitter. So me and Twitter have never had a great relationship, to be honest. Right. Doesn't matter about that. Doesn't matter about my relationship with Twitter. It matters about the Kickoff show, which is starting. HPN said, as an F1 and a football fan, brackets up the Villa, they did well, didn't they? I have to say that wrestling tribalism is the worst, and it's why I deleted Twitter. Oh, really? That's interesting. That's interesting. At least F1 and football Twitter can be fun, but wrestling Twitter is just toxic. Well, do you know what, HPN? I think that's a really interesting comment, but my enjoyment has massively changed for Twitter. We're in the studio. That's a shame. So we're in the countdown to Battleground. We're in the headquarters. I did wonder if they might actually be there, but no. It's Megan Moran, it's Sam Roberts, it's the same crew for Raw Talk, but show started fine. There's no interruptions, nothing like that. And we are underway for our countdown, our kickoff show. We'll keep an eye on it. We might get the odd little interview, but yeah, I think that it's just going to be kind of looking at the matches and talking about where we're heading. But anyway, yeah, HPN, it changed for me when I created a list. So on Twitter, you can actually create lists, which I've never done before. I did it earlier this year, and it really changed my enjoyment. So what I did was I added the wrestlers, I added news accounts, and I added a few fun accounts. The kind of accounts like Hang'em High, who just constantly is positive and is just constantly talking about wrestling and constantly like coming out with like little jokes, little memes, little gifs, things like that. I just added those kind of accounts that I suppose don't so much share opinions, but more just provide content to do with the shows and have fun and share pictures and all that kind of stuff. So I think I've got around about 200, 250 accounts in my list. And since I've been kind of using Twitter that way, it's so much better, so much more enjoyable. Because all of that tribalism, to be honest with you now, I just don't see. I mean, I can say that the temperature has gone down because I do occasionally venture out into the Twitter world and away from my lists. But I don't do it that much. I just really stay with my notifications and that list, and that's kind of what I use and what I see. And honestly, it's made Twitter a lot more enjoyable. They say that you are what you surround yourself with. So if you surround yourself with negativity, then it's very easy for you to become negative. And if you surround yourself with like fun and positivity, then that will kind of rub off on you. And I used to come away from Twitter a lot like what HPN said there, and I'd be like, I've just wasted my time. I was not coming away with a big smile on my face thinking that I've just had a really great time and that my life has been enriched. I was coming away from it going, this just sucks, man. It just sucks. But I feel a lot better now, now that I use lists. I feel a lot better with it, so... Yeah, I think that, I mean, social media is still in its infancy, isn't it? It's still early doors. I mean, if you think that, like, YouTube, started 06, 08, something like that, it's not even 20 years old yet, YouTube. Not even 20 years old. So you'd think that, like, we're so early in the journey of Twitter and social media, YouTube and all of that. I mean, these things can be around for hundreds of years and beyond, you know? We haven't even clocked up to 20 years yet, so very early. I think people are still kind of working it out, and, you know, it's been a bit of a free-for-all, and I think it will be for the foreseeable future, but wouldn't surprise me if alternative social media accounts or social media platforms pop up that are designed better to kind of not promote the positive, because you don't want to be like censorship and all of that kind of stuff. You want free speech. you know, the world isn't a great place all the time, that you have to be able to criticize and whatever, but I do feel like there must be a better way of balancing things. There must be a better way of it just not being this endless slew of just awfulness, you know? I don't feel like social media's got it right at the moment, but we'll see where it goes. And since I've been doing the list thing, it's been a lot better, so. HPN, shout out to you. Shout out to everyone that's joining us. I hope everyone is well. I can see that we've been live for around 2 hours, which has flown. Absolutely flown. We've just been chatting, really. We've been talking a little bit NXT, talking about the matches that we're looking forward to, who we think's going to win. We've been talking about the TNA partnership. We've spent a long time talking about a potential AEW partnership. Been talking about wrestling tribalism. Talking about the state of WWE at the moment. Been a lot of stuff that we've covered, actually. Ticket prices, box that off. So we have covered a lot of subjects. But yeah, I hope people are excited for whatever's about to go down with NXT. We are at the Kickoff show, and we are just looking at a video package about NXT Underground, Shayna Baszler, and Lola Vice, obviously. Wrestle Andy said we need a 24-hour stream for the YouTube 20th anniversary. And I feel like those streams, you probably have to do a lot of planning for those. I mean, I don't think you can just sit and talk for 24 hours. But my voice would give up, definitely. Yeah, I don't know. That's not something that's ever really appealed to be honest. I feel like we could do it. We've done like 12, 13 hour streams. So I feel like we could do it, but it's never really appealed. I'm annoyed with Twitter, who shut my account down for no reason, said Tony. They won't reply to any of my emails, and I've been off for a month now. Really? Do you know, that side of it is so frustrating. The appeal side of it. I've lost accounts that I've appealed and gone, no, this is wrong. Like, you've taken my account down and I'm not showing the show. Click the link, you'll see what it takes it to. I've got the word no copyright content. I've got watch along in the thing. What have you took my account down for? And exactly the same, no response. Or you get that kind of automated, we have reviewed your feedback and we have found the original ruling to be, you know, correct or something like that. And you're like, how? Give me detail. How could you? I haven't done anything wrong. Here's Lola Vice arriving, and she was just having a little look at the wall that had a load of championships on. Days, Tommy is here. His real life girlfriend, they need to call it. They're always trying to take his virginity. He is here with us. Tommy, I hope you're well. Didn't Tommy go to New York? Didn't he go and see flipping Tommy the musical? How did it go? If you are around Triple T, give us an update on that. Brian said 19. I'm accidents. 19. I'm also an accidental Twitter. Who do we think is the favorite basketball team? Boston Celtics or Mavericks? They're playing tonight. I don't follow basketball. I mean, if I did, I'd support the Raptors. I do support the Raptors, but I don't really follow them until we get to the playoffs. Then I see if they made it. If they made it, then I'll watch from that point. But if Raptors very rarely make it to the playoffs. So, or I don't know what you call them. Not the finals. I think, is it just the playoffs? So, yeah, I only really watch at that point. I don't watch the regular season. I couldn't name a single player they have, but I am their biggest fan. But when it comes to basketball, I really don't know. I think people told me that the Celtics were going to walk it. I heard that. I heard the Celtics were like heavy favorites, so I don't know how that's even going. I don't even know who's winning. Celtics might be down 3-0 or something, but I heard Celtics were the ones to beat. Mr. Canuck said, did we find any more clues from the SmackDown QR codes? No, I don't think there was. anything, to be honest. It was a pretty straightforward one, wasn't it? I think that one was, I don't want to say disappointing, but I think we pretty much boxed it off, and I'm not aware of anything else. But then, to be honest with you, I have been having some Twitter drama, haven't I? I mean, first of all, I made a big mistake. I didn't mute that. I really thought we was going to get a couple of hundred comments, and we got over 1,000. So, and I didn't mute that. So that means that my notifications, just as a starting point, had 1,000 comments in it. So I did see the odd bit that people were putting in, but they were just like thoughts, theories, little bits and bobs. There was nothing like seismic that I saw. And to be honest, I haven't seen anyone find anything that's different than what was already out there. So I think it was a pretty straightforward one on Friday. We have to see what Monday brings. I do think this will be a big week for it, of course, because it's the final week. We expect the group to debut a week on Monday. So, yeah, this should be a big week now. But I don't know. I don't know if we've kind of changed a little, and maybe now we're being more direct. Maybe now we're being a bit more straight to the point. We did that whole hello thing on WWE.com, which was a whole article where Uncle Howdy spoke about why and what's going on. And then, of course, the bulk of this one was a whole article again. There seems to be a lot of gathering old things together, doesn't there? There seems to be a lot of, like, bring in the journal and bring in all the old QR codes and bring in the Twitch streams and kind of bring in everything that's happened together in one place. And I can only imagine that's because we're getting to the end of this campaign and they want everything to be together. And for those that maybe have not been watching, perhaps there's people that have only just joined and missed all the previous stuff. So we've kind of gathered it all together. So I don't know how cryptic we're being at the moment. I feel like we're in the end stage. And so really we're gathering out all the evidence together now. And, you know, what we added on Friday was not that cryptic, was it really? Not that cryptic, so... Yeah, I don't know if people were disappointed with it, but I think we've just entered the final stage. And I'm looking forward to seeing whatever we get this week. Hopefully we get something that blows our mind. I mean, listen, in a week's time, hopefully we know who the bride is and all that stuff, you know? I mean, there could be some big stuff that does go down. Right, we've got Gallows and Anderson. They're in front of, like, I don't know if that's a giant screen or if it's a graphic. We saw Nathan and Axiom meet in the WWE universe, and we had to pay them a visit. So they jumped them whilst they were in the NXT merch stand. Okay, pretty straight to the point promo from Gallows and Anderson. Big Time said, I'm a bit concerned about how some of the women in the ladder match might blow out their knees. NXT has got a laundry list of women with ACL, MCL tears. Nikita's knees have given up. Yeah, I mean, it is just a problem with modern wrestling, really. I think because of the evolution of the moveset, you know, there's a lot more like aerial moves. There's a lot more like landing. And there's a lot more kind of strain on the knees than I think wrestling used to have. So we are seeing a lot of ACL, MCL tears now. But it can't stop you doing what you need to do. Can't stop you doing ladder matches, can it? Multiple person ladder matches. I mean, we've got to do Money in the Banks and stuff like that. So it's going to be a case of making sure that everyone's aware of the spots. Everyone's comfortable with the spots, can do the spots, but accidents in wrestling happen, don't they? And hopefully there'll be no injuries, but you can't really afford that to stop you doing what you want to do. Bailey said Brooks Jensen posted something on his Instagram a couple of days ago. It was a picture of him at an airport. The song that he put was Las Vegas. So he might be at Battlegrounds. He could be absolutely at Battlegrounds, yes. Wrestle Andy said, imagine I told you a few years ago we would have NXT in the Apex with a TNA champ on the show. Bonkers, innit? Bonkers. Elizabeth said, I'm excited about SmackDown, Money in the Bank and NXT Heatwave all coming to Toronto, Ontario, Canada next month. Rick Shaw said, better off bumping on your knees than overextending one. Does anyone know when Roman's back? No, apparently soon. I think he's been doing a film and I think that's finished now, so thinking, I don't know if he'll return before SummerSlam or at SummerSlam, but definitely looking around that kind of time. Blowing out your knees this early is never a good thing, especially at a young age, says Big Time Baxter. Simulation 54 said, I've got a question. Do we think we ever get a 10 out of 10 WWE show? It depends what you score and what you're looking for. So, I mean, for me, a 10 out of 10 show would have to be that every match is great. It depends. I mean, if every match has got to be all time and you've got to have a major surprise and that's your parameter for giving it a 10 out of 10. I mean, technically it should be, because a 10 out of 10 is the very top and can't be bettered. You know, you can't get better than 10 out of 10. So technically, a 10 out of 10 show should be that every single match is an all-time match. Say 5 matches, every single one is one of the best matches you've seen. And then you get a massive surprise, OMG moment. And, you know, you look at the show and you're like, that show just can't be beat, man. That's 10 out of 10. That's as good as it gets. Technically, that's what a 10 out of 10 show should probably be. Will we ever get that? I'd say yes. Just because if WWE is going to be around for a long time, which we hope it will be, let's say WWE is around for another 200 years, 300 years, right? It's probably not unreasonable to think that WWE could achieve that, right? Well, if you think about it, they've been around since, 1960? They do go back before that, but officially, you know, they kind of start in 60. The first ever champ is regarded as Buddy Rogers, who was the early 60s, yeah? So if you say they've been around since 1960, that says they've only been around like 60-odd years. They've been around 60 years. Every show they've done has been over a 60-year period. And they didn't start pay-per-view until 80... I think 85. I mean, WrestleMania 1 is sort of the first, but not really the first, because it actually uses CCTV rather than pay-per-view. So it's kind of the first, but it's not really the first. But I think it was still 85 that was the first one. But anyway, it's going to be around that ballpark, 85, 86. So you're talking about 39 years, 40 years? Not even talking 60 years since we started doing pay-per-views. So, could we ever get a 10 out of 10 show? Yeah, I reckon so. If we're going to be around 300 odd years, I've got to think at some point we're going to get the worst show ever. We're going to get the best show ever within that time period. But it's hard to know, innit? It's very hard to know, like, if that's going to be in our lifetime. I can't remember what I scored WrestleMania 17, to be honest. I mean, I still regard that as the best WrestleMania. I think 19 is also very, very close. 17, though, I think is widely regarded as the best WrestleMania. It'd be very interesting to know how people class WrestleMania 40. A lot of love for WrestleMania 40. But WrestleMania 40 is not perfect. We all remember Jimmy versus Jay. And we all remember that street fight with the Pride versus Final Testament. I mean, I don't think you can point to that and say that that's one of the greatest matches we've ever seen. So even WrestleMania 40 is not perfect. So, I don't know. Well, I don't know how you score WrestleMania 40. I don't know how you score WrestleMania 17. There's been other great shows throughout the years as well, but will we ever get a 10 out of 10 show? I gotta think so. Will it be in our lifetime? Don't know. I think for a lot of people, they'd probably say they have seen a 10 out of 10 show already. I don't know. I cannot remember what I scored 17. 17 might be close enough whereby I go, that's the leader at the moment. That's the benchmark right now. I could believe that you go 10 out of 10 on that one, you know. It doesn't fit the parameter of every match being perfect, but I don't know. Is that such an exception that like you wait for it? Or do you go 10 out of 10 for shows that aren't quite that level, but you know that there is that level that's out there? Tricky that, isn't it? Tricky. Big Time said Stand and Deliver was a very good show, but I feel like it got lost in the shuffle during Mania 40 weekends. This NXT feels like it's got the most buzz since No Mercy, says Big Time Baxter. The WrestleMania Belt Tournament at AC was my first ever event, and that was incredible. My twin sister hated wrestling, but was loving Macho and Elizabeth. That's cool. That's cool. Anything from that time period is gonna get me right there. Missy said the best wrestling is always going to be the wrestling we're seeing now, but we just won't realize it for another 30 odd years. Nick said, I think it's hard to judge the today events versus the original 7-8 hour shows. That's true. That's true, because there's more scope for good and bad in a 2-day event. You know, there's more scope to see a mixture, isn't there? I mean, if you put on a show that's 4 hours long, you can just focus on just 4 hours and making those 4 hours amazing. A lot harder to do that 2 days in a row, innit? It is a lot harder. That's 8 hours. It's a lot harder to produce 8 amazing hours than it is to produce 4 amazing hours. So I agree. It is very difficult to compare them. Maybe you don't. Maybe you just compare all the way up to 35, and then from 36 you kind of do a whole different category. But I don't think people will want to do it that way, to be honest. I don't think that's really fun, is it? I think people will, you know, if you're new to wrestling and you don't know anything about wrestling and you're just coming into WWE and you're bright-eyed and you're bushy-tailed and you're all excited and you want to, what WrestleMania should I watch? You're probably not going to put that caveat in of like, well, we do 35 as a separate thing, and 30, you're just going to throw it all in, aren't you? Here, look, bang, bang, bang. And you start going down just what these are the best WrestleManias and whatever. So I agree it's hard, and I agree it's maybe unfair, but I think they're still all going to be in the same pot, aren't they, at the end of the day? So I really don't. I mean, I feel like for his main events is in the conversation for being the best. I suppose in a way it has to be in the conversation for being the biggest as well, because we know that it's like the most viewed WrestleMania, the highest grossing WrestleMania. So it's very hard to have an argument to say that that's not the biggest and the best main event that we've ever had. But I don't know that I can put it over Hogan Andre. Hogan Andre is just, you know, larger than life. I mean, it's kind of took on its own. Perhaps what Missy said was right. Perhaps in 30 years, if people have romanticized about that Cody Roman moment, and there's like pictures on the wall of Cody with the belt and all that kind of stuff, and maybe that moment, that image gets elevated to it being bigger than it was, you know, because that's what happened with Hogan Andre. Hogan Andre was big, but it got elevated. That face to face between them was absolutely massive. You know, there's posters of that. That moment where Andre and Hogan are face to face. I mean, it just became bigger than the match. And I don't know that the Cody moment's going to be like that. So maybe Missy's right. You got to wait 20 odd years or so to see how it's remembered and how it's been romanticized and how it's been spoken about. But I think at the moment, I can't really say that it was. Can't really say that it was bigger than WrestleMania 3. Maybe even 18 with thingy, Rock and Hogan. That's been romanticized a lot, hasn't it? Everyone talks about that face to face. For many people, they thought that was bigger than Andre Hogan. So, tricky. We just saw Sexy Red arrive. 2 big stacks of money. Fanning herself with some cash as she got out the car with this big wads of money. So Sexy Red is in the house. I don't know if it's an hour kickoff show or half an hour, but 25 minutes gone. And we're just looking at Jordynne and Roxanne. The Money in the Bank PLE event in Toronto. Tickets are $246 for a 3 combo pack and a hotel room. For the July 6th event is $216. Hang on. Money in the Bank PLE tickets are $246 for a 3-pack combo pack and hotel room. What's that mean? $246. You get a hotel as well. Mate, that's... If I've read that correctly, then Scotland are right to have some questions. You ain't getting that in Scotland. Imagine saying WrestleMania 50. I feel so old thinking about that. It was 10 years ago Daniel Bryan won the world title at 30. Yeah, I suppose this is what we were just saying, though. I mean, if WWE's around for like 200, 300 years, imagine WrestleMania 225. Imagine WrestleMania 299. You know, it's hard to believe. It's hard to even comprehend, really, how much wrestling is going to happen between now and WrestleMania 280, right? Within that time period will probably be the best show they ever have done up to that point, and probably the worst show they've done up to that point. Like, there's enough scope there, there's enough time there for them to hit both benchmarks, for them to deliver the greatest thing, the greatest moments, the greatest whatever, and also the absolute worst. So I think as long as they stay around, then I think everything's on the table. It's a weird time when you think about it, because if you think, really, wrestling goes back centuries, yeah? I mean, you can find evidence of wrestling like BC. You can go back before Christ. I mean, they say wrestling's the oldest sport. But really, the history of wrestling that we know goes back to sort of the late 1800s, really. You know, Farmer Burns would be one of the first people I'm aware of. And he did like wrestling and competed against like other people in carnivals and whatever. And then he trained Frank Gotch, and then you've got the Frank Gotch and the George Hackenschmidt stuff. So that's your early 1900s. And then in your 1930s, you've got like Ed Strangler Lewis, massive star. And then, of course, you've got your Gold Dust Trio, with people coming together to try and really figure out the pro wrestling business and how can we make this a business. And that's in the 30s. You've got massive disruption with World War II. And then after that, you've got TV sales, which is massively being driven by Gorgeous George. So Gorgeous George is a massive star. Comes down with his Georgie pins and his arrogance and everything. And he is one of the biggest reasons that TV sets sell. In America, people want to watch Gorgeous George. Gorgeous George inspired Muhammad Ali with these promo styles and everything. So you get that. And then, of course, you get to the 60s when WWE really kicks off, breaks away from the NWA and starts its own journey. So if you think about the fact that you can go back to the late 1800s, that it kind of puts where we are now very early in the wrestling story. Very, very early. I feel like we've seen the creation of the internet, and I feel like we're right at the beginning of the WWE story as well, because 60 years in the history of mankind is nothing. It's nothing. There are people alive. In fact, my parents were born before 1960. So that means that when they were first born, there wasn't the WWE that we know, right? So, like, their life, they've been alive throughout pretty much the whole WWE story. if you count the start of it being like the 60s when they broke away from the NWA to kind of form their own promotion, not just be a part of the NWA, but break away to be their own thing. That was 63, was it? So you look at that and you go, God, that's what, 60 odd years ago? That's nothing. That's nothing. WWE could be around for another 1,000 years, you know? So it's a weird time, innit, really? Like, I feel like we've been born at such this strange time where things have been started and been around, but not for that long. You know, TV ain't been around that long. Radio wasn't even around that long. Internet ain't been around that. Internet's been in my lifetime. WWE has been about 60 odd years. Even football. I mean, if you look at like soccer in the UK, you can find teams that go back to what, 1850s, 1860s. Ain't that long ago. Is it? That ain't that long ago. We ain't talking that WWE and football's been, like, you know, played professionally for like 1,000 years. And we've got like 1,000 World Cups that we can go back and look at. Or there's 1,000 WrestleManias that we need to go back and watch. Imagine that. Imagine being born and you've got to watch 1,000 WrestleManias. Right? You ain't going to do it. You'd spend your life trying to watch them. So, yeah, it's a weird time for us to kind of be watching wrestling. It feels, believe it or not, like we're just at the very, very beginning of this thing. Hopefully it sticks around. Hopefully it stays around that long. Right, we're just looking at Lash as she's getting ready for tonight. Gorgeous George was the inspiration for the original Nature Boy. Do you remember Adrian Street, the original British wrestler? He was the breakaway star, said Kim's Chains. Yeah, Adrian Street's really interesting. Because he was a guy that obviously, like, dressed as quite feminine. And Vince really wanted to bring him in, but he couldn't quite get him. I think by the time Vince got to him, his career was kind of already winding down. I know that he operated in the NWA. I don't know much about what territory it was, but I know that Vince wanted to get Adrian Street, and obviously we honoured Adrian Street when we did Clash at the Castle in Wales, because Adrian Street's from Wales. Very, very important wrestler. Very important wrestler. A different wrestler. And I believe this is why Adrian Adonis changed in WWE, because Vince wanted Adrian Street, couldn't get him, but wanted that kind of I'm gay, feminine sort of, you know, character that would walk around with flowers and lipstick and, you know, prance about. I mean, you know, the 80s was not a great time for stereotypes. So... You know, I think that's why we changed Adrian Adonis, who was like a biker with a leather jacket. He became adorable Adrian Adonis. I find him fascinating as a result. That character, adorable Adrian Adonis. But yeah, I mean, it didn't work. It was horrible. It's kind of looked back on as very cringe now, but yeah, Adrian Street, legends. But as I said, I'm not very good. My knowledge isn't brilliant when it comes to territories, because that's obviously not where my passion lies. My passion is with the WWE history. But going back to territories, going back to like storylines that were happening in Memphis, storylines that were happening in Florida, storylines that were happening in the Carolinas, I'm not very good at that. I'll hold my hands up. I'm not very good at that, because it's not something I've really dug into. Because I've been more interested in going back to the start of WWE and kind of going through that history. And that takes a lifetime, to be honest. And still plenty there, I don't know. Plenty. But we're at a weird time where we can go back and learn that stuff and be able to get a good amount of knowledge. As I said, if you were born in 500 years' time and WWE was still around, how would you ever learn about everything that's happened when you've got to try and learn 500 years of history? And you know what? In 500 odd years' time, no one may even speak about Andre the Giant or Vince McMahon. Or, I mean, I would imagine Vince, because of the fact he started it. Technically. Obviously, he takes it in like 83, 84, and it was his dad that obviously helped set things up. So you can't really talk about the history of WWE without talking about the McMahons. So I feel like he'll probably be spoken about, but Cody, I don't know. Andre the Giant, I don't know. Probably Hogan, because Hogan main events WrestleMania 1. And I think even in 500 odd years' time, if WWE's still around, you're probably going to want to watch WrestleMania 1. But who knows? WrestleMania might come to an end and we might start Supermania. Right? There might be like a brand new mega show that takes over from WrestleMania. WrestleMania could end. And then like, you know, in 2150, they start Supermania and Supermania 1 and Supermania 2. And then people might not care about WrestleMania at all. It's funny, isn't it? Who knows? Who knows where we're going? Big Guy said, Vince always said he would take out his own creation when he's finished, and we are all here to witness the demise of WWE that's playing out because he knew his crimes would not be hidden. Well, I can't say I'm witnessing a demise. I feel like WWE is as hot as it's been in a long time. If we were sat here and there was just no one really interested in it, and like there was next to no one around, and you know, business was down, tickets sales were down, attendance was down, ratings were down, no one was interested in buying the TV products, I feel like then we could maybe have that conversation. But oh my god, I mean, Netflix have just come in and bought Raw. We know that SmackDown's going to USA Network. CW Network have come in and took NXT. They brag about their all-time ticket sales. WrestleMania was the biggest mania of all time. They're making money hand over fist, man. There ain't no problems at the moment. So maybe it'll go that way. I don't know, but not at the moment. Big Time said, did you hear about the series that killed WCW? The Attitude Era nostalgia still gets talked about with different forms of explaining that period. I have. I do also think, though, that as time's going by, the Attitude Era is getting less and less reflected on fondly. I think the world has changed drastically since the late 90s. And I think now you can kind of go back and watch some of those older shows and look at some of the stuff that was happening in that time. It doesn't stand up very well, you know? I think the way that, like, women were treated at that time and the whole puppies thing and all that kind of stuff. And, you know, people can call it cancel culture and all this kind of thing, but I just don't think there's stuff there that's aged very well. It was never my favorite era. It was never my favorite era. There was definitely excitement and there was definitely good stuff that happened, but there was cringe. That was cringe even at the time. And there was definitely things that, you know, it's not my favorite version of Undertaker, for example. There's no Shawn Michaels. They're my two favorite wrestlers. I don't think Undertaker has a great time during the Attitude Era, in my opinion. And I don't think that there's no Shawn. And, you know, there's a lot of, like, the top end with Stone Cold's awesome. Like, you can't really criticize Stone Cold, The Rock. You can't criticize that stuff. But I think the mid cards and, like, the low end of the card, there's some real rubbish, man. There's some real rubbish. So, yeah, look, people love Attitude Era, but I do see, as the years go by, a bit more of a consensus of it's better left where it is. A bit more of a not too eager to kind of bring that back, you know? It's just as time goes by, I just don't think it's aging all that great. But then, what is, you know? Times change, don't they? And, you know, if it worked at the time, it did it. Biker Taker was great, says A. Jobson. Yeah, I didn't like Corporate Ministry. I thought that sucked. And I wasn't a fan of American Badass that much. It was fine, but nowhere near as engaging to me as OG Undertaker. Nowhere near as good as Dead Man. I will argue till the cows come home that Dead Man is, I mean, that is the one in it. That's the one that you want, but Corporate Ministry, nah. Rubbish. him hanging the big boss man at WrestleMania 15. Nah, I ain't into that. There was a lot of that kind of stuff, weren't there? It's just not my favorite era. I wouldn't sit here and say it was all garbage or stuff like that. I mean, you'd be crazy because there's a lot of affection for the Attitude Era. But no, give me the golden era, definitely. That's no surprise, though. People know I love, 85 through to about 93, 94. The characters, the stories, just, I love everything about that time. It was colourful, it was exciting, I mean, that's not aged well, though, as well, in regards to if you look at the matches. If you go back and watch Attitude Era matches, nowhere near as good as today, nowhere near as exciting, but it was a different time. During that golden era, I was watching it believing largely that what I was seeing was true, because I was a kid. So to me, there was no scoring of matches. There was no, I think he botched that, I'm going to give that a 4. There was none of that. I never scored a single match. Didn't even think about scoring a match. It was just a case of watching and hoping that the British Bulldog would get it done, or watching and hoping that the Undertaker would get back to being champion. It was about rooting for your favorites, and it wasn't so much about the performances. It was about, can they get the win? It was such a different time. It was. I love that era. I love that era. I feel so sorry for kids now, because kids now, they don't have that kayfabe, do they? I mean, it takes them all of 5 seconds to go online and talk about wrestling and then find out it's scripted. I mean, there's none of that enjoying it. When I was young, I would watch wrestling and I would believe it, and who was going to tell me different? My parents weren't going to tell me different. My family weren't going to tell me different. It was only when I got to secondary school and someone there told me. I think my cousin mentioned it as well. But, I mean, this was years after. I don't think my cousin knew. I think he found out and then he told me. But it's not like now where, literally you can go online and find out within a few seconds, So it's very, very different now. Very, very different. Deadman is a hill that I would die on. That is the best version, says Jen and Lorelei. Jen, Lorelei, I hope you're well, my friends. Lovely seeing you around. I completely agree. It's the best version. I don't know that there'd be too many arguments with that. I don't know that there's too many people out there that would say that American Badass is the best version. I think it just comes down to how much do you like that version, how close was that version to Deadman in regards to how much affection you've got for it. But for me, it was a good way off. It was a good way off. But I agree with Undertaker. He said he just couldn't do Deadman during that time. It wasn't possible. Because you can't have that kind of dark, mysterious character when you've got someone like Stone Cold who's telling it like it is and just kicking ass, raising hell, and you've got that kind of Attitude Era. That Deadman character just didn't fit. So I get why you did it. Right, we are just seeing Kelani Jordynne on TikTok. She's just having a little look around Las Vegas, living her best life. Here's Fallon Henley as well. Fallon Henley arriving in Las Vegas. And, wow, they've got gambling things in the... Oh, there's the Sphere. Gambling things in the actual airport. Fallon Henley going to the gym, doing a bit of a workout in the hotel. It's kind of cool to see. I haven't seen any of this. Little video footage of them getting ready for the weekend. Cross said, I used to think that people said it was fake meant I was imagining it. Once I realized they meant they weren't really fighting, I was kind of like, duh, no one fights like that for real. I got told, so my cousin first of all told me they were robots, right? We were young. He was like, do you want to know a secret? I was like, what? He was like, they're robots. I think he knew that it was fake at that point, but he sort of didn't want to ruin it. but he knew something, so he had to say something. I think that's what happened, because it's a weird thing for him to say. But I distinctly remember him telling me that they were robots. They're not humans, they're robots. And I was like, shut up. No way did I fall for that, right? And I think because that didn't land, that's when he ended up going, well, you know it's fake. Like, what do you mean? Like, they're not really. I was like, yeah, whatever. I believe what I was watching was real. So for me, when he told me that, I was like, yeah, whatever. But then, of course, when you go and watch it, then you go and you start to then hear it a bit more. And then, of course, as a kid, people go, you know, it's fake. Going, yeah, of course. Well, I never believed it. I did, though. I did. And I did for a few years. I totally believed it. I thought what I was watching was real. But that's, I mean, you were meant to think that. That's what they were trying to achieve. They want you to think that. So I don't feel bad about falling for it as a kid. But I wish I was still falling for it now. I look back on that with nostalgia and love. I don't look back on that with regret. Abraham said, for your information, this isn't the first time that NWA title defended in WWE. NWA created TNA. The NWA tag titles were defended in the 80s by the Rock and Roll Express. This isn't an NWA title, though, is it? This isn't affiliated with the NWA. I think this is just a TNA title. I think they did have an didn't the actual NWA title used to be the TNA title, and then I think they parted ways. So I don't think you can class this as an NWA title. I think this is just a TNA title, to be honest, bud. Days, does anything beat AR Dub Pro? Oh, no, mate. No, you're absolutely right. AR Dub Pro it's all I watch. It's also where I get my home coverage. Right, we've got Ava backstage. Historic is the perfect word, says Ava. It's going to be a lot of history made. It's going to be a huge day. So they're just talking to Ava, who's backstage. We've got the OG Ultimate Fighting logo on the wall, which is kind of fun to see. Miss Dell Jr. said, I was a kid, I didn't watch the Attitude Era, but it would have been amazing if I'd have seen that era, or the Golden Era, or even Ruthless Aggression. I was a kid that watched in 2020 and now. Well, I honestly, I think that's, you know, I think that's fine in the sense of you can go back and watch it, and you're very lucky because you've got access to the network and you can just catch up. But, you know, I started in the early 90s. Thankfully, I didn't have loads to catch up with. Not that, I mean, I would love to watch 60s stuff, but there's just not that much 60s stuff that's out there. Same with the 70s. It's not much. There ain't loads of tapes you can go and watch and find and enjoy. You know, there's only very limited stuff that's survived from those periods, or they might have more, but, you know, if you look on the network, you ain't drowning in stuff from those time periods. So really, I mean, it all kicks off, doesn't it, in the WrestleMania 1. That's when, from that point, going into the late 80s, early 90s, you know, obviously it just gets bigger and bigger and bigger. So, you know, watching in the early 90s, there wasn't as much I had to catch up with. And then I've just been keeping with it ever since. So it's kind of unfortunate, really. But I think even if you start now, it's achievable to go back and catch up with stuff. But yeah, I mean, there will come a point where you're just not going to be able to. I don't know when that point is. But, you know, at what point is it possible for you to catch up with 200 WrestleManias, 200 SummerSlams, 200 Survivor Series, 200 Backlashes, 200 Money in the Banks, and God only knows how many Raws, SmackDowns, NXTs, NXT takeovers. I mean, there'll come a point where it's just not possible. So it's, yeah, interesting, really interesting as to how we're still in quite early doors, to be honest. Still in quite early doors. The only time I've watched other stuff was WCW in a studio setting, said Tony, but I didn't stick with it like WWE. Corey said, all I can focus on is Ava. Her mouth looks like her dad's teeth, but bigger. She's got a lisp. She does have a bit of a lisp, yeah. But they're trying to work through that. And fair play. She's much better. I think her confidence has greatly improved. So she's come on leaps and bounds from a promo point of view. But I don't know what we're doing with a wrestling point of view. I don't know as to, is she just going to be like a manager and a mouthpiece? I think they're working on her wrestling, but I'm not sure. I just presumed they were, but honestly, I'm not sure. Apparently it's supposed to be Bobby Lashley Street Profits feuding with the New Bloodline, says Brony, but since Bobby is injured, it's KO that's playing a part. Okay. Brony, shout out to you. Bond said, could we see Chad Gable win the IC title? Yes. And Otis win it wins the IC for him. Don't know that he'll win it for him. I mean, I feel like the turns come in. I would like Gable to win. And I would like the turn. I don't know if we do Gable Otis for the IC title at SummerSlam. Or at Money in the Bank. But I'd like to get that IC title off Sammy, because I would like Sammy to be in the hunt for the Money in the Bank. But I do feel like right now Jey Uso has got to be amongst the favourites for that. I think she's gotten better. Cody's lisp used to be a lot worse, says Corey. Yeah, that's a good point. I can't lie, if she was anyone else, she would be gone. It pays to be the Rocks kid, said Horror King Mayhem. Well, I mean, what I would say is it's a similar argument to Charlotte. I think definitely Charlotte got the door open because of Ric Flair, right? And I think definitely Ava is there because of The Rock. And so now it's down to them to actually kind of walk that, if you will, right? It's kind of down to them to show that they can do what they need to do, yeah? They need to show that they are able to do what is required. I think Charlotte has definitely done that. But what about Ava? What is she going to show? I don't know. I thought we were still working on her wrestling. She's improved on the mic, but I don't know what we're kind of building towards. Are we building towards her being a general manager? Are we building towards her being a manager? I don't know what we're building towards with her. I think it's one of those, though, where they've had the door open, but do you hold that against them throughout their whole career? Some people do. Some people hate Charlotte because Ric Flair got her in the building. But I don't think it's fair to hold that against... them, you know? So I think we definitely need to have a look at finding a place for her. And I don't know if that's going to be like NXT general manager. Maybe she eventually becomes like SmackDown general manager or Raw general manager. I don't know. I just don't know where. I don't know where she's going to land. I don't know what the end goal is. It's very strange. But Charlotte is fantastic though, said Gringo. Yeah, she is good. She is really good. I think that it's a bit unfair to kind of hold it against her. I think that about the Ric Flair thing, I think she's gone on to prove that she can walk the walk. And hopefully, as we said, Ava will go on to do the same. The Beach Kevin said, do you think they're going to wait to bring back Roman and Rhea until the first episode of Netflix? No way. They could push them to man on the show. No, they'll be back around SummerSlam time. I think the whole Netflix thing is like, is it January? Because they weren't quite sure what to do with Raw for that kind of end of 2024, but it's going to stay on USA Network. So I don't think we get to Netflix until January. So yeah, that's too long for Roman and Rhea. I think they're looking at SummerSlam. But that show is going to be massive anyway. I don't think you need any tricks or anything like that for that show. People are going to tune into that, aren't they? Regardless. Kirby said Ava compared to Charlotte. Well, only in the sense of both got entered into the industry thanks to their dads. That's it. Ginny said, I had to quit going on Instagram because of Cody hate, saying that he was boring and all the nepotism comments. Yeah, I mean, I think that comes with it, doesn't it? If you're the son or the daughter of someone. But that's why I just said, at what point do you let that go? At what point do you say, nah, they deserve to be here now. They've earned it, you know? I mean, I feel like Charlotte has long gone past that point. Long, years and years and years and years and years and years and years ago. I mean, maybe, you know, while she was in NXT, she showed that she was, like, super athletic and what she was going to bring, you know? But it doesn't change the fact that if her surname wasn't Flair, I don't know that she gets in the room. She might have eventually, though. And that's kind of how I look at it. I think eventually she would have got there because she just would have got there a different way. She would have gone on the indies. She would have performed. They would have been interested in her. They would have brought her in. So I don't think it's really fair to level that against Charlotte because I think she's far exceeded kind of, you know, you can't really say that she got there because of Rick and hold that against her throughout her whole career. I think you could if she was rubbish. If she was rubbish and, like, she wasn't offering anything, then you could. But, yeah, nah. Ava's interesting because I don't know what we do with Ava going forwards. I don't know as to what the plan is with Ava going forwards. I don't know if she's going to be a wrestler, if she's going to be a manager, if she's going to be a GM. And if she's not going to be a wrestler, then all of a sudden, you know, how is she going to shake that tag? How easy is it to shine as a general manager? You know what I mean? Like, how is she ever going to shake the tag of you're only there because of your dad? You know, with Charlotte, she can put on a banging match, can't she? But you can't. What are you going to do? A banging promo? I mean, you don't really get that many promos. I mean, you just sort of deliver a script, really. I don't know. It's harder, isn't it? It's harder. I think she's going to really, if she's not going to be a wrestler, I think she's going to struggle to shake that tag a bit more than, say, a Charlotte or a Cody. Raquel might be finished due to her illness, says K-pop lover. I hope not. Cody can't turn heel and do all that crying. Maybe he could be the one that cries and hulks up when he's mad, said Zo Killer. Tony said, what did I miss? Who is Sexy Red? She's going to be the host. She is a hip-hop star. Zero News keeps putting up tweets saying that Roman is returning soon, but I don't trust him much, says Brony. I've just heard in general, not even from Zero News, but I've heard in general that he's meant to be coming back around SummerSlam time, so... apparently he was away for a film, and they knew he would be away after WrestleMania, but the expectation is he'll be back sooner than later, so I certainly don't think we're waiting for Netflix. Elizabeth said, I don't think that Ava needs Brandy to bully her on Twitter, so that would be a bad idea. It doesn't need Brandy to bully her. Ava survived Schism, so I guess surviving that is worth a chance. Cody's a heel now in the title as a face. I think there's a good chance of it, yeah. I think when he comes, I don't know if he'll be a face when he comes back, but I do expect him to turn face at some point. And then, yeah, I mean, there's some Roman's always going to be in the mix for a title, isn't he? So, yeah, I think there's a good chance he could. Nick said, love the show. I've got a podcast of my own on Fridays. Well, Nick, shout out to you, my friend. I hope it goes well. K-pop lover said, Roman back by the month's end. Oh, you think by the end of June? Maybe. I could see Roman coming back around SummerSlam, says Brony. I swear I saw days. Tanner, shout out to you. I hope you're well. I like Schism. Well, I think when the dyad left, I think that was the end of that, you know. I'll tell you what else has ended. The countdown show has ended. What match is on now? No match yet. We're just about to go over to the show. So that was the kickoff show done. NXT is about to begin. So let's go. I don't even know what the first match is, actually. But whatever it is, we're going over to it. Bum, bum, ba-ba-dum, ba-ba-dum. Together. Okay, we are in the UFC Apex. We're just seeing around Las Vegas. We got red carpet in the entranceway. We got all the championships on the wall. And we've got all the jerseys from like the Ultimate Fighter. We're going into the actual arena. And a bigger crowd than I was expecting. I don't know what the number is. As WrestleTix put up that information, actually. So, Sexy Red is in the ring. Here's Battlegrounds. It's set up for 7:02. Welcome to the NXT Battleground, says Sexy Red, who twerks and does whatever she's doing. You can see Booker on commentary like... You can see Booker there on commentary was like... He couldn't believe what he just saw. I can't believe what I just saw. Unbelievable. I think that... Is that porn? I think that might class as porn. I'm not sure. Hey, I tell you what, though. More people than I was expecting. 7:02 is the set. Apparently, there's 683 in there. But more people than I was anticipating. So, Sexy Red twerking. Days, what's your predictions for tonight? We went through the card earlier. I mean, I could quickly go through it again. I'm going to go Lash Legend in the ladder match, but not confident. I'm going to go Oba Femi retaining, and I am confident. I'll go Lola Vice over Shayna Baszler. So-so on a confidence level. Roxanne Perez retaining against Jordynne Grace. So-so towards confident. Yeah, I'll go confident, actually. I'm feeling pretty confident that Roxanne retains. Yeah, I'm feeling pretty confident Roxanne retains. I'm going to go Roxanne. I'm going to go Lola. I'm going to go Oba Femi. Lash out of all of those is the one that I'm least confident on. Nathan Frazer, Axiom OC. I think that's tricky. I was going OC, but then all of a sudden the OC have now popped up with AJ again on the main roster. So I'm sort of looking at that now going, does that mean that they are main roster now? Is that because I don't think they'll be NXT champs if they are main roster again. So I'm left confused on that. I mean, my original prediction was the OC. I'll just stick with it. And I'm pretty confident on Trick Williams retaining against Ethan Page. So, but the thing with NXT is you just never quite know. I mean, NXT does have the ability to surprise. They do sometimes go down roads that maybe you're not anticipating. So, but yeah, those are the ones I'm looking at. Lash Legend, I'm not massively confident with, but I'll go with her. Oba Femi, Lola Vice, Roxanne Perez, OC, but I'm less confident on that now that they're back with AJ and Trick Williams. We did ask the question earlier what you thought about the NXT Women's Champion and who was going to leave. We've had over 1,200 votes. 54% of you have said Roxanne. 46% of you have gone with Jordynne Grace. So there we go. 54-46. So very, very close. Right, we've just had the intro. WWE presents NXT Battlegrounds. Okay, so we've got Booker T, we've got Vic Joseph, we've got around 700 people in the UFC Apex. Loads more people than there usually are. It's probably about 100, 200 that are normally there. But loads more people there for this one. Historic way. Ladder match. Oh my God. Ladder match. Ladder matches first. Let's go. Right. Ladder match first. Who do you think's going to leave with that NXT Women's North American Championship? Oh, I hope this is good. Here's Sol Ruca. So they're coming out of the main entry. It works well, man. It works well in the Apex. I don't mind this setup. So Sol Ruca is in the ring. I wonder if it'll let me tweet that out. I should be able to get it. It's limited as to what it'll let me do, but I haven't posted anything in a hot minute, so I think the UFC Apex looks great. I think it looks great. Let's go over here. Look, you can see. That's what we're looking at. So you can see there's about 700 people inside the Apex. I mean, what a great show to be at. There's Sexy Red arriving. There was Roxanne backstage. There's Lola Vice. There's the ticket sales, 702. Let's have a look at this picture. Mark Hoke show. So there you can sort of see really nice wide shot. So yeah, very good. Okay, Michin has made her way down to the ring. Slightly different entrance gear for her. Jaida Parker has come down as well. So there's that belt hanging above the ring. Here's Fallon. Wow. She's got a big... Wow. She's got her hair done and everything. She's trying to look a little bit more Tiffany Stratton-esque. Trish Stratus-esque, actually. Getting like Tiffany and Trish sort of vibes from Fallon Henley now. She's got her hair done. It's all curly and... Wow, that's great new gear that she's got as well. She's leaned into the cowgirl thing. She's gone for glamorous, sexy cowgirl. It's a look that I rock very often as well, to be honest with you. On my days off. Yeah, this is like a supersized performance center. It's kind of like Full Sail kind of vibes, but I think even bigger than Full Sail. Last person. Oh, is she the last person? Here's Lash. She's got big headdress on. Coming out representing Metaphor. This is my pick to get it. She's in a relationship with Trick Williams. I think Trick being the NXT champ. Lash coming down, getting her hands on this women's mid-card belt. She's got the size. She's got the power. Her numbers in the combine put her, I think, towards the top. And she's been, you know, I remember this girl when she was doing that. What was her talk show? Was it Lashing Out? Do you remember she had a talk show? That was short-lived. So she is focused. She's dialed in. She's kind of rocking something you'd imagine Zelina Vega wearing. That headdress. Right, last one to come out is Kelani Jordynne. Brilliant talent. Someone that is innovative. She's strong. She's agile. I really, really rate this girl. Smile on her face. So all women are in there. Fallon giving off TNA Mickey vibes, said A. Jobson. MTTRDDN said, I think Roxanne retaining is pretty. I think Roxanne retaining is pretty obvious, honestly. They wouldn't debut Julia soon to go fight in TNA, said MTTRDDM. I agree with you, and that's why I've got, well, one of the reasons I've gone that way. We don't know how the injury has changed things, though. I mean, if she's not going to be ready to compete anytime soon, then is it a case that we delay that match and we actually do like a bit of a TNA thing first? Because it could be that Jordynne gets it and then Roxanne goes and wins it back. And then we do the Julia thing. But I agree. Roxanne's my pick as well. What's happening? Are you all right, Book? Oh, right. He just said, are you all right, Book? We've got ladders. Oof. People flying all over the place. Is Booker okay? Kick coming in. I should feel bad, but I don't. You got exactly what you deserve, said Vic Joseph. Yeah, it seems like we got a bit of drama over by the commentators because some ladders were being set up between the ring and the commentary table. We got women everywhere. We've got ladders everywhere. Lash Legend charging over. Double clothesline. Kelani and Soul Ruca working together. They're both in the ring now. There's no one else around. They both go to grab the ladder. They're both obviously preventing each other from doing that. Soul Ruca grabbing Kelani. Kelani getting around the back of Soul Ruca. We got fighting on the outside. We got Fallon Henley with the ladder. Drop kick. Ladder goes into Fallon Henley. Fallon Henley goes down. And we've still got Soul Ruca and Kelani fighting in the ring. There's no ladder in the ring at the moment, though. Kelani goes over the top, comes crashing down on Jaida Parker. Soul Ruca up. Soul. Oh. She flips over and actually delivers like a dropkick move to Lash Legend, I believe that was. Fallon Henley swinging round the ring posts, grabbing a ladder. It's all action. This was amazing. It was kind of like a Pele kick. She kind of like went over and delivered like a Pele kick, like kicking off that middle turnbuckle to the outside. That was amazing. It looked absolutely fantastic from Soul Ruca. So I really thought she was going for the Soul Snatcher, but she actually delivered the kick instead. Jab to the midsection with the ladder there by Lash. Ladder being used as a weapon. Kelani, though, goes underneath and again. She kips up. Drop kick. And Lash goes back to the corner. All action, million miles an hour. Exactly what you would expect from a ladder match. Right now, we've got a ladder. It gets rammed into the midsection. Kelani is on top of that ladder. We've got... into the ladder goes Jaida. Is that Michin? Oh! Drop kick there by Ruca. Booker would not been that upset had that been twerk nasty, said Corey. Do you think QR show says bland SF? I don't think so. I don't think so. We could get one, but I'm not expecting it. Fallon Henley has set up a ladder in the middle of the ring. She's climbing up. She's climbing up. She's trying to grab that championship. Oh, into the ladder goes Fallon. To the outside. Now we've got Ruca. She gets pushed off the ladder. Jada's leg gets grabbed there by... Oh! She comes crashing down. Jaida Parker using her derriere. Kelani was lying on top of a ladder. It's like a bit of a rear end slash senton, wasn't it, really? Slash bonsai drop. Right now we've got... Is that Michin trying to climb up? I don't know what... Michin looks a bit different. Shot coming in. I think she lost a little bit of weight. Like, you know, without being, like, disrespectful. She always had, like, a bit of size to her, which, you know, is useful in wrestling. But I don't know. She just looks a little bit different. I can't quite tell. I'm a guy. It's not easy for me to tell when women change something about themselves. Lash Legend setting the ladder up in the ring. NXT is getting that momentum back that they needed, said Scott. Fallon Henley is fine. Lash climbing up the ladder. She's reaching for it. She's not quite there. She's got one hand on it. It's too early to end the match, though. Michin grabs Lash. Oh, trying to pick up Lash. Round the back. Nice. Sleeper hold being applied there by Lash. Michin goes down. It's just these two in the ring. So Lash is in control, but she's in trouble because Fallon has now jumped on the Lash. So right now, Lash has got a sleeper on Michin. Oh, we're going to have one of these things, aren't we, where it's just everyone jumping on. We've got sleeper hold on sleeper. We got Kelani putting a sleeper onto Fallon. Fallon putting a sleeper onto Lash. Lash putting a sleeper onto Michin. Right now, Lash is trying to crawl over, but Ruca's climbing the ladder. Someone's going to have to try and stop Sol. Kelani has jumped onto the back of... That was really stupid. I don't know why Kelani jumped onto the back there when someone needs to stop Ruca on the other side. Kelani is at the top of the ladder. She's got one hand on it, but there's too many girls around. So now we got Jaida climbing up. Kelani can't reach the belt. Kelani is being stretched. Oh, man, look at that. Lash has got the legs of Kelani. Jaida has got the arms, and Kelani is properly bent over the top of that ladder. Oh, that looks moody. That looked moody. Over the top to the outside goes Lash. Is Booker T the only man that's been injured in a women's ladder match, says Kim Strains. Well, certainly the only person that seems to have picked up a bit of a knock in this one. Oh, big chop there by Jaida. Ruca comes over. Oh, my God. Face first on the edge of the ladder. Brutal. Oh, mates. We're cooking. We're cooking now. Fallon Henley in there. Goes up, gets drop kicked, and a bit of an awkward landing on the ladder, but she looks like she's okay. Fallon Henley running over, trying to set that ladder up. 20 minutes have gone in this show. Probably still a bit too early. Yeah, she climbs the ladder and immediately Jaida Parker comes in. Now we got Kelani setting up another ladder. So these battling away. We've got 4 women climbing up the ladders at the moment. So Ruca's up there. Kelani's up there. Fallon's up there. Jaida's up there. Right now, Lash has come in. She grabs Kelani. Oh, big right hand there by Lash. Kelani goes down. Boom. Face first into the ladder. Fallon goes down. Lash is climbing. Sol Ruca's climbing as well, though. Lash has got one hand on the title. It's Sol and Lash. We've not seen a Soul Snatcher yet. These two battling away at the top of the ladder at the moment. Lash is looking for a superplex. Not getting it. Not getting it. Sol trying to reverse it. What is she setting up? You know that they're setting up for something big. Over the top, looking for a power bomb. Can't get it. Sol. Lash is holding on. Sol. Nothing comes of it. I'm quite surprised there, you know. Really felt like they were setting up for something big. Wow. All 4 women working together. They've got Lash up in the air. Boom! To the outside! Mates! She just bounced off that, didn't she? So they just threw Lash to the outside. She's down on the outsides. It was all 5 other women, actually, working together, carrying Lash. Poor Lash. Mates. R.I.P. Lash. Holy shiz chants. Lash is done, said Zoe Killer. That was a good spot, that was. They all had her up in the air, hurled her to the outside. She goes crashing to the ground. At the moment, Michin trying to climb up, but again being prevented. One of the ladders is knocked over. Michin's got one hand up there. There's still just too many girls around. Michin going to the outside. Not quite. They pushed the ladder over. I thought she was going to go to the outside. She just gets caught on the ropes. Crowd are chanting, "This is awesome." It's certainly breakneck speeds. Oh. Jaida planting Sol Ruca. Jaida trying to grab a ladder. She's got an opportunity here because there's no one around. A couple of girls down in the ring, but they're down. Here she goes. She's climbing. Is someone going to stop her? Or is Jaida going to be the one? Oh, she gets stopped. She gets stopped. Big shot there by Jaida. Chop coming in there by Sol Ruca. Jaida with a shot coming back. Oh, Soul Snatcher! Soul Snatcher connects! Great work. Oh, the second one off the ladder by Sol Ruca. Sol Ruca now trying to climb up. She's got Michin on the other side. 2 quick Soul Snatchers. Now Kelani climbs up. Oh, they both had one hand on. They both kicking each other. And they both kick each other off the ladder. Crowd applauding. Really fun match. Loads of moments. Clothesline to the outside. Lash Legend still down. Sol Ruca goes to the outside. Kelani with a kick. Michin. Stumble. She goes down. It's Kelani. Oh, Kelani. Split leg. Moonsault. Lands on Michin, who was on a ladder. Kelani, all on her own, climbing up. It looks like it's Kelani. Wow. Kelani Jordynne does it. Kelani Jordynne wins the match after hitting a split leg moonsault, landing on top of Michin. And Kelani Jordynne, such a great talent, so deserved. Not my pick to win it, though. I really thought they were going to go Lash. I still felt pretty good about it, even after she got dumped to the outsides. The longer it was going, the more I thought she was going to make a comeback. But I love Kelani Jordynne. She is such a talent. And no complaints. Really fun match. Yeah, I mean, that moment where Lash bounces off that ladder, I mean, who knows? She might have done some damage. I hope not. Obviously, I hope not, but what a fantastic opening match that was. It's the match that we were hyped for. It's the match that we thought was going to deliver. And it's the match that does deliver. That Lash legend spot was brutal. You deserve it is the chant. So look at the smile on the face of Michin. Michin was looking up and was smiling at Kelani Jordynne. So Michin was pleased for Kelani Jordynne. So, man, for me, the Lash Legend spot was the biggest spot. 2 Soul Snatchers, though. You can't ignore that. Kelani wins. And Michin smiles. Get your votes in as to what you thought about it. The Mayor Pete, shout out to you, my friends. Greetings to Las Vegas. Man, the Soul Snatcher was insane, said Matthew. 2 in a row as well. Lord Invictus, shout out to you. JP said, Michin, don't smile, you just lost. Czech said, Michin is so fake. Well, what I would say is, I believe Michin is a face. So, as a face, if she didn't win it, she may want another face to win it. So, I think it's okay to be like, damn, I didn't, but I'm pleased for you, girl. If anyone else was going to get it, I'm glad it was you. I can sort of go with that. That's okay. If she was a heel, a horrific, brutal heel, then maybe I'd feel different. Absolutely deserved. Kelani showed out tonight, said Blue Shirt. Right, we are at commercial break. We are at commercial break at the moment. I want Soul Ruca in my room, said Tyler. My soul hurts, but Kelani Jordynne is epic, said Mr. B. Soul should have won, said Horror King Mayhem. Wesley said she's enhancement talent. She'll lose her first defense. JMB said, what a match. Big Time said Lash or Fallon was the better option. Dro said that was a great ladder match. Jake said about time that she won something. Brian said the match was crazy. Richard said it was a great match. They don't really watch much NXT. Mayor Pete said, does Uncle Howdy show up? I don't think so. I don't think so. Is her husband there? Whose husband? Whose husband? Kalani's with... Isn't Kelani in a relationship with... Is that who we're talking about? Kalani's in a relationship with Carmelo, is she not? Or was? I don't know. I don't really keep track. How long do you think she holds the championship? She'll hold it a little while. But I think it's a belt that I could see... There's a lot of women that deserve to get their hands on a title like that, you know? I mean, we just did a ladder match. There's a lot of good talent in that women's division. I think it's absolutely right. They introduced a women's mid-card belt, so I think she'll hold it a couple of months. And then I could see it going to someone else. Is Kelani Alicia Fox 2.0? Not even close, mate. Not even close. What Kelani can do in the ring is really impressive. This deserves a QR code. Let's go, said Charles. Are you seeing the announcer reaction, says Corey. Yeah, it's just for the break, isn't it? I don't think this isn't part of the show. I think it's just part of the commercial break. David said, tomorrow on Raw, Liv Morgan will be wearing her wiener massaging lipstick, said David. Alfie said, I reckon she'll lose it at Heatwave. Calvin said, it would be insane if Nick Nemeth popped up. Zoom Station said, Rock is making Corey lose it. Michin was referring to Keith Lee. Oh, he was referring to Keith Lee. He might be there, in all fairness. I don't know that he'll be shown, but he might be there. Stephen said it was a great ladder match. Willie said Liv Morgan to win every women's title in WWE. Why are they showing this? Well, I think it's just a break. I mean, rather than showing a load of different video packages, perhaps they're just going to start doing top 10s. CM Punk will diss the crazy chick and he married AJ Lee, says Willie. He did marry AJ Lee, yes. Right, are we going back to the action? After that interruption. We are indeed. So, they're just talking about Fanatics Fest. The Ring General said Daisy's school of climbing ladders for wrestlers. Wow, you just have to be really slow, don't you? It's like you have to just be really, really slow. You have to be so slow that anyone that's down outside the ring has got ample opportunity to get in and stop you. But thankfully, towards the end of the match, someone was able to do it quick enough whereby they could secure the victory. And I'm pleased for Kelani. Right, that got a great 59. All-time 19. Good 17 and bad 2. So that means that was 78% great. We're off to a really, really solid start. We wanted that match to deliver, and deliver it has. So they're just showing Ethan Page arriving and him being attacked by Oro Mensah. Obviously, we know Ethan Page attacked Oro Mensah and Noam Dar. So they are looking for revenge. There's Trick Williams arriving at the UFC Apex. Here is Ethan Page arriving as well. He's got a big smile on his face. He's got quite a bright shirt on as well. That, I'm guessing, will be our main event. But coming up next, it might be the NXT Underground match. We're just seeing Lola Vice getting her hands wrapped. I hope this is going to be, like, off the charts. There's Shayna Baszler back inside a UFC facility. Training with Jamal Hill? No way! It's pretty sick, isn't it? She probably has got a lot of connections. I mean, obviously, she was in the UFC. No, it's not that match next. It's going to be the tag title match. Okay, Gallows and Anderson taking on. So we've got Good Bros taking on Nathan and Axiom. I don't know when we're going to do the Underground match. We're going to have to take like the ring ropes off and everything and then put them back on again. So do we close the show with that match? I don't know. JPville said, hopefully we get a QR code. Secondly, Fallon Henley could murder my parents in front of me and I wouldn't be mad. Okay. Okay. I mean, I feel like we could explore your relationship with your parents there. But I think it's probably more to do with your relationship with Fallon Henley. But she's looking great, man. Definitely, I agree. TNA Mickey vibes, Trish vibes. She's looking... She's leaned into the being a bit more glamorous side. Before, she was just a down-to-earth kind of country girl. Now she's got like her hair done and all that. So, yeah, she's healing it up. Because if you get your hair done, you're a heel. That's a fact. Here's the champs then. Axiom and Nathan Frazer. Aubrey said Axiom sucks. Gallows and Andersons are repping the tune. Indeed. Big Newcastle fans. Okay, so Axiom and Nathan taking on the Good Brothers. So NXT Tag Team Championships on the line. This is gonna be tricky. This is a tricky one. Bella sounded, and we are underway. Good Brothers are definitely Newcastle fans, said Wicked Dust. Gail Kim is here, said Jordynne. Is she? Is she in the crowds? Corey said, I hope your parents are not watching. Also, do you think they are interested in ARW Pro Insurance? I've just become an agent. Have you? Oh, mate, I'm so jealous that you get to work for the best wrestling promotion / home insurance provider. Leaping Lucha Larry said, is Nikita Lyons still on NXT? I rarely watch anymore. She is on NXT, but she is once again injured. So she has had... Is this... It's another ACL, MCL kind of an injury. Right now we've got... Axiom, he's got a stretch applied on Anderson, and there's a kick that comes in from Nathan. Kick out there by Anderson. Nice takeover there by Nathan Frazer. Wicked Dust said, I've got my 24-25 Newcastle kit on the way. Should be here on Thursday. Away the lads. This match should be on Tuesday, said Zoom Station. Yeah, MTTRDDN. Says big up AR Dub Home. So we are underway with this. This is one of the matches that I'm kind of least hyped for, to be honest with you. Obviously, it's important. Obviously, we want to know who wins. But yeah, I think there's other matches that definitely have got people's attention more. Obviously, people are interested in Roxanne, Jordynne, Trick against Ethan. That ladder match was one that people were really excited for. But I don't know. I just don't know that we've really built up the Good Brothers. Really, I mean, they haven't really done a great deal. We're kind of in the process of building Axiom and Frazer, aren't we? They've been champs a little while now. Shots coming in by the Good Brothers. This is the kind of match they need, though, to be honest. This is the kind of match that will help them, putting them in there with an experienced, proper tag team. Good Brothers have been teaming for a long time now, so this is one that will definitely help Nathan and Axiom. Nice. Oh, face first. Lovely work there by Nathan. Axiom goes up. Crossbody, down goes Anderson. He throws in a shot to Gallows, stuck underneath. Love that. Love that. Love how Axiom was going to springboard off that middle rope, and Anderson kicks the rope so that he loses his footing. That was actually really clever. Very well scouted. Big boots there by Gallows. Right now he's grabbing Axiom, working on the arm. Oh, vicious, mate. Did you see the way he pulled on the arm? He pulled it with such force. Axiom ended up going face first into the mat. Fall away slam there by Gallows. Gallows going against the ropes. Stomping on Axiom. Axiom down. I can't stand the Not Very Good Brothers, said Kim Strains. I think they're veterans. They've been together a long time. They've obviously achieved a lot. They were big over in Japan. we just I don't know what it is. We just have not been able to present them as killers, as problems. Shot coming in there by Axiom. I think part of it is that OC was very underwhelming as a group. We've kind of brought them down to NXT, but as I said, we just haven't really built them up much. The odd attack, you know, after a match and that kind of a thing that you've seen a million times. Tag being made, in comes Anderson. Good Brothers are in control. Axiom in a whole world of pain at the moment. So right now, Anderson having a word with the referee as Axiom throws in a shot to the midsection. Nice chop coming in there by Axiom. Down goes Axiom. 1, 2, and a kick out by Axiom. Good Brothers very much in control, and shots raining down by Karl Anderson. Tag is made. Their WWE debut was great, and then they just got lost in the shuffle, said Leaping Lucha Larry. Personally, I would put them back with AJ, make them heels, give them titles, make them badasses, maybe throw Finn in at this point. Well, they are sort of back with AJ. I mean, they have been seen with him for the past few weeks, so even all of that creative's been a mess. You know, like AJ saying, I don't need you anymore, and being off with them, and, you know, that didn't lead to anything. And now all of a sudden, AJ and his fake retirement meant that they were there to kind of say goodbye to him, and now they're kind of just back with him again. It's like, the creative has been absolutely atrocious. So I do feel sorry for them. I do feel sorry for them. I think the way they've been used has been awful. But, you know, they're getting an opportunity in NXT at the moment to show what they can do. Roll through there by Axiom. Tag being made. In comes Nathan. Springboards, missile drop kick. Goes against the ropes. And again, very quick. Lovely sling blade there by Nathan. Super kick. Gallows goes to the outside. Back elbow there by Nathan. He goes over the top. Rolls through. Springboard. Oh, wow. Boom. Lovely. Beautiful. Standing shooting star there by Nathan. Shoulder up by Karl Anderson. Yeah, Nathan Frazer just coming in like million miles an hour. He's going over to the corner. He's climbing up. He's going up to the top. Anderson still down. Oh, went for a big splash, but Anderson moves out the way. He's got him on his shoulders. Plants him down. Good work there by Karl Anderson. Gallows charges over. Big splash. Could this be the beginning of the end? Got him up. Planted. Axiom's out the picture. 1, 2. Oh, Nathan kicks out. Nathan kicks out. That felt like it could have been the end there. Booker T said he was on Dream Street for a second. Gallows in the ring picks up Nathan. Oh, big sit down powerbomb. But Axiom comes in, makes the save. I really thought Nathan was going to reverse that. I really thought he was going to like flip over or something. So when it hit, I was actually really surprised. But Axiom made the save. I think the problem with WWE is the roster's crowded. There's just not enough room. That's why it's better for Ricochet to leave now. Yeah, I feel like another brand might not be a bad idea. I wonder if you could have a main roster brand. Oof. Maybe put NXT just back to the network, back on Peacock. And just go with like a third brand. Got him up, over. It'd be great if they kind of brought back like WCW. There's been a lot of talk about WCW. But imagine that if they brought that back as its own sort of thing. Right now, Axiom has got Gallows down. They have filed for a few patents or the rights for WCW, but that's just for merch, not for like a show name or anything. Got him up on his shoulders. Anderson going against the ropes. Big boot. Oh, Axiom planted. 1, 2. Oh, man. Nathan Frazer out of nowhere. Nathan Frazer from the heavens makes the save. That was a bit weird. People were sort of like looking around like, what's going on? And it was because they were waiting for Nathan to make the save, and he just came out from like the flipping heavens. Kick to the outside. It's been a couple of moments here. Crowd, there was a little NXT chant there. Inside cradle by Axiom. 2. Kick out by Anderson. Big boot there by Axiom. Goes through the ropes to the outside. Lands on Gallows. Frazer goes through the ropes. He gets caught. He's going to get picked up and planted on the edge of the ring. Drop kick there by Anderson. This match has picked up. Bit slow at the start and at times, but it's picked up. He's got him on his shoulders. Axiom in the air. Anderson going to look to plant him, and he does. Connects. Anderson going for the cover. 1, 2. Oh, mate, I thought that was it. Really struggling to put these away. Really struggling. Axiom in the corner. Anderson in the corner. This is awesome. Wrestle with Andy said Raw, SmackDown, NXT, ECW, WCW 5 nights a week. Imagine that. That'd be all right. I'd be down for that. Gallows charging over, but clothesline there by Nathan and Axiom. Nathan going against the ropes, through the ropes, launches himself at Gallows. Gallows goes down. Tag being made. So Nathan is the legal man. Boom! Spanish fly. Axiom dragging Anderson over. Looks like Nathan's going to put him away. Gallows is still down. The splash connects. 1, 2, 3, and it's a win for Axiom and Nathan Frazer. They retain their championship. Let's get people's match scores. As I said, I think that really picked up. It was quite slow at times, but it built and it built. And I think it ended up in a decent place. I don't know that I can say it was better than the opening match, of course. But there was some fun moments in that match. A super Spanish fly. James said, I don't need another show to watch. Yeah, come on. There must be at least one TV screen in your house that doesn't have wrestling on it yet. James has his TV on, his tablet, his mobile phone. He asks his neighbours to put a wrestling show on so he can keep an eye on that through the window. There must be some screen in your house somewhere that we can squeeze another wrestling show onto. TNA has been around longer than WCW and ECW combined, said Defcon Prime. Here's Josh Briggs. Is this our next one? Is it going to be the North American thing? Referee and Anderson look like a before and after commercial for diet pills. Do you think WWE could do a proper Bullet Club on the main roster, says Mitchell. Hello, Mitchell. Could they do it? They could. I don't know that they will. Just because we've had all the pieces in place for a long time. We've never got going with it, have we? I mean, they can't do Bullet Club name. That's why they went with OC. Like, I think that stood for Original Club, which sucks. It's such a bad name. How did no one go, that sucks? The OC. I mean, I don't know about you, but I do think about that teen drama, the OC. It's just such a Bullet Club is so cool. Bullets are cool. Teen dramas, like early 2000 teen dramas, they're not cool. That's not cool. You can't call this group Beverly Hills 90210, right? And expect it to be seen as being cool. You can't call it the Hills. Yeah. So I think they botched the name. They've had the pieces in place for a long time, but they've just, other than the OC, we've never really got anywhere. So I don't know. I don't know what we're doing now, to be honest with you. I mean, it feels like they're back with AJ Styles, but I don't know where that's going. I don't know what the plan is for that. They could bring back FCW and put that on for an hour, said Alkaline Prime. They could have done Bullet Club a while ago, said Nicole. Bullet Club is cool, said check NHL. It is cool, isn't it? Everything about it was cool. The name was cool. It felt exciting. It felt like, you know, something was happening away from WWE that was really grabbing attention. The logo was cool. The shirts were amazing. Every member had a slightly different Bullet Club shirt. If you was into Bullet Club, it was a cool thing to be into. And OC is just not cool. It's never been cool. So I just don't think they're going to look to do it. I think if you was going to do it, you would have done it. Unless they're going to try and do a little something before AJ goes. But I don't know what his time frame is, to be honest. I don't know how long he's looking to stick around for. Is he going to stick around until WrestleMania 41 and call it quits there? I mean, that would seem... If he's talking of retirement now, like, you know, and say... We've seen him on TV saying to Nick Aldis, look, I haven't got long. Can I get a rematch? And Nick Aldis was like, you know, personally, I'd give it you. Professionally, I can't. Well, if that is true and we're really in the end game, then I wonder if he's got WrestleMania 41 circled as like the goodbye. I mean, that would be 9 years, wouldn't it? He arrived at Royal Rumble 2016, and so to end at WrestleMania 41 would be 9 years. That's a good chunk of time, in all fairness, isn't it? That's a good chunk of time. WWE should bring Southpaw Wrestling back as a Saturday morning 2-hour show, said Joe. The Good Brothers had a good match. The world is ending, said Nicole. Bullet Club wannabes were dumb. I hated that fad, said William. Pellet Club. Pellet Club. Let's go. Pellet Club. I've got an original Bullet Club shirt, the one with the Omega and the Bucks. They were cool, man. And they sold like flipping hotcakes as well. I mean, they were in Hot Topic and people were buying them, and you would often see people just walking around in Bullet Club shirts. They were really over. But, you know, that's, you're going back to like 2016, 2017. It doesn't feel the same anymore, does it? I believe they're still going, Bullet Club, but it's not the same as it was. Right, we've just got a little thing for SummerSlam in Cleveland. August 3rd, we'll be here for August 3rd. We'll be watching whatever goes down at SummerSlam. Hopefully, they're going to absolutely stack that show. We want those WrestleMania 40 vibes, don't we? So, SummerSlam, Cleveland. There is the Sphere. So, we're just seeing shots of the Strip and shots of Las Vegas. There's Roxanne Perez. Bring back Livewire, said Wrestler Andy. That would be good. Livewire. Call-ins, phone call-ins. Here's Jordynne. TNA Knockouts World Champion Jordynne Grace arriving at the UFC Apex. Looks like she belongs in that place, doesn't it? She could so compete in one of the divisions. Hey, there's no ropes! Is it going to be the underground match? It's got to be the underground match. Yep. We've got people coming out. I'm guessing these are Performance Center rookies. They're the BC. The Book Club. The Book Club. Let's go. Right, underground match. So, people thought that was 46% great, 42% good, 3% bad, 7% all-time. That gets a great 53%. 53% great rating. It's clear that both of you are looking for a fight. So, NXT Underground. So, we're just seeing how we got here. It's going to be an NXT Underground match. If you've never seen one of these before, there are no ring or ropes. It is, there's no count outs. It is a bit like a lumberjack situation. People around the ring. It's knockout or submission. No, no DQ or anything like that. We haven't had many of these. We've had about, I don't know, 5 in the history of NXT. I hate the fact Shayna is only here to put Lola over, said Wicked Dust. I would put all my dollars on Shayna if this was a real fight. A. Jobson said, this is the UFC arena. James said, Days, it's pretty simple. Add Baszler to the Good Brothers and AJ and do Baszler Club. Well, how do you feel about the Baszler Club name? They tried to push the Baszler Club thing. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I think the thing is that bullets are cool. It makes you think of guns. It makes you think of violence. Baszler Club just sort of seems like Finn Balor's fan club to me. It's better than the OC. Definitely better than the OC. But I don't know. I'm sold on Baszler Club. I would want something that was a bit more generic, not named after any one of the wrestlers, you know, and something that kind of you can have imagery of. I don't know what it would be. I don't know what name I would go with, but I would take inspiration from the bullet kind of aspect. I wouldn't go Gun Club or anything like that. I think that's too similar. I think you need it. You need inspiration, but you need to have something that's different. I don't know what it would be. Don't know what it would be. It's tricky. Ballot Club. Savage Club. That's better. That's a bit more like, yeah, like this, like Savage. That kind of imagery. When you say it, you can't help but like think. When you say Bullet Club, you can't really help but think of bullets and guns. Violence. That's good imagery to have when you're talking about a group, you know? So you kind of want something that's going to give you that kind of, maybe not that exact imagery, but you know what I mean? Tanks, rocket launchers, bazookas, war, violence. That kind of thing. To be honest, you could come up with anything and it'd be better than the OC. It's rubbish, isn't it? The Breakfast Club, that's better. Even that's better. Jobber Club. Go-Kart Club. It's all better. Khalil Roundtree is in the crowd. The number 8 ranked light heavyweight. We knew... Brandon Marino is the 2-time UFC flyweight champion. We knew that there was going to be UFC stars there. No great surprise. Here's Shayna Baszler. Okay, so we've got Shayna Baszler making her way down to the ring. This ain't gonna be long, because it can't really go that long. She's wearing a gi. They're just showing Team Ronda Rousey. That was, oh God, what year was that? That's going back 12 years, something like that. Love her gear. She's got this white gear and it's got like red, like blood kind of stains on her boots and everything. Lola Vice coming out. She's wearing a UFC like robe. I love the vibe of this show. I mean, it's got that sort of UFC kind of nod, obviously, which just sort of brings a little bit of, even if it's only subliminal, just this little bit of legitimacy, you know? I love the venue. I've really enjoyed the show so far. It's definitely living up to expectations. Definitely. So, no counts, no pinfalls. The only way to win is knockout, technical knockout, or submission. That is it. That is all you need to know. Knockout, technical knockout, or submission. We got people around the ring, banging on the ring. The Club of Clubs. Yeah, Bruce Buffer would have been great. You're right, Corey. That would have been brilliant for this. I wonder if they tried to get him. I wonder if they tried to get Bruce Buffer. Lola looks like a different person with her hair up, said Zokiller. She's very good at giving that kind of snarling, moody, ready for a fight face. I'd love to see these two go at it for real, to be honest. Kick coming in there by Shayna, low kick. This is where our UFC knowledge is going to really kick in. This is going to be like second nature to this community. Lovely strikes getting into the pocket. But Shayna grabs her, picks her up, looking to take her down. She gets her down. And she's stomping away. Why didn't she mount her then? She could have fully mounted and then just started ground and pound. But instead she didn't. She allowed her to get out the ring. That could really backfire, to be honest. A little bit of playing with your food there from Shayna Baszler. This thing has gone out the ring and she throws her into the wall. No count outs or anything. Lola just got thrown into the wall. She's checking on her head. Shayna grabs her. Clubbing blow to the back there. Shayna grabbing Lola. Hurling her back into the ring. And Lola back on the feet. Swing and a miss there. Shayna around the back into a suplex. German suplex by Shayna. Lovely hip toss. Kick coming in. She grabs the leg. She picks her up. Plants her down. Now she's stepping over. Got the ankle lock applied. And obviously there's no ropes to kind of break this up. So Lola struggling to get out of it. She's going to have to go between the legs to try and flip out. But she flips over. She is... I don't know what she's trying to reach for. I think she's just trying to get to anything. But at the moment, ankle lock is in by Shayna Baszler. And she manages to drive Shayna into the ring post. So Shayna hits that ring post. Love the bloodstains on Shayna's gear. I think that looks so good. Right, so Shayna was down, and right now a rear naked choke. She applied that really quickly. Really quickly. She just grabbed her. While she was down, she just snatched her by the head and just started choking. So right now, she's on her back at the moment. It's one of those where you've kind of got to just switch off from it if you do watch UFC, because there's so much stuff here that just doesn't feel right or natural compared to what we watch. you kind of just have to go, okay. But right now, Lola still on the back with the rear naked choke. And, whoa! Shayna manages to get out of it by literally just kind of chucking the both of them out the ring. They go crashing down onto a couple of people on the outside. I thought she was going to ram her into the corner. I wasn't expecting them to both go to the outsides. But they're on the outside, swinging away. She rams Lola Vice into the commentary table. Right now, she's grabbing the top of that commentary table. And we're stripping the commentary table. Looks like someone's going to be going through the commentary table, going for a ride. So commentators again having to try and get out the way. They should have had Joe Rogan on commentary, said Bishop. They may have tried to have got John Anik or Joe Rogan. I'm not sure. But yeah, it would have elevated it a little bit more. I agree. Right now, we're on top of the commentary table. We got Shayna, we got Lola. Lola throwing in some shots. Who's going? Oh, Lola goes down. Hammer fists! Hammer fists coming down by Shayna. Lola manages to get off the top of the table. Shayna getting back up to her feet. Charges over. Tries to drive in the knee. Lola moves out the way. Shayna smashes her knee off the commentary table. So Shayna feeling the effects of this at the moment. So Shayna is struggling. Lola grabs Shayna, hurls her back into the ring. That knee is obviously going to be targeted. Lola has got the leg. She's going to look to wrap it around the ring post, and she does. So she's got a big target now. She can really go after that leg. She comes over, she grabs the leg, starts kicking at it. She's targeting that leg. We're back in the ring. Ah! Going down. Targeting that knee. Shayna is trying to break out of this hold. She can't get out of it at the moment, but oh, that could have been a knee bar. Oh, she's got it. She's got it. She's not really pulling back, but then this isn't a real fight. But she's got that leg and she's pulling back on it. I mean, to be honest, Shayna should be able to... Yeah, I was going to say, she should be able to get out of that relatively easily. Oh, ankle lock, though. That's going to be harder. That's going to be harder to get out of. Lola all over Shayna right now. But she's axe kicking her way out of it. Lola gets up to her feet, comes over, throws in some shots. Kick coming in, low kick. Shayna's leg buckles. And straight into guard, straight on top. But looked like Shayna was looking for a Kimura there. Bit of ground and pound by Lola. Kick coming in there by Shayna. Lola getting up to her feet. Ah, lovely kick. Oh, and a big right hand. Big right hand, ground and pounds. She's throwing in some big shots. She's round the back. She's looking for her rear nakeds. Lola all over Shayna Baszler. All over her at the moment. Rear naked looks like it's in. It's hard to see it, but yeah, it is. I mean, that's under the chin. She won't be able to survive that for too long. She got out of it very weird. She just sort of like got up and got out of it. Kick coming in. Lola goes down. Hammer fist there by Shayna. Lovely takeover by Shayna. Fully mounted Shayna Baszler. She's now got a rear naked choke applied. Rear naked on Lola. Middle of the ring. Tight squeeze. Lola in trouble. She's in trouble. Why hasn't Shayna put on the body triangle? You would have imagined Shayna would have gone for that, but she didn't. Lola working on that leg. She's trying to get the leg. She's trying to find a way of getting out of it. Shayna. Oh, man, that does look moody, actually. Look at the direction that she's got Shayna's leg being pulled in. Shayna kicks out at Lola. They both get back up to their feet. Kick coming in there by Shayna. Big knee! Huge knee! Lola goes down. Lola trying to get back to her feet. This is like Fight Club, innit? She's exposing the knee, which I don't know if that's a good idea. Shayna charging over, misses with it. Oh, spinning back fist, and Shayna goes to the outsides. Yeah, Lola's like, look, she's out. She's been knocked out. Oh, but the ref's saying, yeah, but you've got to knock her out in the ring. So, spinning back fist there by Lola. Shayna goes to the outside. She does look out. Lola protesting, but the ref's saying it's got to be in the ring. Shayna's just started to nail a load of people around the ringside area, and I don't really know why. Shayna gut-wrenching someone that was at ringside. Oh, kick there by Lola. Shayna goes down. Lola grabbing Shayna, looking to put her back into the ring. Shayna on the edge. She out with this real fight. MMA Dana said so, said Jason. Grab the arm. Armbar. It's a bit of a triangle as well there. But it's on the edge of the ring. Lola's trying to fight her way out of this. And she does get out of it. Kick. Oh, Lola goes flying backwards. Okay, so Lola's down on the outside. Shayna's on the outside. We got loads of people down on the outsides. Puff Dutch said, there's so much space, at least try to make us believe it. Mitchell said, it's a fun concept. I just hate all the mat banging. It's annoying. Nando, shout out to you. I hope you're well. Shayna gets thrown into the ring steps. Lola grabbing Shayna, hurling her back into the ring. Lola getting in the ring as well. Spinning back fist, look great. Hammer fists raining down by Lola. And the ref calls it. The ref calls it. It's Lola that picks up the victory. And she's dancing away after the refs are trying to stop Shayna from continuing. So, Lola Vice picks up the victory. Shayna disappointed. Spinning back fist did it for Lola. Followed in with some ground and pounds. I felt it was corny when they were trying to do the hammer fist. They were weak punches, says Brony. I think it's a difficult match, to be honest, because maybe if you don't watch UFC, you will not... It won't look as transparent, but I think if you watch UFC, there's definitely stuff there that you go, what are they? Why are they doing that? You know, you see them put on the rear naked choke, but they're not, like, locking it in, if you will. And, like, you kind of go, why? And then, like, the hammer fists, like, as you said, for the ground and pound, it looked kind of weak. So, it's a good concept, but it's a hard concept to kind of really execute. Because this, I mean, for me, this needs blood. You know, if you're going to do this match, you need blood. You need, you know, this is meant to be one of the most extreme matches. This is like, there's no rules. It's just like knockout or submission, you know? This is where I want to see people like bleeding. I want to see blood. I want to see, like, this is like meant to be the extreme match, isn't it, really? If you say, let's do NXT Underground, it should strike fear into people's hearts. So, I don't know. Let's see what people thought. We'll see what's... if people thought it was good. Great. Maybe some thought it was bad. I'm not sure that's going to be hitting too many all times, though. But that was the third match done. Puff Dutch said that triangle, there was so much room between the leg and the head. It's like, no one can believe that, says Puff Dutch. Gringo said it is hard to suspend disbelief. That would be the main complaint. Hello, we got an Eddie Thorpe. Vignettes. Eddie Thorpe has been reborn. Chief J Strongbow. Wahoo McDaniel. Do you know, it's funny that they are showing those characters. I wonder if he's seen this vignette. He is very passionate about his heritage and indigenous people and all of that, which you can totally understand, right? But Chief J Strongbow, you can't even release an action figure of him because it's seen as like disrespectful. They got pulled. They were meant to do a Chief J Strongbow action figure and it didn't stay in the shops. It didn't last very long. They pulled it. Sexy Red has got a tour for President tour. In Sexy We Trust is the new album. And that's available now, guys. That's available now. You can go to sexyforpresident.com. For the Sexy Red for President tour. If she's standing, I think she'll do well, to be honest. I don't know what her foreign policy is. But I don't think it's really about that. Make America sexy again. If it was Falls Count anywhere, that would have been better, said John. Trent said maybe they could get Josh Barnett to lay out these NXT Underground matches and make it work with Bloodsport, said Trent. It's not a bad idea. It's not a bad idea. Days, I respect that you follow MMA, but you should know there isn't always blood, says Chaos. I am very aware. I've seen many fights where there's no bloods. But what I'm saying is that in this world, in the WWE world, I feel like if you're going to do a NXT Underground match, which we've only had about 5 times, I feel like that's kind of a bit of your blow-off match. That's a bit of a, oh my God, it's going to be an Underground match. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's got that kind of Fight Club. It's got that kind of, well, it's called NXT Underground. So for me, like, that's a match where we should be looking to have bloods. If we don't have blood, it's fine. But I just think that that would have benefited if it had a little bit of blood, because I think the biggest criticism of that match is that you can see through it. There's moments there that you can just tell are not legit. And it's very hard to make them look legit. It's very hard when you're trying to make something look like it's brutal when it's not actually brutal. You can get away with it in wrestling, but when you like to ground and pound, you know, the ground and pound was like, it's a real difficult one, I don't think they've quite cracked it. We don't do the fight pit anymore, do we? Do you remember that? That was a bit of a fad. When was the last fight? Was the last fight pit like the Seth Matt Riddle one? I haven't seen a fight pit in ages. Feels like the NXT Underground match has sort of replaced the fight pit. Right, well, we've got your scores. So 42% went good, 35 went great, 12% went bad and 9% went all-time. So that gave it an 88% good rating. That's okay. That's okay. That gets a passable score. Right. We move on. No QR codes for anyone that was tuning in for such things. Oba Femi taking on Josh Briggs. No, not Josh Briggs. Joe Coffey. Taking on Wesley. This is for the North American Championship. Right, North American Championship up for grabs. Chris, shout out to you, buds. I hope you are well. Caleb said, I'd rather watch a normal match than an underground match. Sis said, have there been male underground matches? There have, yeah. They have. I think the first one was a male one. I remember, was it Gable Stevenson or Damon Kemp against Eddie Thorpe? I think it was Damon Kemp, wasn't it? Against Eddie Thorpe. I don't know if that was the first, but certainly I think it was actually. The men have done it a few times. No retaining for Oba, useless, said Wicked Dust. NXT Underground replaced Raw Underground, but it's just sad without Shane, said John. NXT, says Andy. Right. So, Oba Femi versus Wesley versus Joe Coffey. This is going to be match number 4. That means we've only got 2 matches left after this one. And they're going to bang, man. They're going to be so good. Roxanne Perez takes on Jordynne Grace. Trick Williams takes on Ethan Page. We've just got to get through this match first. I mean, this will be okay. I do think Oba retains here. I still wish this was just Oba versus Wes, said Austin. North American Championship. Isn't Joe Coffey Scottish? He is. There's Merab Dvalishvili, the #1 ranked bantamweight. Yeah. Ah, hello. Forrest Griffin, UFC Hall of Famer, sat next to Jamal Hill. And is that Brooks next to him? That looked like Brooks. I didn't quite see them. Word is that Brooks Jensen is there. Is Wesley. No surprises, right? I mean, we have been seeing UFC talent, but we haven't been shown any TNA talent. But maybe that'll be when Jordynne Grace makes her way to the ring. We'll be showing a couple of TNA stars. Wesley is made his way down. Vic Joseph said, we argue a lot, Book, but I think we can agree that Wesley is the greatest North American champion. Wes needs a couple of rascals to help him against Gallows, said James. Griffin is a legend, and without that banger, we don't have UFC. That is very true. I believe in Joe Hendry, said Gringo. Remember, NXT PLEs are usually only 2 hours. I think it'll be more 2.5 to 3, to be honest, because we normally get 5 matches as well with NXT shows. This one's 6. So I could see this one getting a good 10, 15, something like that. That'll mean that we've got 25 minutes. Yeah, I reckon 2.5, 2:45, something like that. It's normally a very nice, comfortable amount of time, to be honest. Mitchell said, I've got this triple threat as my predicted match of the night. Did you know that Jonathan Gresham is there? I didn't. Isn't he, like, married or something to Jordynne Grace, though? Are there any plans on coming to Glasgow, said Watson, though. We're streaming it, buds. Those ears have seen some better days, said A. Jobson. Aubrey believes in Joe Coffey. Here's Oba Femi then making his way out. Oba Femi is ready to go. What are the chances we get Ken Shamrock? Oh man, that'd be so good, Matthew. I would imagine low, to be honest with you. I would imagine low. I think they're probably more focused on trying to showcase like some current stars, although we did get Forrest Griffin. But yeah, I don't think that Shamrock will be there. So Oba Femi has made his way down. He's in the ring. Joe Coffey's in there as well. Wes Lee's in the ring. I love Joe Coffey's look. Love his look. He looks a bit old school with that moustache. Okay, North American Championship on the line. Alkaline Prime said triple threat. Champ doesn't have to be pinned to lose the title. That is true. Shot coming in there by Joe Coffey. Shots coming into the midsection. So we got Wes and we got Josh working together. And Oba Femi grabs both of them, picks them up, but they land on their feet. Drop kick there by both guys. Oba Femi goes to the outsides. Round the back roll up there by Wesley. Wesley rolling through. So right now we've got Wesley and Joe Coffey going at it in the ring. Wesley goes to the middle, over the top, lands on his feet. Face first, Joe Coffey goes into the corner. Wesley, top rope, enziguri. Oba Femi stays on the outsides. Round the back. Quick kick there by Wesley. And again. Coffey goes down. Stomp to the back. Through the ropes. Lands on top of Oba Femi. Oba Femi goes down. Wesley jumping back up. He's honestly all over the place, Wesley. Wesley... Oh, splashes down, lands it. Here we go. Oba Femi's going to make the save. He grabs Wesley. Wesley, though, kicks out at Oba Femi. Oba Femi charging over Wesley. Ducks underneath. Big right hand there by Wesley. Kick to the midsection. Clothesline, though, gets caught by Oba Femi. That's the problem when you're a smaller guy, is that you've got to be quick and you've got to be evasive. But if you get caught... You've only got to get caught once. Let's go, Wes. Oba Femi. Let's go, Wes. Oba Femi. Let's go, Wes. So, Oba Femi with a big double suplex there. He grabbed Wes. He grabbed Joe Coffey. He did this big double suplex. Good work there by Oba Femi, colliding into both of these guys. Going back and forth, just smashing into Joe Coffey, smashing into Wesley. Trinidad Flag Guy is in the house. Trinidad Flag Guy is on the hard camera side. I just saw him. Where's Green Shirt Guy? Green shirt. They say there's tribalism in wrestling. Well, I'm going to say right now, where's Green Shirt Guy? Trinidad Flag Guy's there. Looking for a suplex. Let's go, Wes, said Ghost Rob. Daze, do you think... Who do you think is the next UFC star trying out in WWE? Obviously, answer would be McGregor, but I would love Strickland, said Watson. Thing is interested. Derek Lewis. Derek Lewis wants to come over, doesn't he? He was talking about it the other day. Big kick. So, I mean, I don't know that he will be the next one, but I think his career's coming to an end in UFC. Right now, Joe Coffey grabbing Oba Femi, putting him up top. Looking for a superplex, but no joy. Wesley gets up. Oh, I thought he was going to go for a bulldog off the top there, but he didn't. He gets caught. He's up in the air. Thrown. Oh, my God. Huge. Huge. My God, he just took a visit to the roof. And he came crashing down. Oba Femi with Wesley hurls him in the air. He went up. He orbited. And then he came back down again. My God, that was amazing. Huge throw. Huge. Wesley, I mean, he's done well to stay alive there. Looking for a lovely spike DDT there. Lovely. German. Great work by Joe Coffey. Joe Coffey grabbing the arm. Hurls Wes into the corner. Picks him up looking for a backbreaker and he gets it. He gets it. Man, that was so good. We want tables is the chant now. Joe Coffey goes against the ropes. Oba Femi gets planted. He goes back to the corner. Quick shots coming in there by Joe Coffey. Love the combos. Bang, bang, bang. Going downstairs, going upstairs. Oh, collides into Oba Femi, who collides into Wesley. Joe Coffey has got Oba Femi. Plants him down. He goes up. Splash. Lovely work. Wesley, though, could make the save, but he doesn't. It's actually Oba Femi that kicks out. Joe Coffey trying to get back up to his feet. He's going to pick up Oba Femi. He's got him on his shoulders. Joe Coffey, though, powers his way back up. Wesley climbs up. Wesley stomps down on the back of Oba Femi. Yeah, they did kind of work together. There was a double stomp by Wesley. And Joe Coffey took it and had to just kind of get Oba Femi off. He delivered like an AA. But can't get the pin. Wes down. Oba Femi down. Joe Coffey down. Let's go, Wesley. Let's go. Oba is the split chant. No one cheering for Joe Coffey. Can I just say as well, Trinidad flag guy is sat in like, there isn't much of a front row on the hard cam side. There's only about 4 seats in like a bit of a front row. But there's really not much of a front row there. He's got one of them seats. It's a weird place to be sitting. Powerbomb. Poor Joe Coffey, no one's chanting for him. Days, what a fake green shirt guy is. He's turned traitor like every Everton shirt guy. Traitor like, oh, right, yeah. Everton, I saw he was at the house show I was at, though. I think his name's Kyle. Everton shirt guy was at the house show I was at. So he does still go. But he did pop up, didn't he? I do remember seeing him at the AEW show. But yeah, green shirt guy not around. Goes against the ropes, gets caught. Oba Femi catches Wesley. He's got Wesley. Wesley is up. Over. Oba Femi goes over to the corner. Wesley on his feet. Charges over against the ropes. Over the top. Beautiful kick. Pele kick. 1, 2. Ah, saved by Joe Coffey. Yeah, that was excellent work there by Wesley, but Joe Coffey makes the save. Match continues. We still got 2 matches to go after this. NXT Women's Championship. NXT Championship, both on the line tonight. Shoulder up there by Wesley. Maybe Trinidad Flag Guy is a plant, said Kim's Trains. Well, I don't think he's a plant, but it is interesting that he's managed to get one of those seats. But to be honest with you, I really think he'd want to be hard camera side more. I don't think he would choose to sit there. Clothesline by Oba Femi to Joe Coffey. Both go to the outsides. Both go to the outsides. Grabbing Joe Coffey. Hello, who's coming down? Who's this? Gallows. Gallows boys. Gallows boys. Gallows on top. Gallows are attacking Oba Femi. Wolfgang, Mark Coffey. They're looking to do a number on Oba Femi. Oh, kick to the side of the heads. They're telling Joe Coffey to go and finish off Wesley. Oh, could Gallows give Joe Coffey the victory? Wesley on his feet. Coffey collides into Wesley. Wesley goes down. Turning him over. 1, 2. Kick out by Wesley. Kick out by Wesley. Oh, that's a great shot of Oba Femi rising up. Very Keith Lee. Do you remember when Keith Lee used to do that? Slowly rising up behind him in the background. He's a wrecking machine. He grabs Wolfgang. He grabs Mark Coffey. Hurls him into the ring steps. He gets clobbered by Joe Coffey. He goes down to one knee. Wesley with a super kick. He charges over, big boot. Oba Femi goes back to the outsides. Match continuing. Match continuing. Shaq said, I do feel like some talent should go to NXT. People like Andrade could be an easy #1 contender. Wesley goes up, double knees. Joe Coffey goes down. Gallows getting involved has added a wrinkle. Boom, collides into Joe Coffey. A kick comes in there by Wesley. Top rope Enziguri. It's going to go against the ropes. Off the ropes. Lovely. Great work. Another kick. Coffey goes down. 2. And Gallows pull the ref out the ring. Crowd are booing. Ref was pulled out the ring. Over the top, Wesley. It's no DQ. I mean, you can't stop them. Here's Oba Femi. Oba Femi coming up, stepping over the ropes. Wesley just sort of took himself out a little there. Oba Femi with a big boot. He picks up. Joe Coffey, and he plants him. Feels like this might be the beginning of the end. He grabs Wesley and he plants him as well. Wesley is powerbombed. Oh, Joe Coffey is powerbombed. 1, 2, 3. Oba Femi retains. Well, there was more to that than I was expecting. There was more to that than I was expecting. So it is a victory for Oba Femi. Let's get your thoughts, what you thought about that. What a match, said Delwyn. I was waiting for Steve Blackman to run in and attack Gallows with kendo sticks, said Kim Strains. Amazing match, said It's Jeffrey. Great match, said Sis. Oba is the future, said Dom. Love that throw on Wesley. That was awesome. That bit where he rises up is really cool. That powerbomb split my Yahoo CHC, said Aubrey. I need Oba on the main roster, said AR1. Oba could be like a future Brock Lesnar, said Delwyn. He could be. Feels like he's still got work, though. He probably does. He doesn't have the size of Brock either, though. He's a big guy, and he is muscular, but I feel like he probably needs to get even bigger. Brock was such a freak, wasn't he? I don't quite know how you get to be as big as Brock. Oba Femi, though, has definitely got a presence. Definitely. Tomorrow. Raw tomorrow, let's go. That was a great match, said Christopher. Do we think that he could be a Heyman guy, said Max. That's a good shout, Max. Yeah, he definitely could. Definitely could. Just got to keep developing with his wrestling, hasn't he? He's still quite green. I know that Brock wasn't the most technically gifted wrestlers in the world, but he could do some stuff in there. I think it's a bit of a myth. So Kevin Owens talking about NXT Brooklyn. Was that Steph? Says that it was a tough act to follow, Bayley and Sasha. Kevin Owens, Matt, he was so good in NXT. I mean, he's so good anyway, but I miss NXT Kevin Owens. And then we got Demon Balor. I miss Demon Balor. Yeah, man. Oh, my God. NXT. NXT. From, like, 2015. Look at this. Finn Balor, Kevin Owens. Just moments after Bayley versus Sasha Banks. We need Jey Uso and Liv on the Clash card, says Wrestle Andy. Size-wise, he's bigger than Brock, height and weight. He's a monster, says AR1. He doesn't have the width, the girth. He might be taller, and he might be heavier as a result. Maybe it'd be an interesting one to get them face to face. Brock was just big. He was just big. Like, a lot like, you remember Bray, when Bray was in the Rumble, and we saw Bray in that pitch black match. Bray was just big. It's just the size, just girth. I kind of feel like Oba Femi looks like a pretty average NFL player. I feel like you could get a lot of, like, pretty tall NFL players, and they would probably look like Oba Femi. I don't know that from a physique point of view, he's got that kind of... whatever it was that made Brock so different. I mean, he was just... I don't know. Was he a bodybuilder? How do you get like that? I don't know. But that would be an interesting one if ever we could get them face to face. That would be an interesting one because if you're telling me he is taller and he's like considerably taller, then that would be a great visual. I just don't know that we ever see Brock again, unfortunately. Have to see how it all plays out. Jay needs a vacation before Money in the Bank and SummerSlam, said Sis. Brock Lesnar or Angle. Remember, Lesnar won the NCAA, but Kurt is an Olympic gold medalist. Big Time said Oba's only wrestled 4 matches since January. It's not surprising that he's green. Alex, shout out to you. Mitchell said, I really liked the old NXT title. Yeah, it was good. I think it was right to move away from it because we did change quite a bit. Here's Wendy Chu. And she's got that kind of dark aura now. I don't know quite what we're doing. I don't know why she's woken up so moody. But then don't we all? Quite unexpected, this. I mean, she's just wakes up and then you see her in the mirror and it's like, what? Coming Tuesday. When did she was still a thing? Yeah, she's been out injured for a long time. Brock over Angle in WWE is a different opinion, but it's cool. Brock is big because he ate a lot as a kid and he fought a lot for fun. He was a farm boy. Oh, it's that. You're probably right. It might be that farm strength. Might be that farm strength. Do you know what I mean? Brock was like a flipping triangle. Kind of feel like his top end was just so big and it kind of went down. And then, all things considered, he had quite little legs. You know, I don't want to say that he skipped leg day on a regular basis, but I certainly think he was more into arm and chest day than leg day. Ash Costello? I thought that was flipping Shotzi. Are we sure that's not Shotzi? Right, it's going to be the women next. Are we going to see some TNA involvement? That's the question. That is the question. Are we going to see some TNA involvement? Roxanne Perez, Jordynne Grace. Let's flippin' go. This match is going to bang as well. This match is going to so deliver. I've got no doubts that this match is going to be... Do you reckon this will be match of the night? I've no doubt it'll be in the run-in. I wonder if it'll be match of the night. I wonder if it can beat that ladder match. 54% great. Wow, people really enjoyed that last one, you know. 54% great, 30% good, 12% all-time, 3% bads. 66% great that last match. Interesting. So 78% great for the ladder match, 53% great for the tag match, 88% good for NXT Underground. It's just that step below. But then we've just bounced back with 66% great. That makes Oba Femi, Joe Coffey, Wes Lee the second highest rated match of the night so far. Lola wins. Now, the problem... in my predictions, I went with the Good Brothers winning because, as I said, I'm struggling to see a new champion. And so far, we haven't. I mean, so far, Axiom and Nathan have retained. Oba Femi has retained. 2 matches left, 2 titles on the line. I've got both champs retaining here. Are we going to finish this show with no new champs apart from the ladder match? I mean, we could do. We absolutely could do. Jordynne Grace talking about child prodigies and how they almost always burn themselves out. I'm going to stomp that flame out, says Jordynne Grace. There's no way I'm letting this go, says Roxanne. Let's go. Jordynne Grace about to make her way down to the ring. Oh, man, she looks so good. Look at that. Big smile on her face. She's got She looks brilliant. She is a TNA wrestler. Now, have we seen any TNA talent? None have been shown so far. She's coming out with that TNA Women's Championship around her waist. Knockouts Women Championship. It's weird, man, isn't it? Seeing that TNA title in a NXT ring it will always be strange to me. Great round of applause for Jordynne Grace, though. Here's Roxanne. It's interesting. They've not presented this as NXT versus TNA. They've not presented this as something like to fuel tribalism. It's very focused on like these two having like a personal beef. And obviously, you know, that's wise. I mean, the whole reason TNA are interested in doing this is they want some of the fans to come and watch them. So it's not in their benefit for this to be NXT versus TNA. Okay, Roxanne's made her way down. Roxanne's looking good, said Brony. Handboy said, what are the odds Danhausen helps Ethan Page? Isn't he an AEW superstar? I would say if he's an AEW superstar under an AEW contract, I'd say 0.00000000000%. If he's not under an AEW contract anymore, then that goes up quite a bit. I think I saw the Octopus Wrestler on the hard cam sides. Jonathan Gresham, that's her partner, I believe. So he almost certainly will be there. TNA chants? TNA chants? Flipping TNA chants at NXT PLE. NXT chant. But it's not as loud. It's not as loud. I'm wondering if some people bought these tickets that are more TNA fans and they want to see Jordynne, you know, try and win it. I wonder, I don't know. Right, here we go then. We are underway. Jordynne Grace, Roxanne, Perez. Jordynne looks like, I mean, Roxanne, Perez, a great talent, but I mean, Jordynne Grace looks like $1 billion. She pushes Roxanne Perez back and then she's like, come on, bring it. Round the back goes Roxanne. Jordynne in control. She hurls Roxanne over. This is awesome, is the chant. Do you know what? This really does have that sort of feel of like being a very special match in the history of WWE. This really feels like a match that we will look back on and talk about. It's not Jordynne's first match. She obviously competed in the week against Stevie Turner. We've also seen her compete at the Royal Rumble earlier this year, but this is for the championship. This has got a little bit of sort of Bayley Sasha vibes, in the sense of you feel like you're watching a moment. You feel like you're watching something special, something different. Slap there by Roxanne, plus you know it's going to bang as well. We knew Bayley Sasha would bang. Oh, shoulder tackle, down goes Roxanne. And again, Perez goes down. She grabs, oh, lovely work there by Jordynne Grace. Jordynne looking so good, and she kips up. Jordynne grabbing Roxanne. Roxanne all at sea at the moment. She picks her up, looking to powerbomb her down. Roxanne up in the air. I think a rake at the eyes, maybe. A thumb in the eye. Yeah, it was. Just like that. Roxanne charges over. She gets caught by Jordynne. Oh, planted down. Jordynne goes up. Gets caught. Perez trying to grab a hold of the leg. She runs over. She's going to look for a power bomb, maybe. No, Joy pulls on the arm and Jordynne goes face first. Into the corner. Jordynne goes down. Big shots coming in there by Roxanne. Boom. Working on the arm of Jordynne. Roxanne getting back into this. Something you should know, TNA does do a lot of shows in Vegas, said James. That's interesting. Interesting that we've not been shown anyone as well, though. I thought there would be a little section that would be there to cheer for Jordynne. But they've not shown anyone. But that probably explains why TNA has had such great support as well. Perhaps some in Vegas have turned up specifically for this match. But as I said, I think it helps that this has not been presented as like a tribalistic kind of war. So I think there's a lot of fans that watch NXT that watch both. That are just, you know, quite excited for this and are quite happy to cheer TNA. Shot coming in there by Roxanne. Bloods. Oh, I have not seen any bloods. Russian leg sweep. Kick out. Grabbing a hold of her hair at the moment. Roxanne very much in control. Roxanne very much in control. And Jordynne is down. It would be funny if Matt showed up, says Michael. Surprised this isn't the main event. Well, yeah, I mean, it's tricky, isn't it, really? I mean, we've got Trick and Ethan Page, which is a big match in its own right, but I agree. A chop block and then a drop kick by Roxanne. Jordynne Grace is down and a cover, but she manages to kick out. So Roxanne slaps at Jordynne. Yeah, she's doing good. She's working on the arm here, Roxanne. She's pulling back on the arm. You can see some blood on the mat. I haven't seen where the blood is, to be honest. But you can see some blood on the mat. Roxanne goes over. Kick coming into the back of Jordynne. So she's kicking at the back of Jordynne. Jordynne goes over to the corner. Roxanne charges in. Jordynne moves out the way. Kick there by Roxanne. Roxanne climbing up Jordynne. On her feet. Roxanne with a crossbody gets caught by Jordynne. Ah! Plants Roxanne down. Oh, goes for the splash, but Roxy moves out the way. Right now we've got kick coming in. Oh, big slap to the back there by Jordynne. She's up on that middle rope. They're over in the corner. Roxanne has got the arm, but the power is too much. It's too much. Big clubbing blows. Headbutt there by Jordynne. Yeah, Booker getting upset, talking about illegal shots to the back. You know that Booker's secretly rooting for Roxanne Perez here. Jordynne has got Roxanne in like a torture rack. She's got her on her shoulders and drives her down. Wow. Planting, it was a bit like a Blue Thunder bomb, really, but from the top. Spins around and drives her down. Big power move. You can see a mark right on the side of Jordynne. Jordynne definitely feeling the effects of that as well, though. An avalanche Blue Thunder bomb, said Adam. Stay on the ground, Jordynne, said Zoom Station. Jordynne, oh yeah, look at you can see the marks, the bloods, kind of around the nose of Jordynne Grace. Pump handle. No. Reverse there by Roxanne. Forearm to the back. Jordynne felt that. Chop coming in there by Jordynne. Big slap coming back and forearm strike. Jordynne picks up, slams Roxanne Perez down. Big boot coming in there by Roxanne. She gets scooped up, slammed down. Jordynne is in control. Scream by Roxy. She gets picked up. No, lands on her feet. Big boot. Oh! Back fist and a clothesline there by Jordynne Grace. Jordynne Grace in control. We've had 2 hours of the show. Going for a vertebraker. Vertebraker. Nope. Yeah. Oh! Big spine buster. Huge. Oh my God. Kick out at 2. Massive spine buster. Brody said the look of the UFC Apex is cool, but it does just kind of feel like the Performance Center. It makes sense because this is their Performance Center. I like it. It feels bigger than the WWE Performance Center. You can get more people in than the WWE Performance Center. But yeah, it's not an arena show. It's got a really weird vibe to it as well. It's got a weird sort of like, it's a weird room. I love the lighting. I love the walls. I love the fact that it just does not feel like wall of people. You know, like arenas are just like bleachers and seats. This has actually got like a wall that kind of goes around. It's got like screens on as well. It's got its own little identity without getting deep. Oh, I love it. I think it's a brilliant venue for this kind of a thing. It's a different venue. Lovely head scissors. These ladies are beating the out of each other, said Mitchell. They are, man. Think of all the stuff we've seen in this match. Kicks there by Roxanne. She's trying to work on the arm. Jordynne's down in the middle of the ring. Oh, man, that was a beautiful bulldog by Roxanne Perez. Kicks coming in there by Roxanne. Kick coming back by Jordynne. Roxanne and Jordynne are throwing in these kicks to each other, but Roxanne's the one that's on the bottom. Jordynne is pounding away. Roxanne is just clinging on, trying to grab a hold of the arm. Jordynne trying to power up Roxanne. Draping armbar. But she's going to have to break it because we're over by the ropes. Jordynne Grace is was in a little trouble there. Roxanne Perez is really good at like just grabbing hold of things and these little intricate moves. You got Jordynne Grace, who's a bit more like big and powerful. Their styles are meshing really well together. Oh, muscle buster. Muscle buster. She's got her up. Boom! Muscle buster by Jordynne Grace. 1, 2. Oh, kick out and a big scream there by Roxanne. Goods. Really goods. Think of all the stuff these two have done already. Blood on the side of the face of Roxanne. I really don't know where this blood's come from. I don't know if it's come from the nose of Jordynne. There's not loads. Kick coming in. Referee having a words. I don't care who wins this, said Ghost Rob. They are both great. Josh said, howdy is by you. Well, I should imagine he is. I can only imagine he's watching this great encounter. As Jordynne gets driven into the ring post. Kick to the midsection there by Roxanne. Roxanne goes up looking for pop rocks on the edge of the ring. Don't think she's going to get it. She's going to pop rock to the outside. She tries. Jordynne holds on. Oh. Roxanne pulls the leg away. Roxanne goes against the ropes. Suicide dive into a DDT. On the outside. And she throws Jordynne back into the ring. Going up, bouncing up, lovely. Oh, springboard moonsault by Roxanne. 2. Shoulder up by Jordynne. Roxanne jumps over, looks for a crossface, gets the crossface in. Jordynne Grace suffering, struggling. Crossface applied after a springboard moonsault by Roxanne, but lovely reversal. She manages to get out of it. She gets, spinning back elbow. Connects by Jordynne. Pump handle, no. Kick to the midsection by Roxanne. Pop rocks. Pop rocks. He's blocked. Trying to go, what's she trying to do here? She's got the arms. Oh, whatever she tried, it failed. She ended up getting planted face first by Jordynne. These two really putting in the fight. No, Tatum Paxley's arrived. Tatum Paxley looking at that NXT Women's Championship. No. No. Oh, she grabs the TNA Women's Championship. Tatum Paxley has just stolen the TNA Knockouts Women's Championship. That's Ash by Elegance. So, Dana Ash by Elegance just stopped Tatum Paxley. Booker, that's Dana. TNA wrestler Ash by Elegance. She picks up Roxanne, plants her down. Jordynne Grace looking for that pump handle. She's got it. Oh, lovely work into a cutter. Pop Rocks is coming. Connects. Roxanne. 2, 3. Roxanne retains. Roxanne retains. Yeah, man. Great match. Great match. Roxanne Perez picks up the victory after hitting Pop Rocks. But Dana Ash by Elegance helps make sure that Tatum Paxley doesn't run away with that TNA Knockouts Women's Championship. Must be nice for her to catch up with a few people. So they're blaming that distraction on the loss. So Roxanne hits Pop Rocks, and right now we've got Ash by Elegance going off at Jordynne Grace. There we go. There we flipping go. Dana or Ash still gets beat up. What did you think about that match? What did you think? This might be all-time, not because of the in-ring, but because of what it is, said Jessam. Great match, said Austin. Great match, but shiz finish, said Wicked Dust. Yeah, I think as soon as we saw Tatum, I was a bit disappointed, to be honest. I like Tatum, but as I just said, for me, that match felt like history, and it felt like Bayley and Sasha, and it was really good. And you just don't want any outside interference. You just don't want anything that's going to ruin it. Just let them fight and let someone win. I mean, I don't care if Jordynne Grace wins. I don't care. For me, like, we don't need to really protect anyone, because Jordynne looks amazing. No one's going to look at that and think less of Jordynne. She looked incredible in that match. She looks like $1 billion. So I didn't feel like we needed that, but I suppose, you know, it's a way of getting Ash by Elegance involved as well. It's a way of sort of protecting Jordynne, and I suppose by extension protecting TNA. Oh, if only Tatum hadn't took that title, I could have been totally focused on Roxanne, and I was winning. I could have done it. But still very, very good. I knew that would happen, that girl was going to go to TNA and try and win the title, said Justo. Mr. B said, could we get Paxley visiting TNA? Yeah, suppose we could. Now it's time for All Ego Ethan Page to become new NXT champ, said Mr. Unfamiliar. I like Tatum's character, and I also hate Meltzer. Is that connected, or is it not possible to like both, or let's go. Roxanne and Jordynne killed it. Could have done without the Tatum stuff, unless this builds to Tatum answering Jordynne's open challenge at Against All Odds. When is that, James? I think you told me before, but I forgot. Did someone tell me it's on a Friday or something? I might just have a little look. Keep a little eye. So, Trick versus Ethan Page, our main events coming up next. The show is mid to me, said Hurricane Mayhem. That's a shame. I think that it has been a solid night. I mean, I don't know if yeah, I don't know what happened with that. Sexy Reds. Oh, hello. Oh, they're getting Sarah Schreiber to have a go. Whoa! We were all having a little. Woo! We're backstage with Wesley. Wesley attacked by Gallows. Oh, so Wesley getting absolutely destroyed by Gallows right now. So we just had sexy. Uncle Howdy is going to attack, said the client. We haven't had any QR codes or anything. Watching NXT Battleground, I'm curious as to how my old friend Ethan Page will do against Trick Williams. Actually thinking of dashing down to Florida this week with a gift and some old friends. What? Cody's thinking of being to NXT. Nobody likes you, said Booker. Javon Evans is going to be taking on Sean Spears. Lexis King is going to be taking on Dante Chen again in a Singapore cane match. Lexis King, Dante Chen, Singapore cane match. Michin, Jaida Parker, one-on-one. Michin, Jaida Parker on Tuesday. Apparently Cody's thinking of popping down. Dashing down. Jamal Hill. Former UFC light heavyweight champion. Okay, main event, Trick Williams. Sexy Red made that ring announcer uncomfortable, said Prince Moolah. Trick Williams, Ethan Page, NXT Championship match. The only thing missing is that twerk off was Joe Coffey. Whoop that trick. Whoop that trick. Johnny Gargano, Shawn Michaels. There he is posing with the Andre thing at the headquarters. Let's go, man. That beatdown makes me more confident of an OG Rascals reunion, said James. Yeah, you could be right. I certainly don't think this is the end of the NXT TNA relationship. Here's Ethan Page. I don't like waiting. Trick was the perfect person to give Ethan Page all the attention in the world. It's my job to get people talking. Ethan Page gets what he wants. I just don't know loads about Ethan Page. He's a very good talker, though. I'm Team Trick, though. I'm Team Trick, baby. Trick Williams is the one for the future, man. Should be a good match, though. 18 minutes in. 18 minutes in. Team Ego, said Jessam. She was bleeding from her ear, said, oh, is that where it was coming from? Whoop that trick. Whoop that trick. Did Dana Brooke really return? Well, she didn't really return. I mean, she made an appearance, but she's not back. She's signed to TNA, isn't she? Is Ethan Page backstage, slowly making his way towards the ringside area. Trick Williams, Ethan Page for the NXT Championship. Jordynne loses because she beat Roxy for the Ring of Honor Women's Championship, says Raymond's. Jakari said, I bet Vince is probably watching NXT Battleground right now and could be watching Sexy Reds host the whole thing. But you know, I was thinking about him when Jordynne Grace was competing, and I was thinking, I wonder if she's the kind of person that Vince would be really like into, because we know he likes big, like, you know, muscular guys. Like he did the whole bodybuilding thing. And I was looking at her and I was like, I wonder how he would feel about her. I think he'd be really into her. I think she's right up his street. But then in the same breath, he was never really that taken with women's wrestling. It was not really something that he ever really focused on. I mean, I feel like times changed and women's sport became more popular as time went by. And so it was kind of unavoidable. We had that Divas Evolution, Divas Revolution, you know? It's kind of unavoidable for us to do what we did in 2015. So I don't know. I was thinking that. I was like, I wonder how he feels about like some. I think he would like be really into her. Here's Trick. Here's the entrance. Let's go, man. Whoop that trick. Whoop that trick. Wrestle with Andy says, I'm eating the elusive end piece of loaf for toast. Are you team end piece or regular slice? Probably regular slice. I don't know. I don't mind the end piece. I don't mind the end piece. Oh, that's a good one, that is. I always feel like it's a bit like a... It's a bit like tea cake. That's the word I was looking for. Tea cake. Not quite, not like crumpet, but a bit like a tea cake, the end piece. You can call me a madman. You can call me crazy, but that's how I see it. Def looked like Triple H was back there, said Corey. Oh, he could be. Right, Mike Rome is the announcer for this one. EST said this crowd is trash. I throw the end pieces away. I don't mind the end. I just can't do a sandwich with it. Yeah, that's true. I wouldn't want it on a sandwich, but toast. I'll definitely, with plenty of butter and toasts, I'll take the end piece then. But not on a sandwich. No. We're not savages. Do you know what I mean? I wouldn't lie, this crowd has kind of been a bit flat outside the women's match. Like a tea cake, said Taming Pasta. Like a tea cake. Let's go. The end piece is amazing if it's homemade bread, said Wicked Dust. I don't know if I've ever had a tea cake. Oh my god, people are saying they have not had tea cakes. Whoop that trick. Whoop that trick. See the Yorkshire tea cake? It might be a bit of an English thing, to be honest. But that's what I was referring to. It reminds me a bit of that. And I think it... Well, let's not get into it. Main event time. Kick coming in there by Trick Williams. Boom. Lovely right hand. Trick Williams driving Ethan Page back into the corner. 2 hours 23 this show. So by the time it's done, we are probably knocking on the door of it being 2:45. Ground and pound by Trick. Looks a bit like a muffin combined with a bagel. A bagel, I would say, is not a bad comparison, but it's... yeah. Yeah. Muffin's not a bad comparison. It's sort of around that sort of... It's in that family. Yeah, it's in that family. Into the ring steps goes Trick. Ethan Page hurling Trick into the ring steps. Trick's down, man. Mitchell said, you got to understand, some Americans, we don't know what you're on about. Well, that is absolutely fine. I am here to explain if when required. We don't have tea cakes very often. It's actually not something that's part of my regular diet. I mean, I've probably had tea cakes 20 times in my life, something like that. I know of them and I know what they are, and I have had them on multiple occasions, but it's not like a weekly thing. Ethan standing over Trick. So Ethan in control after hurling Trick into those ring steps. 76% great, that last match. How did that compare to the first one? Oh! The ladder match, 78% great. That last match, 76% great. Oh, mate. So, the opening ladder match got 2% more than that last one. Just a one count. Shoulder up there by Trick. Ethan grabbing Trick, picking him up, planting him down. Going for the cover. Just a one. Ethan grabbing the hair. That was good. Scoops him up, plants him down. Going for the cover. 1, 2. Kick out there by Trick. Ethan complaining that the ref's a bit slow. You suck, chance. Guess what I do? Cut a hot cross bun. That's a great comparison, a hot cross bun. But I don't know if they have them in America. In half, butter it, and then I put mature cheddar cheese. I've never thought to do that. I can't. Part of me thinks no, but then part of me thinks, well, why not? You put cheese on toast, so why wouldn't it work with a hot cross bun? Aren't there raisins in a hot cross bun? Don't know. I can't work out whether I would like that or not. Back elbow there by Trick. Ladder match was good. Women's title match was far better though, said Wicked Dust. Have I missed much, said Matt. Pretty much the show. We're in our main event right now. I like Dana Brooke. She's talented, but seeing her appear through this partnership made me groan. I don't want to see washed or ex-WWE talent appearing through a forbidden door. What do you think? I didn't have that feeling. I just sort of feel like nice to see her back. How you doing? It was a nothing moment, you know. Someone had to stop. Someone needed to stop Tatum running away with the title. And to be honest, Dana is someone that the NXT fans know. You can't take for granted that the NXT fans are going to know who these TNA stars are. So, I don't know. I don't know if you brought out Rosemary, some people would react. Maybe you'd get a better reaction here because James tells me that TNA does a lot of filming in Vegas. So maybe you could have got a better reaction here. But I don't know. I think with the options, if you just needed someone to stop Tatum, you might as well go with Ash by Elegance. Because everyone's going to know who that is. So I think it was just a bit of a nothing moment, to be honest with you. I didn't think we needed any of it. But I didn't groan when Ash by Elegance came out. Double axe handle there by Ethan. Trick definitely suffering right now. I like the ladder match, but the winner being Kelani, I'm just not convinced she's ready, said Five Dunk. Alpha Ginger said, I love raisins. Michael said it would have been cool if it was Mickie James. Yes, that would have been cool. Is she under a TNA contract now? That would have been great. That would have been amazing. Right now, we've got Trick trying to power back up to his feet. He's trying to power out of this. Breaking that hold. He goes against the ropes. Clothesline round the back. DDT there by Trick. Ethan Page goes down. Trick trying to get back into this. He's been suffering for a little bit here. Trying to rise. Whoop that, Trick, said Hayden. You don't go here, Chance. I don't know. Did we get them? I mean, he does go here. He signed a contract on Tuesday. Shot coming in there by Ethan, but it's blocked by Trick. Trick Williams throwing in some big shots. Open palm strike. Ethan against the ropes. Kick. Down goes Ethan. Another kick. Boom. Oh, my God. He plants Ethan and he kicks up. I don't know if Ethan took that very well. Went for a kick and Ethan gets out the ring. Seemed to sort of land on his arm, which I can't imagine is the ideal way to take that move. Ethan driving Trick against the side of the ring. Ethan goes into the audience. Ethan Page down, Trick Williams on his feet. I think tonight's show's been good. Do we think the hype has met the expectation? No title change is a bit of a boring decision. Has the hype met expectation? I think it did just... I don't think it exceeded expectation, but I think for me it just met it. I mean... The ladder match delivered. The women's match delivered. The Oba match was better than I thought. The tag match got good towards the end. I loved the venue. I didn't know how the venue would hold up, but I was really interested in the venue. I think the venue's delivered. I would say the crowd has been a bit flat. I think the crowd could have been a bit more vocal. We probably could have done with a surprise... bigger than Ash by Elegance, you know. We probably could have done with something. The show's not over yet, though. So I would say that I was excited. My expectation, I feel, has been met. But I don't think my expectation has been exceeded. I feel like this has just sort of reached what I was hoping for. And that's all right. That's fine. I still sort of feel like my score earlier when I was I'm probably about a 7.5. Very entertained. I'm quite happy with this. It definitely feels bigger and better than a normal NXT show, in my opinion. Duck underneath. Back elbow there by Ethan. Duck again. Oh, goes for a kick. Beautiful. Grabs him, looking for a Uranagi. Gets it. Going for the cover. 1, 2. Vic Joseph called it the rock bottom, but I didn't think you could go with that if it weren't the rock. But he plants it. I saw a guy with a headset trying to whip up the crowd, said Wicked Dust. Was he? Crowd are chanting, this is awesome. Ethan Page driving Trick to the edge of the ring. Ethan Page goes down. This crowd has been a bit trash. I'd say the show has been good at best, not at that great level. Maybe 6.5675, said Austin. That's interesting. Right now, Trick is looking to deliver a superplex, is he? Gets caught, picked up by Ethan Page, planted! Trick gets driven through the commentary table. Brutal, mate. Holy. Holy. Right now he's grabbing Trick. Chucks him into the ring. Right now, we've got Trick gets picked up. He's about to get planted. Is on the shoulders of Ethan Page. Boom! Like a razor's edge, but he hurls him. And Trick gets his shoulder up. EST said, this is awesome. The crowd is awful. That was the best spot of the match. So Ethan Page driving Trick through the commentary table. Just had a black screen momentarily. Crowd are chanting, whoop that trick. Shots coming in there by Ethan Page as Trick Williams goes down. Referee coming in and pulling Ethan Page apart. Goes back over, starts throwing in these shots. And Trick Williams goes down again. Oh, big knee there by Trick. 1, 2, 3. Wow, weird. So Ethan was arguing with the ref and he got caught. Bit strange that. Anyone else thought that was going to go like another 10 minutes? I thought that had a bit longer in it. I thought we'd go 2.5, 2:45. We've clocked in at 2:35. Really? Said Wicked Dust. Lame, says the Jim. Yeah, I sort of got to agree that it just sort of ended. Trick needs to work on his in-ring. Everything else is good though, said Brony. Sis said, this is not an NXT crowd. Austin said, I thought it would go a little longer. Ah, Sexy Red's in there. Ethan Page is sort of slumped in the corner. Trick celebrating with Sexy Reds. Do we get a twist or a shock or a moment or... It's a win for Trick. He's celebrating. Sexy Red is... imagine if Sexy Red just started attacking Trick. Maybe that could be the twist. She just goes running over, pushes him out the ring. But Trick standing in the corner. He's got that NXT Championship in the air. Sexy Red is dancing away behind him as the show comes to an end. Oh, wow. What does that do for scores? What does that do for scores? Wait, that's the ending of the show. That is it. Chick needs a new finisher. Do you know what? I just saw Hayden mention a QR code. I wasn't even waiting for a QR code. I was waiting to see if a new challenger was going to step up to Trick. Someone's music was going to hit and they were going to come walking down and they were going to point at him or something. That's what I was like waiting for, but yeah, no QR codes. I don't know that people were necessarily expecting a QR codes. I think that unfortunately the main event brings the score down. I was like 7.25, 7.5. I might have ended up about the 7 range. I feel like the women's match should have ended it. The women's match was better. Someone's timing must have been off. It does seem like they just ran out of time. How did they run out of time though? It's weird, isn't it? It's on Peacock. There's no schedule. There's no show that they've got to get out because there's another show about to start. You know, it's the Apex. Surely they've got till 11. I mean, it'd be weird for them to say you got to be done by 10:30. So surely they've got to 11. Unless maybe you've got to be out by 11. I don't know. I don't know. Perhaps it's like you got to be done by... Well, why? It's their building. I don't know. It doesn't really make much sense, does it? For sure, Roxanne should have main evented. There was no title change. No title change. Do you know, the only reason I predicted OC would win was because I couldn't find a title change on this card. And so I was like, if there's going to be a title change, I think it's going to be this. And I can't see them not doing a title change. And then they went and did no title changes. So, Pretty crazy, that. Pretty crazy. Ladder match was good, though, weren't it? Trick definitely needs a new finisher. I agree with that. Dana's about to turn the lights off. Had potential to be great, but the ending just ended up okay. Mr. B said, I'm giving it a 6.9. 6.9, 6.9. Sexy Red should have given all ego a stink face. Then my score would have gone up. Spet said the show sucked. It's the worst NXT PLE I've ever seen. Really? That's a surprise. I find that a surprise. I can understand people not loving it, but for it to be like a disaster, I don't know. I mean, the ladder match I thought delivered. The women's match I thought delivered. The NXT Underground match, I understand, could very much divide opinion. Main event could divide opinion. Tag match did get goods. Would that divide opinion? I like the venue. Crowd were a bit flat. I think there's enough there to stop it being a bad show, personally, right? I think that this has ended up okay to good. I'm probably leaning like towards a 7. I really do like the venue. But yeah, I don't disagree that it's maybe not ripped up trees. It's maybe not a show that has absolutely planted its flag like it could have. Interesting. Lola and Sexy Red twerking made it all worth it, said K-Dub. UFC Apex was cool, said Mr. Quate. Ladder match was epic, had some great moments. Someone should have given the crowd a Red Bull, said Taming Pasta. Show was decent, said the Jimmy. Well, listen, we ask for honest opinion. So if people are giving me honest opinion, saying in their mind this was a 5, this sucked, I appreciate it. I appreciate it, because that's all we want. We just want honest opinion. We just want honest thoughts. That's all we look for. So if those are people's honest thoughts, I will take them and say thank you very much. It was an all right PLE, said Kader. Jordynne should have won, said Sis. Roxy delivered. Michael said, I feel like the show, it just ended. Maybe did run out of time. Strange, isn't it? Let's see what you lot scored. That's main event. Got 58% good. It got 6% bad. 8 all-time, 25. That's got a 94% good rating. So it puts it as the second worst match of the night, but still comfortably ahead of, I say comfortably, 8%, no, 6%, no. Yeah, 6% ahead of the NXT Underground match. So the worst match was the NXT Underground match. Then it was Trick versus Ethan Page. Then it was Axiom and Nathan against the Good Brothers. Then it was Oba Femi against Joe Coffey against Wes Lee. Then it was Roxanne and Jordynne. That's controversial. Second best match of the night. And just 2% better, the match of the night was the women's ladder match. That got 78% great. Roxanne Jordynne, 76% great. So it's, according to you lot, the ladder match that takes match of the night. There we go, and we're done, my friends. We are done. So big thank you to everyone that joined us. This stream clocking in just under 6 hours. That's not bad. Yeah, I don't know what's happening in regards to Unseens and all of that stuff. If you weren't around earlier, my Twitter account has been given a smacked bottom because of all the likes and the follows that I did on Friday. So it's got limited whatever. I can do limited things with it for 3 days, apparently. So hope today is one of them days. Hopefully Saturday is one of them days. And then that means tomorrow will be one of them days. So hopefully by Tuesday it's back. So obviously we'll do a Nightbird video, but I don't know how much theory thought I can include into that because I can't bookmark things. Bookmarking things is something that I always do. Your thoughts, your theories. And at the moment, it won't let me bookmark anything. So what I would say is I'll do the best that I can, but obviously we're operating with some limitations at the moment, so lesson learned. We won't do that again, right? But as I said earlier, hopefully people benefited from getting a few extra followers and whatever, and hopefully that was useful. But yeah, I have been given a bit of a slap wrist for it, so we'll just get through. But obviously, as soon as we get to Tuesday, Wednesday, I mean, it's all back to normal, and I'm sure that this week is going to have extra Nightbird stuff in it. I would be surprised if all we get this week is Monday and Friday. I would be surprised. So I wonder if our QR code or whatever we get tomorrow kind of hints towards something on Tuesday or Wednesday or Thursday. Because I could see us getting extra things as this is now the final week. So very exciting. So there'll be plenty of stuff coming up on the channel. Plenty of stuff on the way. So a big thank you to everyone that joined us. Appreciate the support as always. I'm going to run off to do the review. But thanks a lot for joining us and sharing your thoughts. And hopefully I will see you tomorrow for what promises to be a very exciting